Hello, hi. Thank you, Ronan and Mari Bros for the movie night raid, first and foremost. Hello, hi. Hi, I'm here. I hope everything works. I watch it not work. I'm gonna guarantee you the widgets and everything are just gonna break. I'm guarantee you it's probably gonna happen, so just bear with me, okay, chat? I tried. Alright, but hello, congrats on first, Kuroto. Hello, Kuroto. Hi, KJs. Hello, Epion. Hello, Kendall. Hello, Dwerk. Hello, Lumen. Thank you for the good stream wishes. Good luck. Lock it in, Lumen. You got this. Hang in there. Hello, Timber. Hello, Bay Harbor. Hello, Fade. Hello, Cypress. Hello, Waifu Monya. Hello, Super Trash Man. Hello, Private Galate. Hello, DK. Epion. Gwaine. Cobalt. Jules. Hello, Tater Burglar. Hello, Darkbone. Hello, Magna. Hello. But yes, chat, if you have not checked out Ronan, you guys know I adore Ronan, but you guys should 100% go check out Ronan. She's amazing. She's really, really, really cool. And they just finished watching. Didn't you guys finish? Weren't you guys watching Fushigi Yugi? I think that's what you guys were watching. I vaguely remember seeing this. Hello, the Holiday. What is up? How's it going? Hi. Hello, Red Fox. What is up? Okay, let me just double check that everything. We were. How was it? How far are you guys through? I don't know. I don't think I ever watched it. But it's by Watase Yu, right? Is that the author of Fushigi Yugi? It might not be. But I think it is. I think it is. I think it's the art. Yes. Yes, it is Watase Yu, right? Okay, cool. I was like, I'm pretty sure I know their art style because she wrote Absolute Boyfriend. And that's why I know. An Absolute Boyfriend, I'm pretty sure, is about having like an AI boyfriend or some shit. I can't remember. It's been a long time. Hello, Ronan. How are you? Up to 32. How many episodes is it? By the way. Also, hopefully all the sounds and everything are good. Did you guys... I think you guys want... How? Why are you wanting my papers? I haven't even started talking about my PhD. Dude, I was like, maybe we should go through... I know I went through the stuff yesterday for, like, the donation. The what? Lol, what? Huh? Huh? Wiki says 52. Okay, you guys are like solidly through the show then. Let's go. Hi, Coke. Hi, Darkbone. Thank you for the lurk, Hawk. I'm here to learn a thing. How am I doing? My brain is gonna be hella lost. Okay, there's plenty of photos, chat. There's plenty of photos in there, and they all have like a story too, so, you know. But, oh, who are you? What? Why did that update? Did the alert go? Bro. Why is the alert broken? Did the alert go? Or am I just dumb? Dude, I set it to like a thing and it didn't work. Guys, what? Okay, hold on. It's really behind. Holy. Guys, okay. Ronan! Thank you, Ronan. Lone, DK, Gawain. Oh my gosh, you guys are crazy. Sorry, the alerts are meant to go, but I think they just don't go. Oh, you know why they don't go, chap? Fuck, I'm actually cooked. Give me a second. Hold on. They do go. Thank you, everyone. They do go. They just don't make a noise. You know why? Because I don't know. The noise thing was really weird. So the site that they use, so one, I forgot to copy the source over to this page. My bad. But then the noise, so they wanted like an MP3 like link from like the internet chat. And I was like, huh? And so I like followed the instructions, got that going, but it just doesn't work. Like the sound doesn't work. And I'm like, okay, great. So apologies. I'm not gonna be able to work that one out. Thank you for the 30 bits, DK. Hi, Guardian Angel. What is up? Thank you for the look. What job can you get with a PhD? Depends what your PhD is in. But oh my goodness. But I think the widgets are going to be relatively slow. Dude, even my admin page of this, like, it's not like Stream Elements where everything is like works fine. Also, it's 52 for the first series, 9 more for the OVA, then 4 more for the sequel OVA. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's a pretty decently long. It's one of Ronan's favorites, right? Fushigi Yugi. I want to say. But yes, okay, hold on. Pause, chat. Pause. So, I was scrambling before stream. So, my plan was, you know how I had stickies, guys? I have stickies. That's fine. But usually I handwrite the names because I think it's fun. But, I lost the pen to my tablet. I don't know where the pen to this tablet is. And I don't want to plug in my massive annoying tablet. So, I'm going to have to type it in and I'm sad. The donation messages are making me laugh. Wait, what? Can you see? Wait, what? I'm so confused. Wait, what? What? Hold on. You guys can send messages with that. Dolphin sound. Wait, what? On the pages. Hold on. Pause. Now I need to know. Oh my god, why? Dude, I've never used Just Giving before, and now I'm like, oh my god, now it's scary. What did you guys write? What does it say? Oh my god, hold on. Let me read this. To help the Miami Dolphins. Let's go, Ronan. Hell yeah. You're on the page. Lone Wolf. Go, Dolphin, go. Thank you. DK, no comment. Got a gift for Miami Goins with the Miami Dolphins. Oh my gosh, you guys are so funny. Thank you. What the heck? No tablet. Yeah, so I have 2 tablets. We're gonna yap a little bit because this aeru and I'm all over the show at the moment, and I've never done my own, like, hosted my own fundraiser, so this is a first. But, like, at least the widget for the bar works. The sound don't work for the alert, which is really annoying, but because you need a URL for the MP3, I have a feeling that's what's doing it. I don't know. It's fine. I tried. It doesn't work, and I've accepted it. But... So I have my normal tablet, which is my Cintiq, right? And that's fine. I have the pen because it has a pen holder. My little Intuos is tiny and sits on my, you know, like, table really, like, desk really nicely. The pen is usually on my desk. Where it is, I don't know. And I was like, okay, maybe it's in my, like, pencil case, because sometimes I'll just put it in my pencil case for, like, you know, so it doesn't get lost. But now I've just freaking lost it. I don't know where it is. The thing on Chrome sits on what? My desk, my table. Okay, hold on. Do you guys have any, you know what? Are you guys good if I just write? I'm just gonna write. I'm gonna write your names, and that'll be the end of that. Okay, cool. Ronan! Oh my gosh. Hold on. Let me stick him. Hold on. I'm gonna have to save these too. Hold on. Save as. I did not make, like, a new folder. I'm not that organized today, chat. I thought I was organized, but I'm not organized. It's rolled off to the shadow. Dude, I actually have no idea where it is. It's really sad. I'm really sad about this. Okay, so next one. Hold on. I need to look. Oh, my goodness. I was like, sticky notes are fun to do, and then I realized how much work they are to do. Oh, my gosh. Hold on. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to change the text every single time as well. God damn it. This is why writing with a pen is easier. I could suck it up and put my other tablet in, chat. I really could, but I don't want it on my tests. Wait, really? Wait, really what? What do we wait, really? Oh my gosh, okay, hold on. Sorry, guys. I'm resizing text. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The computer doesn't, this doesn't want to cooperate with me at this point. It's okay. We ball. You're gonna have to bear with me, chat. It's gonna be a long stream. And I haven't even started talking about the PhD. Oh my gosh, why does it not change colors? You know what? It's fine. Everything will be fine, chat. You guys have been bullying me for, like, a lot of months now. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Hold on. Baby. I'm just gonna save that as that. Okay, I'm getting all the stickies done, and then I will, you know. Hello, Try Kai Souffle. It sits on what? Hello, Tiny. I'm good. How are you? Hello, Shima Giggle. You might need it. I don't want to come up with more goals, guys. No. The 3K goal. I love how you guys. I've been very, like, you know. I'm like, no, but I will put it on there if you guys really want me to. But I'm like, no. Okay, anyway, what was I doing? I'm doing more text. Hold on, pause. Dude, there's so much to do. Who does this to themselves? I'm good, thanks for asking. Let's go. Sorry, we will get on to the PhD talk. I'm just trying to work out what I'm doing. Give me a second. I'm like, hold on. aeru is like struggle streeting. You're gonna celebrate Rona with a birthday shoot. I'm sure this will be enough for people to... Hey, this is a charity thing, okay? I'll be, you know, I don't put stuff on my throne because... Well, okay, you know, it's easy if you guys live in a country where Throne actually sends you, like, the stuff. But being in New Zealand, I have to, like, actually transfer the money to my account. And then I have to go and buy the thing. It's kind of like that, and it's actually a pain in the ass. Like, I don't know if you guys... It's such a faff, man. It is such a faff. And I'm also really bad. So, if I want something, I'll just buy it. So, usually, whatever ends up on Throne is stuff that I don't necessarily need. I might want it, but I don't need it. Thank you for the donation as well, Red Fox. Puffies will be done at another stream as well. Like, puffy designs, if you wanted one of those. And then, the art will be sent out at a later time when I've processed everything. Yeah. Should I gotta grab water? One sec, you're fine. Honestly, I hate the snowmen and crosscode. Oh, they're so annoying. Wait, you're so far. Wait, how many hours do you have, Gwen? What the heck? How many hours do you have already? What? That's crazy. Why are you that far? DK, does this mean you're gonna go back to it because you can't let Gwen out class you? Is this like how we're gonna get DK to finish Crosscode. I think I'm gonna have to refresh the widget as well. But hey. Where is the text layer? Okay. We're up to, where are we up to? Hold on. You know what? I'm gonna move this. You do not need to be on the screen. You are in my way. Window. Goodbye. Nah, fuck that. Gwen outclasses them in every other game anyway. What do you mean? Okay, we're up to Epion. Okay. Epion. Avenger. If the colors look a bit like not the same, just ignore it. I do tried. I've never had to make so many text layers in my life. Oh my goodness. There's a text function. Oh man, I could have done this like the easy way, chat. I really could have done this the easier way, but I do doing things the easy way is just, it just doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist, chat. It really just does not exist. It does not exist in the life of aeru. Crosscode is 75. I mean, he already... I mean, Gwen just bought it, right? I think Gwen just bought it, and DK already owns it and started it, but then... Wait, where did you even get up to? I don't even remember. I am sad I haven't. That's okay, Tiny Vinox. I hope everything is going well for you, though, you know? Like, it's all good. I'm always gonna be here, you know? Okay. Okay, hold on. I just need to make sure the amounts are right. What would the amount... Fuck. I actually brought this up the other time, too. Hold on. Pause. Where did I... Did I exit out of it, dude? I'm just shooting myself in the foot at the moment, chat. I'm just shooting... Okay, 25 poster. Okay, cool. We're good. We are good. Okay, hold on. Is that everything? Hold on. Am I good, chat? Are we good? No, I know Red Fox. Dude, why is the page so slow at, like, actually... Okay, we got Temper and Dark... So, Temper, Red Fox, Fade. Okay. Who? Yeah, that's how that's my brain right now, chat. This is my brain right now. That is what it sounds like. All the alarm bells ringing? Yes. Okay. We're getting there, chat. We are making progress through these, okay? Technically, I have 7 hours, but that's including watching anime, making dinner. Ooh, I'm kind of curious how fast you get through it. Because you must be in... Is that the second area? Dude, I don't remember. Hi, Chow Mein. What is up? I would recommend that if you hit the left big toe, there's a vital artery there and you'll die. Wait, what? 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 Hold on. Can I spell? Dude, imagine... Oh, wait. No, I can't. Dude, I got your name the wrong... I got your name the wrong way around, Red Fox. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. I got it now. Fuck. aeru is really on one today, chat. We're on one today. It's okay. We're making progress. Until something else happens, and then I'll be throwing. Game says I've got 5.5 active hours. Let's go. Hell yeah. Okay. So we're almost there, chat. Don't bombard me, okay? Hold on. Dude. This is so much easier on a tablet. I will never... Oh my god. Hopefully I haven't spelled any of your name wrong, because that would just be sad and just bad. See, this is what you see. You were gonna shoot yourself in the foot. Wait, is it actually true though? Like, if you... That specific area? I am weak. Sleep is for the weak. I mean, didn't you say you'd been up as well? Okay, hold on. Let me refresh this, because I want to see if it... The Pogas! Oh, spoil the dolphins! Yeah, the dolphins of the sea. Alright, okay, pause. Okay, we're good. I think we're good on that side, hopefully. And now I can just hopefully just pin you guys all on. Pause. Let me find the folder. Something's gonna go. Where did I save? New folder. There we go. Alright, Ronan, where do you want to go? Oh my god, now you're huge. Ice Elemental, bro! Where would you like to go, Ronan? I just made you guys all blue because I was like, there's no way I'm color picking. Where would you like to be? Wait, where's my fucking tail? Speaking of, I was like, I must have hit the button at some point. Hi, Mr. T's. Hi, John. And may I sit on your shoulder? Which one? Which one? Left or right? Right here? Or the other side? I don't know how big I want to make them. Your favorite shoulder. You can be on my left shoulder. Like right, wow, shoulder, yeah. Wow. Your favorite shoulder? I mean, it's automatically my favorite shoulder because you're sitting on it. Anyway, what? Wait, what order were these made in? Sort by date, Thai date. There we go. Okay, Lone, where do you want to go? Oh my, spicy. It's not spicy. No spicy. Lone, where would you like to be? Oh my gosh. Where would you like to be? But hello, John. What's up? What is up? Where do you want to go? Thank you, Chowman. I'll get you sticky in a second. On the scrunchie? Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to like resize some of these later, probably, but it's okay. You know what? You're gonna stick on top of my head, which is technically on my scrunchie, because I'm gonna have to do something later. Is that okay? You okay with that, Lo? You're technically on it, but you're not. Okay, maybe that's better. There you go. You're actually on it now. Okay, cool. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're balling, chat. We're balling. Okay. DK, where do you want to be? The tail's gonna be annoying because it's gonna be in front of my face. I already know this because this is what happened last time, so I'll have to sort if you guys want to be on my tail. Dealer's choice? Far away from Ronan as possible. Otherwise, you know, you guys are gonna be in tatters. Right, hold on. Is that fine? You can be at the tip of my tail. Alright, yeah, the tip of my tail. Right, and that's not gonna be in my face, so it's fine. Okay, cool. Right, who's next? Gwen! Hi, Alex. What's up? I didn't add your T, but you didn't put a T in there either. Where did the two posters go? Why the only shreds? Oh, yeah. Gwen, where would you like to be? Also, why is your poster note so big? Thank you for the follow, Virtual Fujiwara. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Head on. Apply directly to forehead. Oh, Jesus. Like right here. Why so big? Like right here. You're not quite on the forehead, but like, you know, it'll do, right? Is that okay? Directly on my forehead. Perfect. Okay, cool. Who's next? If you're... Gotta protect our Maui dolphins, my G. Wait, another Kiwi? Actually? Yo, let's go. Maybe. I love Maui dolphins. That's crazy. Damn, they're so cute. Anyway, if y'all, where would you like to be? But thank you for your first time chat. Fujiwara. Hello. Sorry, I'm sticking post-it notes. We'll get to the PhD talk in a second, I promise. There's no ball toggle? No, I took it away because that's gonna annoy me. Hello, Togdy. Now I gotta protect the Miami dolphin. I am a fellow Kiwi. Hell yeah. Hell freaking yeah. Is Epion here, actually? I don't know. It might be looking. I don't know what time it is for you guys. Where would you like to be, Epion? Otherwise, I'm gonna chuck you on somewhere. You know, we can move you guys around later. Me can move you around later if you guys are not hanging out right now, which is all good. Temper! Yeah, I used the one. Yeah. Temper! Where's Temper going? And not on my face. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I didn't specify, but... Temper, where would you like to be? Oh my gosh. It's so cute. I can't tell. I don't know. I was the official sponsor of the Miami Dolphins. No! Oh, I'm not. Dude, I didn't even know what to either. Make me a necklace. Oh, you want to be... Oh, the dog tag? Oh, where Kaimon was before. Kaimon's going to be so sad. You've, like, taken his spot. Okay, that's kind of like... No, I do not want to open up that. That's going to be really annoying. You can be on, like, slightly on the side, hopefully. Hopefully, I'll be fine. Man, couldn't even do a Tunivio eye patch? No. Oh my gosh, no. I don't want that. I don't want that. Red Fox. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Thank you for the follow, Aquilia Legionum. Welcome in. How are you doing? Wait, hold on. No. I was like, did I say that wrong? Maybe. Oh, man. Red Fox, where do you want to be? Left arm behind the donation bar. What? Like here? Wait, that's your right. Wait. This is my... Like, you know, same size as Ronan, Red Fox. Yep. Okay, cool. Okay, next. Who's next? Fadeless. I'm too lazy to write your entire name, so you only get half of it. Sorry. I should have put a pogo. I should have put your silly pogo on here or something. Anyway, where would you like to be? Fadeless. Fade. I don't even call you Fadeless. That's weird. Sorry, Fade. Where you want to be? You pick. Okay, well, you can be with DK on the other side of my tail then. I'm hilarious. Anyway, okay, so that is the most of them. Hold on, I think there's one more. I think Chow Mein has one too, right? Hold on, pause. Let me refresh. Togni as well. Oh my god, guys. Slow down. I can't keep up. What the heck, Togni? Shimmer Giggle as well. Okay. We've got 3 more. Pause. Right, chat. We are speeding along. Okay, hold on. I need to make sure I spell these right, because otherwise that'll be really embarrassing. Shimmer Giggle. Is that how you spell that? I actually really like how your name is spelled. Shimmer Giggle, by the way. Just randomly. Just aeru. Does it fit? No, you don't fit. Fit on the sheet of paper, please. Fit on the post-it note. Yes. Okay. Cool. Save as. Okay. Fine. Sorry, the odd number tried to get Americans. No worries. You're all good, Togni. Thank you so much. Yeah, I figured. Well, because I don't think they want US dollars. But you know, what the heck? Thank you. Oh my god. Hold on. Who's next? Who was next? Oh my gosh. The Chow Mein. Yeah. Chow Mein. Oh my gosh. Dude, I'm gonna be an expert at typing your names after this, guys. Like, actually. Oh my gosh, hold on. Can we make it on the piece of paper? Okay. Done. Save as. Okay, yes. PNGs. Okay, then we have Togni. Oh my gosh, I cannot. She's gonna remember my name? Dude, the thing is, I'm actually pretty good with names. Like, unironically, I'm actually quite good with names. Like, there's a hockey story behind this, actually, as well. Like, you know how, quite often with, like, sport teams and stuff, you have to, like, at, like, a, what are they called? Like, not even a holiday program, like the high performance programs when you meet like new people and stuff. You always have to do like name games, and they literally were like, wait, do you know all our names already? Like, you learned them all? And I'm like, yeah, I just have a good memory. Like, I don't. So I want to be on the tip, as in like the bottom, Togni. Virtual Fujiwara. ちょっと待って。Alrighty, hold on. What? Wait, hold on. Now, oh no, blue, please. Okay, hold on, chat. Hold on. We're making progress. Maybe. Oh my gosh. Nope. I need to confirm that. Hold on. Yeah, perfect. Place me wherever you want, friend. Okay, hold on. Let me just refresh before I have to do anything else. Guys, you guys are crazy. What the heck? Thank you so much. And I don't know, I'll send you guys a message as well. Like, I'll post a message if they also, like, thank us as well. Because I presume they will, because they thanked me for setting up the page. And they're probably like, oh, you set up this page 4 days ago. When is this event? I don't know how these pages work other than the money goes directly to them, so you guys can be rest assured. And they did actually message me about it, so, you know, so we know they're legit, you know, which is great, because I was like, Now I actually need to start sleep. No worries, thank you so much, Togni. I appreciate the contribution. Shimmer Giggle, where do you want to be? Oh my god, you're huge. Yeah, huge. Where you going, Shimmer Giggle? Let's see if I can finish feeding fish before I do PhD. Surely you'll finish feeding the fish. Surely, right? Left pocket. So like here. Shit, mad giggle. Also, I don't know why red fox is so big. I don't want... Dude, the scroll wheel on this mouse is so sensitive. Chow Mein! Where do you want to be? Yeah, thank you again, Togni. Have a good eve for the good day tomorrow. Tiny Togni. Tiny Togni. No. Tell me, where do you want to be? Tail anywhere. Okay. Oh, okay. The tail is just going to be an absolute piece of work at the moment, because I'm going to have to, like, put you guys... You know what? It's fine if you guys are floating in front of my face at the moment. It's not my face. It's just like everywhere else. It's fine. It'll be okay. I'll just deal with it. I will fix it tomorrow because otherwise it's such a pain. I cannot remember what layer it is, and I probably should have checked it. Okay, Togni wants to be at the bottom of my ponytail, which is where? Chat, where is the bottom? Dude, you can't even see the bottom of my ponytail! Togni! You know what? I'm gonna put Togni here. Because I still want to be able to see Togni. Okay? You're gonna be there. Togni, you're gonna be there because that's probably you cannot see the bottom of my ponytail. It's behind my butt. And Fujiwara. Anywhere. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Where's my... The Talbot trainer squad gets more members with every note. Holy long hair. Yeah, wait, you guys didn't know I had long hair? Alright, let me check you over here as well. Dude, this scroll wheel hates me, I swear. Alright, are we good? I think we're good. You guys can really see that. Anyway, if I find my pen, I'll redo the notes. Just not that long. You didn't know? No, it's pretty long. Okay, hold on. Let me just double check and then we can switch pages. Okay. And then maybe we go through the goals briefly. You guys have kind of hit like half of them and I'm like, oh, Death as well. Okay, Death, hello, hi. Pause. I was like, oh my gosh. That's one after another, chat. We're never gonna get through my slides. How are you doing, dear? Thank you for the donation. Oh my gosh, we're literally not going to get through my slides, chat. We're not going to get through them. There's like 150 odd slides, I think. But most of them are photos, to be honest with you guys. Because I was like, I don't want to bore you guys out of your brains. But... RE8 would... Fuck. I forgot about that. I forgot about that one. Yeah, man. I did also, by the way, no. Wait, what? Did I already save that? Ooh. Oh, weird. Apparently I already saved you. Wild chat. Pause. Where is it? Yeah, so where do you want to be? You just want RE8? I mean, you came for RE7 and you stayed, so thank you for sticking around. I appreciate that. Anywhere. Okay. Just because it's easier to put you guys down here, because then you're not waving in my face. Tail-wise. Okay, cool. Alright, we go. We also have ads in a minute. Okay, that'll give me time to, like, you know, brush up, chat. Brush up. Aeru will brush up. Okay, let me... I think that is all correct, because... Yes. I think that is... That sounds right. Yep. Okay. Alright, so let me go through quickly. Pause. Alright, that's still... The bar's still there. Good. Awesome. Great. Premium. Did I... Actually, I have this from yesterday. Pause. I have it from yesterday, because I was... Look, at least somewhat organized, chat. Somewhat organized. Alrighty, so... These are the goals. You guys have hit, like, most of them. Half of them. I'm very proud of you guys. You guys are crazy, and I appreciate it. Okay, so we've hit Community Magma stream. Okay, that's the art stream that we'll do. I'll put it in the schedule whenever I want to do it, and then we can all draw together on one magma board. Are we excited? I don't know what we're drawing. I don't know what the theme is. I guess we can draw whatever we want. 250 is Discord watch party of Blue Planet 2. I don't know if you guys like David Attenborough, but I really like David Attenborough. I grew up with, like, all of his, like, all the BBC, like, DVDs. Like, we literally have, like, the OG Blue Planet. We have, what else do we have? We have, like, oh god, I can't even remember. But, like, you know, the life of mammals, the life of predators, you know those, that the live series. Anyway, we have a lot of them. So I thought, why not watch the Blue Planet 2, which is about the ocean. I don't think I was about to say Miami Dolphins. Oh my god. Maui Dolphins are in it, but I don't know, it's about the ocean, so. Hi, SCG, what's up? And then, damn. Now I owe you guys a Pantheon 5 stream. Oh, well, look forward to Aeru suffering for like 8 hours. I don't know if I'll last that long, chat. I don't know if I will. Okay, and then, 1,000 was Aeru plays Darwin's Paradox. So that's a recent game that came out the day after Grime 2. Obviously, it got overshadowed because Grime 2, like, what the heck, guys? Anyway, so that's like a platformer and where you play as a little octopus, which is also, you know, community strong. Literally, you guys are wild, so I appreciate you guys. What the heck? And then a 1-5, which you guys have hit as well, is Aeru plays RE8. Oh, damn. And I have a heart rate monitor. I found the other piece to the heart rate monitor, actually, just before stream. I may not have found my tablet pen, but I did find my heart rate monitor. So, there's that. I don't know how long RE8 is. Does anyone know? I think it's like about the same as RE7, I think Fade was saying, but I'm like, I played RE7 on a weekend, and I don't know if my model will lag the fuck out, so if it does, you know what, that's just part of the effect, and we're just gonna have to deal with it. Because I know there's some settings that I'll have to change as we go. Your tablet pen got sacrificed for the heart rate monitor? No, but the heart rate monitor, I knew where it was, because, like, I have, like, this little box of stuff next to, like, on my, I don't know, it's a little shelf. And it's got the heart rate monitor, it's got, like, my receipts for stuff I buy for stream, it's got my old booklets that we use to make all the models on stream and stuff, so all of the stream stuff usually goes there. The thing is, I never used my other Intuos tablet, so my Intuos tablet itself was on the floor, right? That's fine, but the pen is usually on my desk, so, you know. Thank you for the 45 stream streak, shoo. It's about 12 hours to beat. Okay, so it's like 2 streams or 3 aeru streams. I don't know if you get a gun in that game. I don't know what weapon we have in that game. I haven't seen, like, a huge amount of it. Like, I know there's the pretty lady that everyone likes. I never know how to say her name, so, you know, I'm not even gonna attempt it until we get there. And then 2000 is I do attempts to make a mouse cursor set. I want to try and make one that's animated as well. I don't know if it'll be pixel art or anything like that, but we'll see. We shall see. I can't wait. I started RE8 like 3 years ago and still haven't beat it. Oh no. Just called her Lady Deer. Is it like no, you know what? DK said it earlier and I cannot repeat it. Demadome. No way, Tater, no way. Tater, what the heck? Thank you. And then 2,500, I'll decide on a stream where you get a nickel aeru for a stream, yeah. And it's gonna be pain. I don't want it.
Oh my god.
No, I don't want it. I'm not hungry. And I'm also busy. No, I don't want it. No, thank you. No, I don't want it now. Thanks, Mom. I don't want it, yeah. Hello, Patchy. Thank you for the follow, Tater. Sorry, Mama Aeru was bringing me cheesecake, but I'm like, I literally just ate dinner and I'm not hungry. So I'm like, I don't want cheesecake. I was like, no. I do not want to be eating when I'm talking about my PhD. No, thank you. Hello, welcome in, Raiders. As you resident Valley Dolphin, Aeru is here from New Zealand, writing game streamer artist and named after 2 bacteria. It's nice to meet you. How was your stream, Patchy? Hello, Sky Panda. Hello, Owls. Hello, Patchy. How was Phasmo? All right. There's always room, but I don't want it. I'm just not hungry. And like, you know when it's Shark Week, for the females who bleed in chat, okay? When you bleed, sometimes you just do not want to eat specific stuff or in general, eat in general. And it's kind of like that, you know? So I'm kind of like, ooh. But yeah, hello, hi, Aeru Mama. Welp, no, you should be fine now. How is Dr. Aeru? I'm free from out. Welcome back. Thank you for sharing your lovely community with Patchy. How was Phasmo? I'm good. How's Dr. I'm going to be talking about my PhD. I know. Well, we're going to talk about my honors before we get to my PhD. But now I need to, hold on, double check some things because I need to give some more, pause. I need to add some more sticky notes. I got the event. Oh, yo, let's freaking go. Congratulations. Who was it? Tater. Okay, give me a second. I got to add some text. Tater. Oh my gosh. Burr. Can Aeru even type? No. Saran-kun! Hello! Oh my gosh, I see. Thank you guys for the donations. Pause. Let me... I'm writing the text, but I'm not writing, I'm typing because I lost my pen and I'm really sad about it. Let me add the... Oh my gosh, pause. Okay, so that's that one. And then next one. Soren. How are you, Soren? Hello. Nickel aeru for stream is worth. Pull out the emergency funds. It's not worth it. Why? Some of you guys love it and some of you guys hate it. And I am on the... I don't like. I will be able to do it for a stream 100%, but it's gonna suck. Is going to suck. Thank you for the shaka. All right, okay, so that's that. Let me save that. Okay. Then, of course, you guys use the catfish now. That's crazy. That is a crazy. Also, pause. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're actually not going to get to the. We're not gonna get to the slides. You guys keep doing this. All right, Tater, where would you like to be? Tater, where would you like to go? Where would you like to go? I'm neutral to it, but I do find it funny sometimes. It's crazy. Where would you like to go? Where would you like to go? Dealer's choice? Oh, you guys really like... Okay, hold on. Oh my gosh. Why is this... Why? Hold on, maybe if I make myself bigger and then... I'm sorry that they're all like really random sizes, because the scroll wheel doesn't want to cooperate with me. That's okay. Saran! Coco, where do you want to be, Saran? Saran! You saw nothing. I don't know. I saw your name, Saran. Where do you want to be? Where do you want to be, Saran? It's a fact that I think no one remembers about a hee hee ha ha place that you could be. I'd go for the merch first. It lasts longer for you personally. I merch your PhD stream. I merch center like here, right here, right there. Hi Aku, how are you? Right there, Soren. Right there, right smack bang in the middle. Okay, cool. Yep. All right. Okay, cool. Now, okay. What else do we do? Okay, hold on, dude. I can't keep up. I can't keep up. It's really annoying that there's no sound alert associated. I tried, chat, but it didn't work. It didn't work. I tried. I added a link, like, and they told me to, and it don't work. And now I'm sad, but it's fine. Okay, and then the last goal is I do put the thing on the throne. I'm not gonna specify what it is. You guys know what it is. There's a hee hee ha. Individual incentives: 25 for post-it. Note 100 for I do signed illustration, which is the one shown on Dolphin Day, like on this sheet as well. Custom puffy design, which I'll do at a later stream, and then the sign stuff will get sent to you via like a OneDrive link or something. I do not know what the thing is. TM, that's crazy. Sorry, Dolphins. I do growth medium more. No, you're fine. What the thing? No, it's just it's a bit of a hee hee haha. My community have been bugging me to put something on Throne for a while, and I just refuse to do it. So, you know, for charity, it's fine. But for charity, and then for you guys, I don't know. It's yeah. I'm not gonna make a specific big deal of it. It's an item the bun is gonna steal. She's not gonna steal it. She's not allowed to. She can put it on her own. The thing could be so many. Apparently I missed the thing because helping. No worries. Looks good to me. Oh, you're happy with where you are? No worries, Impion. I appreciate it. I hope Rin's doing good. Yeah, I hope all the Rin blender things are going good. I'm excited to see what she's cooking. I'm excited to see what Rin is cooking. I'm so excited. Anyway, did I miss any of the messages as well? Hold on, pause, chat, pause. Because it seems you can leave messages on these things. For the dolphins and for the fishes, like so sorry. And I'm doing my part. Thank you, Tater. For all the Resident Evil dolphins. That's crazy, Death. I'm doing my part. Starship Troopers theme plays. Let's go. Fujiwara. Long time viewer, first time donor. Save the Miami Dolphins. Greetings from Germany. Togni, that's so sweet. I want to scuba dive there eventually. Fair. Save the whales from Shimmer Giggle. You guys are great. I love the messages you guys are leaving. That's so wholesome. You guys are crazy. Are crazy. You guys are crazy. That's what I gotta say. Why are you using egg? Hi, insane. You did that to Igner as well. It's an item that Bun is. No, she's not. She can put it on. The narrows are down a lot. It could be. It's a film from like 40 years ago. Hollow Knight? What? Anyway, I think that we've been pretty clear with everything. It's so funny. Yeah, we're figuring out how to make an ear into a bow. It is attached to the waist. Oh, that sounds very interesting. That's an ear into a bow. Guess we'll find out. Oh, like one of Rennie's ears. One of Rennie's ears. The classic 1982 horror film, The Thing. It's a model thing. Ooh, I look forward to seeing. I hope it's kind of silly. W, we like the silly. The Thing is a good movie. Noted. Is it actually scary? Hold on, what was I looking for? Dude, I'm looking for slides, chat. Dude, I'm looking for slides. Okay, oh my gosh, okay. We have a boring slide to begin with, by the way. They were making a pun. Well, our blenders have the most... have the dolphins, not the sharp blades. You know, I was mostly sure it was a program, but given how Rin can be with kitchen... Wait, what do you mean? Wait, what? Are we hearing we just don't... Rennie should not have a knife. Is that what I'm hearing? What? Hi, Rennies. Are you okay? Hello. Hi. Thank you for stopping in. I hope your blender stuff will work. I'm excited. Correct. But aren't dull blades more, like, dangerous than a sharp knife? Isn't that what it is? I don't know. Depends, but the effects are so fucking good at... Ooh. Whoa. Maybe I have to look this up. Yup. Yeah, see... I was good in the kitchen. No, I'm not good in the kitchen. I'm not even gonna lie about that. I'm okay in the kitchen. I like doing food prep. Ow! Noah coming. Hello. Hey, I'm good. I'm okay, even though some folks don't think I can handle kitchen equipment. They are correct. I'm glad you're doing, you're doing okay though. It's okay. Rennie should not have a knife for many reasons. Isn't that like everyone though? You need much more effort to cut and are much more likely. Yeah, that's true. Cooking stream when? The thing is, I've thought about this. I have thought about doing a cooking stream with Mama aeru, but I don't know how that will be. And yeah. It's just gonna end up with like Mama aeru and me bickering. For sure. Like, I can guarantee you. But like, the thing is, I could do one. Because we have like a, in our kitchen. So I can stream off my laptop, which is fine. And hook up like the cam. But everything's like kind of hooked up now. So I'm kind of like, such a pain. Or I could bring like we have like a little induction thing, like a plate that I can bring into here. And so like we could make like, I don't know, dumplings or something here. In theory, we could. Hi, me, what's up? But yes, before I forget, IRL pics, OMG, can we see all the equipment you destroyed? I didn't destroy anything. But no, I never got a picture of that oven that got melted because that's not part of my PhD either. But yes, before I forget, Patchy, Raiders, if you do need to head out, get some sleep, food, drink, all that good after stream get stuff, please make sure to go do so. Look after yourselves. If you'd like to stick around, hang out here, it's always a pleasure to have you. We're going to be talking about my PhD today. During this fundraising stream, part 1. We're going to do part 2 tomorrow, but it's not going to be about my PhD. I think we'll play one of the games, probably. That are off the list. Probably Pantheon 5 tomorrow to get it out of the way and get my suffering out of the way. If it has rust, though, you get poison damage on top of slicing damage. Let's not poison ourselves with the rust, okay? What is that? I wouldn't trust the Rennies with a plastic knife. DK, I don't think I would trust you with a plastic knife either, though. So, like... You know what DK would do? DK would stick the plastic knife in a pickle and send a picture to Rennie's. That's what he would do. You gave him a plastic knife, he'd find a pickle and he'd stick a knife in it and send the picture to Rennie's. That's what DK would do. Oh, I trust her now. What I trust her to do. Don't ask something more dangerous using a sharp one. Yeah, exactly. I think so. I wouldn't cut the pickle before sending it to Rennie's. Yeah, you just leave the knife in the pickle, no? You're not wrong. I know I'm not wrong because I got a cursed pickle image. I got a cursed pickle image sent to me as well. Don't worry. Don't worry, Rennie's, you're not suffering alone. I got a picture and I was like, what the what on earth did you just send me? Oh yeah, I sent it. You oh yeah, I sent. That's crazy. You're like, I gotta send a picture to. I gotta find a picture and send to Rennie's, and then I got the picture too, and I was like, why? Where do you find these images, DK? Literally, Rennie's, literally. That's so perfect. That's so cute. Everyone loves your quiet me mode, by the way, Rennie. So thank you again for gifting that to me. Thank you, DK, for the 30 bits. DK committing so many war crimes, he forgets he did them. It was just a Tuesday. No, it's just his everyday life, Epion. Was it from Mish originally? Oh, God, I've already heard the Mish. I only heard the Mish mayonnaise thing, I think. I think that's the thing. Literally just Googled cursed pickle. Alright, shall we? DK out here doing God's work? Are you calling that God's work? Dude, 45 minutes of beat and I haven't even started. Holy. That's crazy. What have you been doing instead, aeru? I don't know. Anyway, so. Okay, let me go through the slides. So, first of all, my journey. This will focus on my honors and my PhD microbiology work because they are kind of interlinked because they're working with the same bugs and everything. So there's that. That's 1. 2, there will be IRL pictures. If you do not want your immersion broken, you are free to leave. I don't care what you think about what I look like. I don't care. You can say whatever you like. I don't care. All right? Because I don't care. No skin off my nose. I am me and I'm happy being me. Okay? Cool. There will be names mentioned. So I'm just going to use the actual IRL names because, you know, names are names, okay? You guys don't know them, only I know them, and yeah, so that's just what it's gonna be. There is a command for a document with all the publications I have worked on for those curious, and that's !papers. There's also the command for if you would like to donate to WWF New Zealand to help save and protect New Zealand wildlife, it's !donate, and there's also a link in there's a button in my bio which says just giving or whatever donation thingy. Click that and it'll take you to the page. If you need more information, it's pinned in the comment. Yes, cool. There's that. There are small segments where animal experiments were conducted under all the ethical guidelines. So there are a few in vivo mice experiments in my work. There's like more in the honors work than in my PhD, because the PhD stuff my supervisor did before, which was like the groundwork to that specific chapter of my PhD. But the stuff in my honors, like I had to learn and do it. And there's stories, and not like they're like interesting stories that you guys will probably never have ever heard about, because I've never really talked about it, but I can talk about them now. And it's just interesting things that you don't know until you actually do them, and it's like kind of crazy. So there's that. She's only a regular human, non-neck or dolphin scientist. Hey, look, I was a normal human before we were half Maui dolphin, remember? You guys have seen the lore video. Does that PhD mean you're a doctor? Yeah, I am a doctor. Yeah, I'm a doctor. I have a doctorate degree. Yep, I do have the fancy piece of paper, but it's just that. It's a fancy piece of paper. But yeah, so there's papers that I wrote. Well, most of them some of them I'm first author on, or first co-author, or should have been, but we'll go into that later. And I've I think I put what is related to what. So one is related to my honors work, and I think 2 or 3. No, 2 are from honors, and then 2 are from my PhD technically-ish. I don't know, something like that. I don't know, there's other stuff that I worked on as well. One made like the news in New Zealand during COVID. But I never worked with viruses. I only worked with the bacteria in that paper, so it's kind of like, haha, you know? I think you can do the funny thing when someone asks if there's a doctor on the plane. No, I would not do that. So actually someone did that. So I was talking, so you know the gamer guy that works in the store at my current job? He wrote like, I think he was going to like the doctor or something. He was getting like a blood test. And the nurse, and because he wrote down his title was doctor, the nurse was just so nervous. Hello, JK Luby. Thank you for your first time chat. What is up? How are you doing today? Hello. Yeah, no, they didn't. But no, they assumed he was an actual doctor, so they were really like nervous. So the nurse was really nervous giving him a blood test and everything, because he's like, and then started asking him like, is this how you do things? Because like they thought he was a real doctor, and he's never used it ever again. He's never used the title ever again, unless like, you know, job applications and stuff like that, you know, where you have to put it. Because like, okay, I know you guys are like, it's really cool that you're like, you know, you have like the title doctor. But like, it comes across really obnoxious in research and academia if you tell people, you must call me Dr. blah, 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 you know? So like, a real doctor, I know. I'm doing pretty good. Yay, I'm glad to hear that. I'm doing really well too. Thank you for asking. I don't trust doctors. Yeah, I'm also not a big fan of like, well, I mean, I think the health system and like the up and coming doctors in New Zealand are not great. Can tell you, I have witnessed this, by the way, because I used to demonstrate them. I don't have photos from my demonstration, but I can tell you stories as we go along, by the way. I've seen more people just put PhD as a title. I guess so, but like, I think because you have to usually you put like Dr. blah, 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 and then you write PhD, right? I think that's usually how it is. Like when people have like their official email signature, it's like Dr. So for example, Dr. Orius with PhD or something. That's usually how they do it, right? Because like if you're like a doctor, like a proper doctor, it's Dr. blah, 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 MD. It's not PhD, it's MD. But some doctors have an MD and a PhD. So like, you know, it gets more confusing that way too. I'd rather be knighted than get a doctorate. I mean, that's fair. Hi, Iris. Hello, how are you? The chat GP. Oh, bro, cold balls. Dude, I've heard some horror stories, man. I'm like, you know what? I'm good. Gonna find a way to get the Dr. Pepper Knight Knighted IRL time to ball? No way. No way. All right, what else? This presentation does not contain every experiment I did or the data. I would be yapping your ears off for eons. My PhD thesis is like 260 pages or something, I think. That's not including all my supplementary stuff. My supplementary stuff actually had to be put into a completely separate file. And, like, to be fair, I actually sorted it out really nicely and made like really nice spreadsheets for these guys, by the way. And then my supervisor was like, you don't need to do that. I was like, yeah, but it's easier, like just in case they want to actually have a look and see what genes I'm talking about, because like it makes a difference, you know. And I was told that so PhD in New Zealand, you get scholarship for 3 years. Anything extra you either pay for yourself or whatever, but because I think COVID hit and during my honors year, and I was still around during my PhD, so a lot of people extended it and stuff like that. Anyway, I finished mine in just under 3 years, and one of the markers, so the local marker, so in New Zealand, when you have your PhD to be marked, you get 3 markers. One international, so overseas. We have one from national, so from like New Zealand, not from the same uni, and one internal marker, which is from like the same uni. And so the internal marker was like, when I agreed and I saw, when I got sent the document, your thesis, I saw how long it was. And then he was like, I was thinking, did I make a mistake in agreeing to mark the spaces? Because it was so long. And then he was like, actually, it was really good, so it wasn't actually bad. Yep, so that was that. But the thing is, I'll explain, I guess, a little bit more as we go. But yes, anyway, we're gonna start with some photos. So I guess close your eyes. I don't know. Be normal, chat. Never gonna say how obnoxious when my old acting teacher with a performing arts degree got really mad when we wouldn't call him Dr. Sir. Wait, really, Patchy? Damn, that's crazy. In performing arts, are you joking? That's really, okay, that's even more obnoxious. I'm sorry, that's even more obnoxious. Holy. Alrighty, daughter of orthopedics, what? Alright, so this is how my life, okay, actually, you know, we actually have to rewind. So I didn't start in science. A lot of you guys know this, some of you guys don't know this. So what happened was, I based my choice of uni based off how well I did in my sport, which was field hockey at the time. And some of you guys know I have represented my country or represented New Zealand for field hockey. And that's true. That's true, I did. I did in 2015, which was my last year of high school, and hockey was better in my hometown. So I stayed at home for my first year of uni, and I did computer graphic design. I did a semester of computer graphic design. I was working part-time as an image technician with like skin images and things like that. Yeah, and then programming was compulsory. I hate programming. I don't like looking at code. You guys who code and program and know how to do that stuff, honestly, mad respect. I just have zero interest in it, and I'd rather pay someone to do that properly than me just look at it and be like, I don't want to find what's wrong with this code where it's like just this little comma or dash somewhere that it shouldn't be. Anyway, so there was that. And then, so I got a dispensation to go down to uni, to Otago, to do, start with health science, or first year health science, because that's just basically all your base papers. And then I was like, I don't want to do epidemiology. I have zero interest in it. And I was like, okay, cool. What can I do? So I want to do micro. So I ended up being a micro major, and then I did honors. So the thing is, I never thought I would do honors either, because basically with honors, it's basically like a year where people are like, oh, if you don't know if you like research, you should do honors. Honors is quite full on because you got papers and you got your dissertation. And at the time, there was no one's like lab that really worked on anything I was curious in, because obviously my field of interest is skin infections and like that sort of thing, because most microbes, fungi, viruses, bacteria, you name it, can cause some sort of skin condition if you're infected or whatever, or like other things, right? There's a lot of skin conditions associated with microorganisms and things like that. So that's where my interest lied, and it always has been that way. And then I found out one of the teaching fellows was like, oh, we're getting this new staff member, and his specialty is wound infections and like things like that, like cystic fibrosis, that sort of thing. And I was like, hold on. And then they told me to go talk to this person over in pharmacology, and she's really lovely. She used to be in the same department as us, but then she moved over to pharmacology, and she has like you'll see it later, like later, like near the end of my slides. There is, she has a skin graft model, an in vitro skin graft model with, made from keratinocytes, which are skin cells. And basically she was like, oh, but like you have the papers, you might be able to switch. So I was a BSc, so I was a Bachelor of Science. But there's also a Bachelor of Biomed, or Biomedical Sciences. And usually, if people have the papers, they can swap pretty easily, right? If you have the right amount of like science papers. But keep in mind, chat, thank you for the 2 months with Prime, JK Loopy, let's go. Dermatology. Yeah, I love dermatology. But that's also because my late father was a dermatologist, so, you know, that may be where my interest started. Anyway, but, so with that, but she was like, oh, you can always switch to like, be biomed side. And I was like, I can't, because my minor is not in science. My minor is in Japanese. So my major is micro undergrad, and my minor is Japanese, which means I can't swap from a Bachelor of Science to doing like an honors and Bachelor of Biomed sci. So that was that. And I also had heard really bad things about pharmacology, so I would never go to that department anyway. So like I'd heard really like not great things. I mean, the supervisor herself, she's amazing. I love her. She's great. She's really, really cool and does really cool science. But I was not gonna change like a whole like to a different like I guess specialty in terms of like my degree wise, right? Anyway, so we found out that this is my supervisor, Dr. Pletzer. It sounds weird. His name's Daniel, chat. His name's Daniel. He's Austrian. He's actually, okay. 95% of my PhD was really good. And he was really good to me for 95% of my time in his lab. To the point that everyone thought I was gonna stay. I didn't stay, obviously. Shit went down 3 months before I handed in. Do I resent him now? I'm just kind of like, it's just a shame, to be honest. It's his loss, not mine, but like, it's such a shame, you know? Wait, who's that? Wait, where? Where? Pharmacology was not for me too. It's interesting, but like, it's wild. Wait, Cobalt, what's your field of interest? If you like, you were like, pharmacology? Hey, yo, Cobalt? No, I was going to break our kneecaps with a stick if we forget to clean the autoclave. I mean, you shouldn't be making a mess in the autoclave anyway. Like, what are you putting in there? Like, glucose or something? Anyway, so I ended up going to one of the normal lab meetings. So in your last year of your degree, there's something called a 360 paper. So that goes all year round, and it's basically what the students would call an easy A paper, and that basically gives you an idea or like an insight on research, because you get to rotate around the labs in the department. And there's like so many labs in our department, in the micro department in Otago, like it's huge. And keep in mind that Otago is the only university with a virology program as well, so you can study viruses and stuff. Like there's an entire floor dedicated to virology. They do influenza. Some of them did COVID. We have like a PC3 lab on the roof that people do TB work, and like they did COVID work during COVID. Some of the vaccination stuff for New Zealand actually came from our uni, in terms of like they worked that out at our uni, so some of the staff worked with that. So there's like a whole lot, and there's like immunology as well, which is looking at the your immune cells, like people's immune systems and stuff. And then people work on cancer, CAR T cells, you know, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff going on in that department, and a lot of like, I think our department made the most money for the uni. Anyway, that's like something else. And so I found out that this guy was coming, and he wanted a summer student. So I was talking to the HOD, and he was like, oh, he actually mentioned he wanted a summer student. So this was before even honors, like I was like, you know, and he was like, well, if you're keen, email him. Here's his email. You email him. If he's still keen to have a student, then we'll just fund it. So I got a departmental scholarship to do 10 weeks. To help him set up his lab basically as well, and then do some like research basically. Like I learned how to do research, and it was great. It was a good time, and that kind of led me on to doing honors. And then after honors in New Zealand, if you get really good grades, you can skip a master's and go straight to a PhD. Play machinist or programmer, but that's cool too, right? So many smart people here. I have a bachelor's in biomedical science and master's in health field that I won't say because it's a small and easy. No worries, no worries. Oh, that's really cool, Cobalt. Hell yeah, look at you. Look at you go. The one next to him. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, that's baby aeru. Baby aeru, because I think they took photos because they were like, oh yeah, so this guy's just started in the like PVT 2027. Hi from Rayon, Sink the Poachers. Hello, welcome in. Thank you for your first time chat, and thank you for the 50 bits. How are you doing today? Wait, that is aeru. I take that back. Ow. She knows. Ew. That's so funny. Anyway, and then this is like a photo of like, so this is during our honors year. So these are like my lab mates from my honors year. We have my good friend Alana. So the funny story about me and Alana, right? We both prefer to write on paper. So during our honors, the first semester of honors was all online. So all our exams were typed up online. Like we had to do our exams online basically because we were like working from home or like at home because it was lockdown. In our second semester, we had to go in and handwrite our exams again. And us two were the first two to leave. Like, we're halfway through the exam, we were done and we left. Like, because we'd finished writing, because that's what our preference was. So we, like, both left. But we also used to do the, so you know how, like, I'm sure it's the same around the world. Newspapers often have, like, a puzzles page, right? So every morning, we would take the puzzle page, and we would take it down to our little like office and do all the puzzles, to the point that people thought that the paper didn't have a puzzle page anymore because we had taken it every morning. Aeru, she is as you as a student. Yeah, it is baby Aeru, and this would have been 2020. 2020 maybe. 2020. Hold on, 2017, 18, 19. Yeah, 2020. This was 2020. The poor bar stealing all the... Dude, we used to do everything though, because like I like the sudokus, but we would also work on like the cross... The only thing we never did was the cryptic. I never got how to do the cryptic crosswords. I just never did. Like we used to do all the crosswords, we do the word puzzles, it was great. wait, if you're done. Exactly. I love that. Hey, yo, where the fuck the puzzle page, man? Did they get rid of it? The cryptic crosscode. No! Wayne's playing through crosscode at the moment, so it's like, oh my god. Anyway, and then there's more. So we had like a mini photo shoot because like, I don't know, they hire like a photographer to do photo shoot. I don't know why. They should just make us naturally do stuff. So we were just told to do stuff. So this is me in my little space. You can see it's very like decorated. This was my home, by the way. This was my home. Like I was basically probably spent more time in the lab than at home. Hello, one time only. Okay, welcome in. Hello, how are you? Hi, Death. why the buff? Oh man, no, if y'all know. But yeah, so we had purple lab coats. I know a lot of people were like, wait, you can get other lab coat colors other than white? Yeah, we had purple lab coats. aeru in her natural habitat. This is nostalgic for me seeing a lab. Right, but every lab is so different, Coldbolts. Like, they run so differently. Anyway, so now we start the science. Is that you? It is me. Crazy. But yeah, it's really fun. It's interesting to see how differently labs are run, depending what sort of lab they are as well. Hello, Aria's Foot Stench. What's up? Every time my jobs call in photographers, I hide or tell them to fuck off if I know I won't get fired. I mean, fair enough. I'm just like, you know... Hopefully I don't spill anything on your camera. Oopsie. Oops. Anyway, so my honors dissertation is what they call it, or like a mini thesis. So this is like 9 months basically. Antibiofilm and anti-abscess activity of peptidomimetics against Pseudomonas, Staphylococcus, polymicrobial infections. So we're gonna start simple. All right, chat. We're gonna start simple. All right, I'm gonna explain a few things. Yeah, my honors chem labs are so different. Yeah, it's like chemistry labs compared to pharmacology labs, to microbiology labs, and virology labs are very different. Yes. Oh, whoopsie daisies. Yeah, whoopsie, I slipped. All right, so I just want to show you guys, this is my lab space. This is my bench. I had the biggest bench. I was the first student of my lab. And anyway, I basically was allowed to personalize my lab space. Well, I did. I didn't ask, I just did. So we had like these containers and we prefer to put foil on them, and I just took the liberty to like, I was like, what are you gonna do with the lids? He was like, nothing. So I used to like, you grab all the markers and so I would draw on all the lids. She got a big bench. Yeah, so there's aeru. See, aeru existed before I even started streaming. Keep this in mind. This little character of mine has been around for a really long time. We have Gura. I really like Gura's design back then as well. We have my Harurin. See, look, my ship is even with me at my workplace. My Harurin, my shark, dolphin shipman. We have Kavane from Kenwo no Jihen, and then we have some random, this is on paper towel, I don't know why. And then this is like, you know how you get free stuff? If you work in science, you always get like, the companies always give you free like paper pads. Anyway, I was doodling. We have the little bunny, the moke from Hanako-kun. We have more moke here, and then we have like, this is like a sheet of like, just the recipes of like how to make agar, specific agars and all that sort of stuff. And then this is polystyrene. Dude, anything I could draw on, I would draw on. Is that a carousel of pipettes? It is. It is a carousel of pipettes. Yes, you're right. It is. I was allowed equals nobody stopped it. Well, why would they? I think I still have these somewhere. Maybe. I haven't dug them out, but yes. But yes, so as you can see, this is basically my space. What else is there? We got a big whiteboard, so my supervisor, Daniel, he got us a big whiteboard in the, in the lab. Wow, guess what whiteboards are used for, chat? They're used for drawing. He would feel bad and be like, hey, is it okay if I get rid of your drawing? So this is by, one of my coworkers, Sam, ooh, cringe lobster. And then he's like, oh, obviously I do art. And then there was a time where like my dentist flatmate and I, she held like she did a little crafting night. We were meant to make badges. This never actually, she ended up burning all of them, so they all had to be thrown out. But this is the one that I made. This is the one that I made with a Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and then obviously my little cute staff warriors. Too bad they got burnt. She burnt them, so they had to be thrown. But I got a picture before it went in the oven. Half of the walls of my lab is just drawing glass windows. I mean, that's fun. Glass windows. And this is when shit doesn't work. Yeah. And then this is like just doodles everywhere, dude. Everywhere. I don't think I took a picture of everything that I drew on this whiteboard. But then the back of the whiteboard was also whiteboard, chat. Because like, you know how sometimes the back of whiteboards are like just like wooden or whatever. The back of this one was also a whiteboard. So I used to draw on the back of it as well. Transformation efficiency of a grand total of 12. Honestly, I don't remember how to work that shit out. It never works. What? Empty spaces for art. Exactly, little crew. You know it. When you're good at what you do, usually people won't complain about the extra stuff. I mean, I don't know about I'm good at what I do, but... Okay, here's more. So, you know, these are plates. These are specifically 7.5% salt plates. And this is to distinguish, because Pseudomonas will not grow on high salt. Staph aureus will grow on high salt, so that's how I differentiate. But yes, usually I have like a bunch of plates everywhere. And then this little octopus is actually one of the mascots for one of the companies. I think it's from... Oh, I have one here. I don't know where it is though. But I managed to get I managed to get one. Like the person who was our lab assistant research fellow at the time managed to get me one. So I do have one, and this is one of my little Nendroids of Arthur Pendragon from FGO. And there's another Arthur in the background. Yes. Thank you for look, Arias for Stench. Appreciate it. Fate, yeah. So I thought this was really funny. So I don't even remember if this was like my honors desk space or what. Don't remember. I have too many photos, chat, and I never usually get rid of my photos. I just leave them on my old phones, you know. Ink for the people printer is still the funniest thing I've heard all year. What? Sounds like my yield calculation isn't that end up negative or larger than 100%. Mordred, best fake character. I mean, you have her sword, which suits your outfit, right? But yeah, you can get a bit better look at the little moke. The little moke. Okay, now we start talk. Haha, crazy. Okay, so one of the bacteria I worked with, and it was a big part, half of my work was done on this bacteria. It's called Pseudomonas aeruginosa. I know, crazy. That's where aeru comes from. aeru, you see this, chat? You see the aeru? That's where aeru comes from. Although aeru does have like Japanese kanji associated with it as well, it just all happened to work out, okay? It was just really well done. Honestly, my name just worked out. It just worked out that way. Lore. It's green. You can kind of see it's green here. I drew a little dude, it's actually really hard to do agar art. I know there's actually a national competition for like agar art, but good god, people come up with the coolest stuff, and I don't know how they do it, because good god, it's a pain in the ass to draw with freaking a little like toothpick or like even like a pipette. It's really annoying and hard to do. So it's gram negative, so basically that means there's like a, oh my god, bro, this is like, this is going back to like basic microbiology, but it has an inner and outer membrane, and then in between that there's like a bit of peptidoglycan. So there's two different types of bacteria, and then the ones that don't fit in that. So there's gram negative and there's gram positive. This is specifically gram negative, but yes, and they're rod shaped, so that's like they're long and thin, and they're rod-shaped. This is what they look like under a microscope. This is a scanning electron microscope. This is a photo that is from my work. But yeah, and they are motile. So they have one polar flagellum. So they have this, so in this picture, you'll see this long, thick thing here. That's the flagellum. That's what makes it move. You know, it makes it move. I guess it spins around. I don't know. I've never seen it. Can't some people use them like printer ink? What? I mean, you can extract dye from bacteria or like the pigments, probably, sure. So many gram staining. You miss it, Coldbolts? We actually don't do a lot of gram staining. Yeah, because usually when you're working with stuff in research, you know what the bacteria is. I guess the only time you would use a gram stain is if you have a contamination, you want to know what it is, and like, you know. Is this going to be, there's no test. They're rod-shaped, the characteristic fruity smell. So, Pseudomonas aeruginosa is probably the nicest smelling bacteria ever. Most people associate with grape hubba bubba. But it depends, it's very strain dependent. So within a species, there's lots of different strains of the same bacteria, but they've got different names because it's a different strain. So they're genetically diverse, I guess, if that's the right word. I don't know. But yeah, so that they also, under different conditions, will produce different pigments. So Pseudo will produce a lot of different colors, but we can probably see that a little bit later. I don't have too much of that stuff because I didn't work. No test, thank God. I wasn't taking notes. No way, the whole night. Thank you for the hydrate, KL. How are you? Can you ship me some so I can smell it? So, if you guys... So, it's characteristic green color pigment, but under different stresses and stuff, it can produce black, red, yellow, a bunch of different types of colors. It also fluoresces, is fluorescent under the under like specific light as well. Fun fact. But yeah, usually it's green. So, if you guys have an infection and you have green exudate, and it smells kind of nice, maybe a little bit more sweet than you would expect an infection to smell like, you probably have an infection with Pseudomonas aeruginosa. It's bad. It's quite often. It can survive in like contact lens solution and also in house cleaners. I don't mean to scare you, but it's true. It's very sturdy, and it's found everywhere. So it's found just in your normal environment. It's everywhere. It's literally everywhere. And it's very like, what's it called? It's very like, just normally very resistant to a lot of antibiotics in general. I mean, it's also multi-drug resistant too, but like, it's also like inherently or already resistant to a bunch of different antibiotics anyway. Green extra date in your wound. Okay, thank you. Now I know why I'm turning green. No way, Nemesis. aeru, come on, mama. Hello, how are you? Thank you for stopping by. What, are you taking notes, Faye? That's great. What's extra date? So it's kind of like, you know how you have pus? So imagine if that pus was green and not yellow. That type of thing. So it's kind of like, you know, if your wound is weeping green, or your wound is even a little bit green, yeah, you probably should go get some antibiotics. I will say pseudo is like opportunistic pathogen. So if you are healthy, have a good immune system, you'll probably be okay, right? Usually it's only if you're like pretty immunocompromised. This makes sense to me. Okay, perfect. Wait, what is that? What is that? If your green wounds equal bad? What if my wound is seeping crimson red? Is that just blood? Isn't that just blood? But yeah, so multi-drug resistant by the CDC, WHO, whatever you want to call it. They have two different, like, they're two different things, but they're also like, you know, they kind of go hand in hand in terms of what the warnings are. And the threat level is pretty serious. I think the most serious thing with pseudo is carbapenem resistant Pseudomonas aeruginosa. And quite often, I guess you'll learn this later because we're going to be working with that antibiotic a lot later. You guys aren't going to remember it now if I mention it, so... But it can become resistant to a lot of the last line antibiotics they currently have on the market. And currently one of the last line antibiotics, I'm going to mention it anyway. You guys might remember it later. It's called colistin. It's also nephrotoxic, which means it affects your kidney. Yes, kidney. So pseudo can also become resistant to that too. So it's kind of scary in that sense. It's very good at adapting, and because of horizontal gene transfer and a bunch of these foreign pieces of DNA that they can gain these antibiotic resistant genes and all sorts of things. So plasmids, transposons, you name it. I'll explain some of these terms later because I'll need to, but for now they're just words to you. But yeah, hey, being on antibiotics, flashbacks to where my tonsils. Yeah, antibiotics aren't great because they also can upset your stomach, which also can cause issues with other, like, you know, things like, you know, diarrhea, and also wiping out your good microflora and all of that stuff. So antibiotics aren't great, but they do help for the most part, but sometimes they don't, depending on the strain of bacteria you have and what it's resistant to. Tons of gifts in the chat, but it's referencing the alien. Nuke it from the orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Oh, I see. Also, I've just made my... Pause chat. I have just made myself bleed. Give me a second. aeru, where did you put your tissues? That's crazy. Does aeru have tissues here? Maybe. Pause. Oh my goodness. I may have scratched a scab on my foot without realizing, and now I'm bleeding. Everyone's like, aeru, why are you like this? Pause. Give me a second. Here it is. Yo! Kai Dissa, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. That's your resident Maui Dolphin Idol Auris here from New Zealand, writing game streamer artist and named after two bacteria. It's nice to meet you. Welcome in, Asleria. Hello, Kai Dissa. Hello, Howdin. Hello, my Andres. Welcome in. How was your stream? How was Kerbal Space Program? And thank you for sharing your lovely community with me. Give me a second. I'm just wiping some blood off myself. Don't worry about it. I may have accidentally scratched a scab on my foot and I'm bleeding. So let me clean up. Give me a second. All right, we should be good. But y'all, welcome in. Thank you for the follow, Howden. How was your stream? Kaidis, and thank you so much for the raid. But yo, welcome. How's it going? How are you doing today? We're talking about bacteria and science, if that interests you. aeru killed someone. Please give her time to dispose of them. I did not kill anyone. It was fun. Sciencey chill time. Let's go. Are you also a scientist, Kaidessa, or have an interest in science? Also, hello, Pert. Sorry, I'm gonna hold a piece of tissue paper in my foot because it just won't stop bleeding. As a certified safety engineer, I would recommend that. What? Recommend what? What are we recommending? What are we recommending? Yet. What do you mean yet, Cold Pulse? That's crazy. But yes, craziest time I was on antibiotics. They put me on some for a bacterial infection and a fingernail bit because of a piece of glitter. No, Patch. Oh, that sucks. That's rough. Having any, like, infection or anything to do with, like, fingernails or nails in general, pain. Can confirm I do cute. No, scratching yourself causing you to bleed. I mean, look, I just forgot. I was going to school for aerospace engineering prior to getting it. Oh, that's so cool. And I'm so sorry about you getting irreversibly ill. But yeah, I do hope you enjoyed your time for aerospace. That sounds so interesting. What the heck? But yes, before I forget, Kai Dessa, Raiders, if you do need to head out, get some sleep, food, drink, or that good after stream care stuff, please make sure to go do so. Look after yourselves. If you would like to stick around, hang out here. It's always a pleasure to have you. We're just talking about my honors work and PhD work about bacteria. And at the same time, doing a fundraiser for WWF New Zealand. Hi, Miss Ida, your new growth media has arrived. Hi, Nemesis. Thank you for the wait. Welcome in, Raiders. This is your resident male dolphin, Ida. Or here from New Zealand, fighting game streamer artist named after two bacteria. It's nice to meet you. Thank you for the new growth media. That's crazy. I don't need growth media to grow. That's crazy. I can't grow anymore. But yes. Why is it late? The sound alert is so late. It's so late. Oh, the long-awaited good morning, Kaimon. Hello. How are you? How are you? But yes, okay, so that's one of the bacteria we worked with. Okay, the other one, which is my favorite of all time, Staphylococcus aureus. Wow, I wonder where the aureus and aeru comes from. Crazy. I literally was like, you know what? I don't think I can be any more creative. I don't think I can be any more creative, chat. So yes, so Staph aureus is gram-positive, and this means it has a thick cell wall, I guess, technically, because it's got a thick peptidoglycan layer. It doesn't have an inner or outer membrane. It just has a thick peptidoglycan layer. So some antibiotics that work for like gram-positive won't work for gram-negative because of the differences in their membranes, basically, the cell membranes. Hey, I love studying about that one. Let's go! It's my favorite. I love staph so much. It's so great. I mean, it's not great, but it can cause so many different, like a variety of different diseases and conditions. I'll explain a little bit later. But staph is not motile, so it can't move. It don't swim. So Pseudomonas, it can swim. So Pseudomonas can swim, it can surf, it can swarm. Staph aureus can do nothing. It can hitchhike. Staph aureus can hitchhike off motile bacteria, but it itself cannot move by itself. They're cocci, so they are spherical, so they're little round balls, and it's called Staphylococcus aureus because basically aureus in Latin means golden. Staphylococcus is kind of like a bunch of grapes, basically. So they look like a bunch of grapes, kind of. But yeah, this is what staph kind of looks like. Ignore the little, what's it called? They're a bit disfigured here, but it's fine. Most of them are nice and round, and they're ball-shaped. Really, really feeling the weakness of flesh the more I talks. I just got hungry for grapes when looking at it. Damn, okay, that's a new one, Cobalt. I don't know about that. It don't smell very nice. And 30% of the population is colonized with Staph aureus. I'm sure you guys have I've told you guys this before, but about 30% of the population at a time is colonized with Staph aureus. It's pretty transient, so it can move from person to person, and like you might be colonized with one year and not the other. So usually it colonizes the interior nares, so that's just inside your nostril. Yeah, and it's just there. It won't cause you any harm or anything. And sometimes it's just part of someone's microflora. Obviously, it does and can cause issues if you if you get stressed, it can start causing issues, especially if you have eczema and stuff like that. A friend of mine had that sort of issue. But yeah, thank you for the follow, Ria Zura. Welcome in. Staph can make you sick if you're or someone else is careless. Yes. That's completely right, Isleria. I'm more thinking a ghost in the shell style situation. Give me a nice looking body without any of the squishy bits. What? If you're not gonna pay rent, you should get out of my nosy. I mean, what? Hello, how are you? But yeah, methicillin resistant Staph aureus is obviously probably or MRSA, more commonly known as MRSA, is like another serious threat to just health in general. Staph is kind of everywhere. Well, it's not everywhere. So it's not everywhere like pseudo. It's not in the environment. It obviously can infect. Specific species can infect like livestock as well, like causes mastitis in cows, but also Staph aureus in humans can cause, skin infections, chronic wound, like part of the chronic wound infection type stuff, necrotizing fasciitis. It can cause food poisoning because it can create toxins and if you, or like I think it's in like processed meat, so like in ham. And I think it's usually during like the curing phase or something. If they leave the meat out at specific temperatures, that will allow like staph to grow, and then people can get really sick from it. It also causes toxic shock syndrome. So I'm sure you guys have all learned at school, maybe not, that if girls have a tampon and they leave it in there for too long, you can get toxic shock syndrome. Not good. Don't do that, chat. Don't do that. So that is because it produces toxic shock. It's called Toxic Shock Syndrome Toxin. Very creative, yeah. Necrosis, no necrosis, no. One time I had staph on my skin. I had 100 blisters and spent like 4 months on it. Oh my god, no. Is that like cellulitis? Was it cellulitis, Ronan? Sorry, my brain, I hear skin and I'm like, ooh. But yeah, no, that's awful. That sounds awful. So I'm glad you're okay now. Because yeah, that does not sound like a good time. Because like, I'm pretty sure it can cause cellulitis and a bunch of like boils, abscesses, and all sorts. I don't know. It was gross as hell. Yeah, I can imagine. Ugh. Yeah. And it probably didn't smell great. Yeah, so staph doesn't smell very nice, chat. I hate to break it to you, but Staph aureus is often described as smelling like a teenage boy's bedroom. Whatever that smells like, but that's what, usually that's how they describe staph. It's actually not that bad in comparison to other bugs that I have worked with. So in the grand scheme of things, it's not that bad. I think E. coli personally smells worse than staph, and I also think Klebsiella smells worse than staph, and so does Acinetobacter. Because like Klebsiella, what I can kind of work with, it smells like bad yeast, like terrible yeast. And then Acinetobacter just smells like shoes and socks and disgusting. Yuck. Thank you for look, Eris. Boy smell. No, cop. No, the armpit story was chemical burns from Nair. Wait, no, Ronan, you got chemical. Oh, dude, they're awful too. Anonymous, thank you for the donation. Damn. Wait, how am I meant to put your name on my post-it note? How am I meant to give you the stuff? What? Anonymous, thank you for the dono. What the heck? Rental bowling shoes. Oh, aeru, where to donate? Use the link. Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. Donate. That's where you can donate. Anonymous, thank you so much. But put them as anonymous. But every time someone donates anonymously, the note gets bigger. Dude, we could. That's actually quite good. Hold on. Thank you, Roden. But yeah, no, Nair is you'll learn later, chat. We actually use, I'm going to tell the story now, but I'll repeat it later. But we actually use Nair to, so for mouse experiments, the mouse experiments you'll see is what's it called? It is a subcutaneous abscess model. And we have to shave the mice and then we apply Nair to remove the hair on the mouse. It works wonders, but if you leave it too long, they can get really nasty burns. So I cannot imagine what the burns were like for you, Ronan, because the ones on the mice just like were not. It was not it, man. It was not it. I didn't know aeru is non-motile. That's crazy. Crazy. But yeah, we used to use Nair hair removal cream. That was the best one out of all the ones that they tried, because there's quite a few different brands, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and that was the best one to use. So turns out when they tell you to patch test something, you should. Yeah. King Xanis, thank you for the dono as well. Okay, Anonymous, I'm gonna put you on here. I don't know where you're gonna go, but you're gonna, okay, Anonymous, you're gonna be really tiny. Any more Anonymous, you can be underneath there. All right, hold on, I need to add another one. Hold on, we got another one. Everyone I've talked to who has used Nair has a horror story to tell. I mean, I've never used it. It scares me. After seeing what it could do to mice hair, dude, I was like, no. I think Karaika's used some sort of hair removal cream. I think it was Veet, though. I don't think it was Nair, specifically. King Xanis. Yeah, that's hard. I'm like, what do they put in it? That the hair just disintegrates, basically. It's crazy. It is wild. Like, what are they putting in that? That's kind of scary, you know? I want to sleep. I need to stay away from it. It's the only one thing I've survived school for. I mean, the VOD will be up, probably. Unless I don't think it would be nuked. I don't think they would nuke it. There's no reason to nuke it. It's all like information that I obtained myself. King Xanis, where would you like to be? Just got paid. Aw, that's so wholesome. Thank you for the dono to WWF New Zealand. Where would you like to be? Where would you like your sticky note to be? Sticky. You want sticky? Anywhere is fine. Okay. What's there? Hold on. Not in the bin. I don't want you in the bin. Dude, why does my mouse not like to... You know what? It's fine. They're just gonna be all random sizes. I want Ronan to be bigger, though. You know what, Ronan? You're just gonna be massive. Okay, cool. I'm not playing favorites, chat. Alright, I promise. aeru isn't playing favorites. Nope, I would never do that. aeru wouldn't do that. I think I got everyone so far. Red Fox is like, what? aeru play favorite? No, never. Don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, so Staff is obviously my favorite. You guys know that. That's why it's like, you know, I just stole this. I mean, I couldn't be like aeru Caucus. Imagine. aeru Caucus! Imagine if I'd call myself aeru Caucus, chat. That's crazy. He directed a Red Fox in large, bold font. Let's go, Ronan. I'm usually the reason warnings are made. That's so funny. Okay, we move on. You could, but I wouldn't recommend that rebrand. I wouldn't either. Don't worry. New Gyro name just dropped. No, absolutely no. We can't do Gyro like that. aeru Caucus blushes. No, Arius Footstitch, no. That's why I didn't want to add Caucus to my name. I was like, that's just not going to go down well anywhere. aeru Caucus will be her BL review alt. You know what? That's not a bad idea. I just would never use an alt account, you know? The betrayal. Dude. I just have nothing to hide, so I just put everything on main. Everything's on main for everyone to see. No one can see my likes, it's fine. aeru is so opportunistic. That's crazy. Nah. Yeah, who would create an alt account just for explicit? No, I think it's a good idea. I don't usually do I retweet? I don't think I've retweeted anything crazy, but you know, sometimes I'm tempted to, but I'm like, Anyway, so the two together. So Pseudomonas aeruginosa and Staphylococcus aureus, they are a mouthful, yes. They're both opportunistic pathogens, so basically it means if you're immunocompromised, you're more likely to be, these pathogens are likely to cause an issue for you. If you're healthy, have a normal running immune system, you're probably gonna be fine. If not, and things change, then you're a target. So basically, a lot of these can cause hospital and community-acquired infections. So if you're in a hospital, there's gonna be staph floating around, there's gonna be there's gonna be a lot of stuff floating around that hospital. And quite a lot of times people get these infections is because they've been in the hospital, because it's just floating around and, you know, not great. aeru wants to kill me. I would never, Alexius. Why would I do that? I'm not a bacteria. I'm named after bacteria, but I'm not a bacteria. It's crazy. Who needs to go to the hospital? Just drink Dr. Pepper. Nosocomial infections. Yes. Yeah, that's the other word for it. Yes. Pole Pulse knows everything. It's crazy. And they're often during, like, chronic infections. They also, like, you know, so co-isolated. So often they're found together within cystic fibrosis sputum. So there's like a long argument, and it's probably still ongoing, but now there's more proof that staph actually can persist in the lung whilst... So usually when you're a child, and if your child has cystic fibrosis, quite often they're colonized with Staph aureus when they're young. And then as they grow older, that changes into pseudo. Pseudo takes over and basically kicks staph out. And that was like the well-accepted theory, whatever, for a long time. But recently, okay, not that recently, when I was doing my honors and my PhD, there were papers coming out where they found that these two can actually still coexist, and staph actually still persists in the lung during that time, and often co-infections or polymicrobial infections lead to worse patient outcomes, and because they're harder to treat and a bunch of other stuff like that. Oh, I had this. I got pneumonia. Oh, Ronan! I feel like I haven't heard all your stories, Ronan. Holy. Oh my gosh, that's scary. That is so scary. Why would you want to go to the hospital after getting that? You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine you went to hospital to get treated and then you got absolutely, like, wrecked. You know? A lot of scholars and note takers in chat, some smart cookies. The pneumonia wanted... Yeah! Because, like, pneumonia is, like, can be really serious and can also kill you. Good God, Ronan. Damn, Ronan has it everything? I honestly think so, yeah. Ronan got the infinite stones of infection. Yeah, it seems so. Hi, Bad Splur. All right, who was it? Thank you for the donation. What was it? Let me refresh. Mimane, I can't help much, but I love dolphins and maybe I do. No worries, Mimane. Thank you for the contribution. You do not need to worry about that, but thank you so much for the dono as well. Every little bit counts, so... You know, Miran has a few stories of going to the hospital and getting wrecked. Oh, God. Oh, God. I think I don't know if I've heard them. I don't know. I think I've heard maybe one, but it's all right. I'm sure we will hear them as time goes. Sometimes it feels like it's easy to list what hasn't happened to Ronan than what has. Oh, God. Epion. Oh, God. Ronan has a list. Oh, man. Lunica! Hello! Oh, my goodness. Hello. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. What the heck? Welcome in, Raiders! It's your resident Maui Dolphin. aeru is here from New Zealand, fighting game streamer artisan named after two bacteria. It's nice to meet you. Oh my god, the ads just hit too. I'm so sorry if you guys are stuck in ads. Welcome in, Wolfborg. Hello, Aria. Hello, Mr. Tease. Hello, Rudika. How was what were you playing? What retro game were you playing? And I'm so sorry about the ads. That was terrible timing. Poor timing for the ads. Hello, Rai Karakia. Trick or treat, dude. The emote's so cute. Paper Mario. TD with Aria. Oh, let's go! And thank you for the follow, Rudika. How was it? How was Paper Mario with Aria? Was it chaotic? Do you guys talk about butter? You know what? Let's not talk about butter. But yeah, it's really nice to meet you, Rudika. Thank you so much for the raid and sharing your lovely community with me. How far did you guys get? And let me do that before I forget. But yeah, chat, please go check out Rudika if you have not already. Any friend of Aria is basically like a friend of mine because Aria has good taste and Aria is really cool, which means all of Aria's friends are also really cool. So please go check out Rudika. I will go check out Rudika when I get a chance to as well. Yeah, another butt again. I think we passed chapter 3. Yo, let's go. That's huge, Rudika. Hell yeah. Oh shit, it's already 3:30. I gotta go to bed for work tomorrow. PowerPoint was very entertaining and informative. I'll catch you all later. Have a good one. No worries, the whole night. Have a good eve and a good day tomorrow. Take care. But yes, Rudika, we are doing a fundraiser stream as part of Dolphin Day, which is the day aeru was born. As in aeru turned dolphin. Like the experiment went wrong. Well, I don't know about went wrong. But we're talking about my honors and my PhD work. We're literally at the introduction of my honors work because somehow it's been an hour and a half and we haven't gotten very far. Also, who was that just donated? Hello, let me see. Thank you for the donation, Bad Split. Give me a second whilst we wait for the ads. The apps are too powerful, kind of, but we were also trying to work out how to write names onto the post-it notes. But yeah, I'm hoping the ads end so that I can talk to you guys, all the raiders, because you guys are great. You know. But yeah, what other games do you like to play, Rudika, by the way? I'm curious. But also, you know what? I'm going to wait till after ads just in case, because I don't know if you can hear me. And that would be really sad. I'll be like, ooh, you can't hear me. Wait. Oh my gosh, my brain. Bad. Oh my gosh. SPLER. There we go. Alrighty. Hold on. Change color. Change size. Nope, that's too big. That's blue, you're too big. You're writing too big. It's too big. Save as PNG. Platformers, I love Sonic Adventure, Parappa, Klonoa, Super. Ooh, are you a Metroidvania fan too, Rudika? Ayo. Rudi does a lot of retro. She's been playing the DMC. Ooh, that's so cool. Hell yeah. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Wait, does that mean you've played Mega Man too? I know Ari's a big Mega Man fan. Mega Man Pearl as well. There we go. I was like, wait a second. Does that mean you're Mega Man Pearls? That's so great. Guess I need to play that at some point, chat. Before Aria gets on my case, right? But yes, welcome back, Raiders. Sorry about the ads, the bad ad timing. But yo, welcome in again. I hope you guys are doing great. I hope you guys all enjoyed Rudika and Aria's company. I'm sure you did, those two. Well, I know Aria's a hoot, so I'm assuming that Rudika is also a hoot and a good time. So hopefully I can catch you at some point as well, Rudika. Aria's like, hey. But yes, before I forget, Rudika, Raiders, if you do need to head out, get some sleep, food, drink, all that good after stream get stuff, please make sure to go do so. Look after yourselves. If you'd like to stick around and hang out here, it's always a pleasure to have you. We are doing, I'm talking about my honors and my PhD, about my bacteria, for a fun, well, it's also something I owe my chat, but also, we're doing a fundraiser for WWF New Zealand, at the moment as well. Yeah! Depending on which Mega Man you pick, you're getting a very different experience. Aria did Mega Man March and played most of a lot of them. I don't know how many she actually got through. I know she got through a lot. And she really likes, was it Guts? Gutsman? Don't remember. Gutsman? That sounds right. Also, Bad Splur, where would you like to be? Where would you like to be, Bad Splur? 16. Gutsman? Yeah, she was like, he can rearrange my guts anytime, right? Anyway, what? See, I know what my friends like, huh? Bad, where would you like to be? Rearrange my guts, literally, Mr. T's, literally. Let's balance the other side of the tail with DK. Okay. Okay, sorry. The things never want to be the same size. They never, you know what? You're gonna have to go on top because, you know what? Just, you know what? That'll do. I'm gonna have to rearrange them later and reorganize the thing. The what? Lamau? That's what you're known for now, Aria. Red Fox! Thank you for the gifted stuff to Aria. Aria, I hope you enjoy the sub emotes and ad-free viewing. What the heck? That's so funny. That is so freaking funny. That's too good. That's too good. I do judges by the size. What? What do you mean size? Huh? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. I do not know what you're talking about. No such thing. But anyway, so what else? What else? They also can co-isolate from otitis media. So that's like, I think, ear infection, right? Like ear canal and stuff like that. Yeah, nasty stuff. Mega Man 1 has some classic bosses, but it's probably got the least amount of things in common with the other. Ooh, interesting. I'm pretty sure, is it the, one of the series is on sale right now on Steam. Don't know which one. One of them is on sale. I think the Mega Man X Legacy series, maybe? Does that ring any bells, chat? I think that's on sale right now. My playlist is really massive. Real massive. But yeah, they're both biofilm formers, which we'll go through later, what that means. And they are both prone to being antimicrobial resistant or tolerant to antibiotics. Wait, what's that? Wait. Did I just see who I thought I saw? Hold on a second. Hold on. Right side! What did I even expect? What did I even expect? Hi, Ro. Wait, how are you awake? Are you awake, or are you off to bed at 7:30 in the morning? No, 8:30 in the morning. That's crazy. I just got a side eye. But thank you for the donation. Hold on, I need to write the note. Pause. No, don't you side eye me, Timber. That's crazy. Honestly, I was really expecting it. That's crazy. A morning donation to help innocent dolphins. Thank you, Ro. Thank you. I appreciate it. WWF will appreciate it. Okay, hold on. Ro. Also, I never asked. Is there a reason that the other part of your gamer tag or tag is Ro Taka? Like, where does the Taka come from? I never asked, and I was meaning to ask, and I forgot to ask, but now I'm gonna ask. First thought WWF donation for wrestlers. Lol. No, isn't that WWE? Yeah, it's WWE, right? I could be wrong. Where's DK? Where's DK? He follows wrestling, right? Oh, so you're old and old too? WWF used to be wrestlers. If you're old like us, it was WWF. Oh, it wasn't. Oh, see, I'm learning. I didn't know that. They had to change it because WWF had it first. Oh, it all makes sense now. Ah, gotcha. Well, Ro, where would you like to be? Ro, where would you like to be? WF on the N64, baby. WWF versus NWO. Had the slogan, get the F out, when they went to WD. Oh, I see. Interesting. Where would you like your post-it note to be? Stick it on your chin. No, not on my face. You're not allowed to be on my face. You're not allowed to be on my face. That's crazy. You want to be next to Timber? You can go next to Timber. That's close enough, right? Why is it? Dude, I can't get the sizing right. That's crazy. Why? Okay, that was better. Are you okay to be next to Timber? Is that fine? No, you know what? That's fine. Was it WCW? What, huh? What are these acronyms? What are these acronyms? It's crazy. Who gave me cat ears? When did that happen? 25 minutes ago? Fuck. No, you're not allowed to be on my face. No one's allowed to be on my face. You're just making up acronyms, I swear. More bacteria, yes please. We can share the neck. Yeah, you gotta fix Ronan's sizing too. It looks a little too big. What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. Have you been very supportive of Grime too, so give a little something back for your stream? Oh, thank you, bro. You didn't have to do that. This money's going to charity. It's not going to me. I prefer to give money to charity at this point. I'd rather you guys, you know, help charity save your monies. So thank you. Big names were WWF, WWE, WCW, ECW. Oh, Christian for delay, no reason. Are the goals? Yes, they are New Zealand dollars. Yes, that is correct, Eris. I was meant to put that on the sheet and I forgot, but whoops. Ooh, that looks just right. I got you, Ronan. I got you. It looks great. In a stream, I would just be one big Ronin person. No. Maybe. I won't complain. It's okay. All right. We're moving on. Biofilms, chat. So I primarily usually work with biofilms. So biofilms are basically a collection of bacteria that aren't like actively growing. They're just, they're producing a bunch of extracellular matrix that protects them from the surrounding environment. So you'll find lots of biofilms in like nature as well, just, on the back of rocks and rivers. I don't want to gross you guys out, but if you guys use coffee machines, the inside of those pipes probably have biofilms. If they don't get cleared regularly, they probably have a lot of bacterial biofilms on them. Don't mean to scare you, but it's true. 65% of microbial infections are associated with biofilms, and a further 80% of chronic infections are also associated with biofilm formation, just because they're really hard to like remove. They're very sturdy and, protect the bacteria from the environment, but they also are really difficult for antibiotics to penetrate through as well. So biofilms lead to antibiotic tolerance, which is different to resistance, but I'm not really going to explain them because, that's just difficult. And I always muck it up. And there are currently no treatments for biofilms, like in terms of like an anti-biofilm option or anything like that. So usually with biofilms, if you have a wound infection, they actually have to physically, mechanically debride it. So you have to actually like scratch it off and like keep doing that to remove it, right? And they're also associated with worse patient outcomes because, they can just stick around. Please clean your coffee machines regularly. Yes, thank you, Epion. Is biofilm the same as pus? No, pus is actually dead neutrophils. So pus is comprised of a lot of dead bacteria and neutrophils, because neutrophils can explode and release like hydrogen peroxide or whatever it is. They release something that kills bacteria, and they're called nets. Neutrophil entrapped. Nope, can't remember what it means. I'm not an immunologist. I just know that pus is dead neutrophils and bacteria. Hey, this looks like Grimes sperm. Grimes sperm is crazy. I'ma just ignore that. Okay, Red Fox. We were just starting to talk about biofilms and microbiology classes in the 2000s. Let's go! And now we're in, 2026. Explode your neutrophils with my mind. Oh, neutrophil extracellular traps. Thank you, Cobalt. See, Cobalt's nose. Thank you. Hello, Snoo. What's up? But yes, that's right. Nets. And I'm pretty sure they spit out stuff. And then, that's how they kill bacteria and they explode, basically. I don't know. I'm not an immunologist. That stuff is, like, out the window. Immunology is, like, another field completely. I know basic stuff. And that's about it. It's very complex. And it's very, like, person-dependent, too, right? Dan feels like baby in the chat. It hurts. What do you mean? But yeah, basically, this is very simplified. And if you open up one of the papers, it's a review paper. And I think this is the graphic for it. We used, what was it? What's it called? BioRender, I think, was used to make this. I don't like using BioRender, but my supervisor was like, yeah, use BioRender. I do. And I was like, oh, whatever. So I did it. So there's planktonic cells, the circles, the balls, the staph aureus, and I usually code everything. So usually in this talk, you'll see blue is pseudo, red is staph. It's just because, when you have markers like Sharpies, whatever vivids you want to call them, usually blue, red, pretty common colors. So I usually just color code everything. And purple is them together because blue and red make purple. Yay, it makes sense, right, chap? You're getting taught color theory. There'll be a little bit more color theory later. But yeah, basically planktonic cells, they find a place, an environment, they kind of latch on, and then they aren't actively, actively dividing. They're not actively dividing, they're just kind of chilling. They're producing a bunch of extra exoproducts and to make up this matrix. So it's sort of like carbohydrates, that sort of thing, sugar. And that just kind of protects themselves from like the environment, maybe antibiotics, maybe just mechanical, physical things. And then they basically can produce all these exoproducts, and they can end up being like slothed as well. So basically part of the, wait, or going the wrong way. So they attach here. Oh my gosh, dude, I have arrows here. What am I doing? See, clearly I haven't looked at this stuff for a wee while, chap. This is like 2020. This is 6 years ago. That's a long time. And they form microcolonies, biofilm matures, make a bunch of stuff. And then parts of the biofilm will start to fall off, and then that means they can land elsewhere and start another biofilm, basically. Aeruginosa is blue because aeru is blue. No! It's not. It's because they make pigments. Pyoverdin. There's pyochelin, pyoverdin, I don't remember the rest of them. It's too many. Too many, chat. Also, someone just donated. Who was it? Who are you? Who are you? Thank you, Eris! Hold on, pause. Let me make the thing before I forget. Thank you, Eris. They copied her. Who? Copied who? Who are we copying? Me? Nah. Who would want to copy aeru? That'd be silly. Don't do that. That'd be silly. That would be silly. Damn. File. Save as. There. Done. Yes. I'm getting more efficient with this chat, by the way, with the text, because usually I just write it so it's easier. Whoop, that's the wrong thing. Whoopsie. Just as I said that. Eris, where would you like to be? Who are you? Who? Where would you like to be, Eris? You're on my slides now. Eris is in the middle of this biofilm. Put me on your head. Okay. Dude, I'm telling you, the sizes for these are really difficult to, like... You know what? You're gonna have to be a bit bigger, it's fine. They're all odd sizes. I'll try and fix you guys all up later after stream. I'll try and fix you guys later. If I remember to do so, hopefully I don't lose you. Because that would be really embarrassing. Where did my slides go? Big Eris! Yes, big Eris. Alright, so that's that. Nice. And then, okay, so the big word in the title, peptidomimetic. Basically, they mimic antimicrobial peptides. But they're not peptides. They're slightly different from peptides. So peptoids. So peptidomimetic is basically they mimic antimicrobial peptides or just peptides in general. And we shorten it to peptoids. But, you know, for being fancy, we call them peptidomimetic. But they're called peptoids, basically. So the difference between a peptide and a peptoid is the functional side chain. So you'll see over here, I don't do chemistry, so this could be also wrong, but it's probably not. I don't know. It's been a while. The functional side chain, instead of being off the, which is the R group, is usually off the alpha carbon, or like the carbon, you know, the main, yeah, the carbon. But peptoids, the functional side chains are, stem off from the nitrogen in the backbone instead, not the carbons in the background. Yeah! Hi, Ratlocks Grungers, what's up? Welcome in. Could be wrong, probably not. Spoken like the truest of science. Dude, it's been so long, I tell you. I have not revisited this stuff in a while. And they, peptoids have activity against gram-negative and gram-positive bacteria. So they have pretty broad spectrum. And then the mechanism of action is usually associated with membrane permeabilization. So that just means, like, you know, getting rid of the membrane, maybe poking holes in the membrane. But disrupting the membrane in one way, shape, form, or another. And it's been shown that the specific group of peptides or peptoids that we were given cause intracellular flocculation of like RNA and stuff like that, which the cell makes the bacterial cell unhappy and they just die. This is the structure of TM1, which is the peptoid that is the rest of the series and this talk is based off. Yeah, it's pretty long. It's pretty big. I don't know what else to say. I'm not a chemist. That's correctly spoken. Good chemistry. Thank you, King Xanis. Thank you. I'll believe you. I'll believe you. But yeah, so basically I got a library of peptoids. I want to say 20, roughly, peptoids to work with. Well, they were named TM1 to TM22, but there were some numbers that I didn't have because they didn't have it. So these were sent from a university, the University of Stanford. So we had collaborators that sent us these peptoids to test on the bugs we were using, and that basically was my honors project, right? Okay, so to work out how these work and if they work against the bugs, we do something called an MIC, and that's basically the minimum inhibitory concentration. So basically you're determining the smallest concentration of compound, in this case peptoid, it's required to inhibit bacterial growth, right? So the well that has no growth, closer to the least amount. Yeah, I don't know. You know, I'll show you some pictures and it might make a little bit more sense. So specifically for my projects, you'll notice that I have usually two different types of media types. Sometimes it's only one, but usually MICs are done in a standard medium called MHB or Mueller-Hinton broth. And this is just because it's like more on the minimal side of media, I guess, in a sense, in terms of like nutrients and stuff. Like obviously bacteria will still grow and it works for most bacteria, not all, and there's like specific requirements for special bacteria, but we don't work with special bacteria, okay, so we're good. We don't work with finicky bacteria here, so we're all good to use MHB. The problem is, like, it's always this case of like, if you're testing stuff in the lab, how well does it translate into someone or like a person, right? Quite often drugs that will work in the lab and on the bench, in vitro, will not work in a person. So a good example of this is a drug or antibiotic called azithromycin. It does not work very well in the MHB at all. Usually it can be treated like pseudo and stuff like the Pseudomonas. But in a person, it works really well. It's been shown in the clinic to work really well. So you have to keep in mind that just because something works in the lab doesn't mean it will work in a person. because, you know, the environments are quite different. Because you can imagine, like, nutrients are very, like, iffy in a human body compared to, like, if you're in a lab scenario, you're just keeping the bacteria happy, right? Hi, Moonlit, what's up? Only special bacteria idol works with this chat. The end of all of germs, no way. Came to science, you did. It is the PhD stream today. So, my supervisor, he's really big on, like, you know, we want to find, like, a condition in the lab which is as, like, can we mimic the environment and the host without adding, like, cells? Because as soon as you add human cells, everything becomes a lot more complicated, right? So we wanted, like, just a nice, easy way to replicate, like, or mimic the host environment. So our solution to this was using tissue culture media, which is usually used to grow, like, cell lines and stuff like that. So, like, skin cells, like keratinocytes, you can grow, like, all sorts of, like, different types of cell lines, depending on the media. There's lots of different types. We use DMEM with 4 times the amount of glucose. We added fetal bovine serum, or fetal, is it called something else? We call it FBS, but basically it's got serum in it and more glucose. So it's more supposedly host relevant. So tissue, yeah. So that's basically the medium that we used, or that I had worked pretty well, and, you know, it was great. It's easy to make as well, which is great, because you don't want something that's going to take, like, eons to make either, because it's just not worth. And I also used a specific, so there's lots of dyes, like, metabolically, wow, hello, Sarand. There's a lot of metabolic dyes you can use. So there's stuff called TTC, which is a red dye. There's stuff called Presto Blue, which is often used in mammalian cells. And basically it goes from pink to blue, blue to pink, blue to pink. But the problem with DMEM is the media, okay, it's usually this color. Yeah, red, reddish, pink. Turns reddish pink, like, and it's got a pH indicator. So the red comes from phenol red, pH indicator. If it's more acidic, it will turn yellow. If it's not and goes more basic, it's more like a pink color. Good day, hi Westmac also, who just donated. I just saw the bar jump. What the heck? Definitely not West. Westmac! Why did you write aeru on there? I was like, what? Oh my god, Westmac, thank you. What the hell? You guys are crazy, I tell you. You guys are crazy. Just wondering, for your project, what level of BSL lab do you work in? Oh, biological safety lab? PC2. PC2 lab. But a lot of people, so every lab works differently, and a lot of different labs feel differently about different bugs being worked in biological safety cabinets. Everything that I've done, I worked on the bench. Hi. What are you up to, Bun? What is this? Why do you have presents? Thank you. Who's this from?
Yes.
Is this from Gambit or you?
Me.
Is it from Gambit?
Yeah.
I knew you'd be involved. Hi, chat. Karika's here with us right now. Want to say hello?
Hi, chat. Karika's here with us right now.
That's crazy. Hold on, let me write. Do you just pop in to do this? Did you just finish work?
Yes.
We have the bun with us today. That's crazy. Thank you, Gambit. I haven't opened stuff yet. Give me a second.
Oi. Hi, Inferno! Timfer, Greg, Ifyon, Coco.
You don't sound like me. What
No,
are
I
you
don't.
trying to do?
I wasn't trying. They're saying hi to me, not to you.
Why are you sounding funny?
Well, I just came off work.
No, you gotta give them the experience.
No.
Why not?
We don't do that.
Why don't you give them the true Karika experience?
Hello. We don't do that.
Why don't you do that? Hold on. I need to add Westmac. Westmac, where do you want to be? Oh my gosh, that's huge. It's like there are 2 iders in the room.
Hello. Hi.
Kendall's here too. The note should say, just say not West. You reckon? Hold on, let me bin it in. Not West, okay. Sorry, West, you're getting another, you're gonna, not West. Not West. Which one do we shoot? Oh, what do you mean? Why are you shooting? Who are you shooting? Who are you shooting? Yeah, that's fine. Okay. You don't get a choice, Westmac. Where do you want to be? Just got not West. Which aeru is the real aeru? Who knows?
Who knows?
I
can't. We have such different laughs.
Shoulder? Okay. That'll do. How was work, bun?
That was good.
Yeah, Dude, did you see the clip of you going, Oni-tan popped off?
Who?
Bro.
Oh, not mine. When did I say that?
I'm an exes. Stop with the mind games. Oh, hi, Gengarar. Look at that. We got the
Mind games? What
nasty.
mind games?
There's no mind games. What are they? What on earth? Can I open these?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. What on earth? Oh my goodness. No way. No way. That's crazy. Gambit, if you are looking, thank you so much. I will take photos. But basically, chat, I just got gifted some enamel pins that match the aeru pins. So hold on. Let me zoom in on my model. Did you contact on?
I had nothing.
But yeah, so it looks like Pop Mama and the Gambit plan some badges. So you see these badges here, chat? Thank you, Ronan. Wait, who was it? Guys, oh no. You know what, guys? You're not getting more goals because I got no more in the tank. This is my problem. I don't have any more in the tank. I didn't prepare goals in the tank. Under 2. Oh, God. Again. This is like the 3rd time. Third? It is actually the 3rd time, isn't it? This is the 3rd time. Extra PhD. Sarah, anonymous again. Wait, anonymous. Why does it just say no? What? No, okay. No, hold on. Oh my gosh, hold on. Pause. I need to like refresh. More goals. Dude, I have none. None for my brain. You go, I do get to Switch too. Westmick, did you not read the last one? Why does anonymous have nothing? There's like... What?
Wow.
That's so funny.
Guess what you gotta update?
I gotta update my throne. Oh no.
Need to do it now.
No, I don't have to do that now.
Yes, you do.
No. How do I even do that?
I'm not leaving.
She's not leaving until I do this because she's gonna watch it. No, that's not what I wanted. Where is it? Here.
To be fair, I want to go home.
You can... That's crazy. She doesn't want to be here with me, chat. You know what, fair? You just got...
I've been at work the entire day. It was almost a 12-hour day, mate.
I think it just updates. I don't know. It's really hard to find the thingy. Give me a second. Pause, chat. I need to find the link.
That means you might have to go on Saturday to get it.
Well, I actually need to go to the bank on Saturday. I need to ask about hiring a terminal.
Oh yeah, lol.
Oh, neat.
Neat.
Oh, fuck. Neat? Do we just... Maybe every 100 above the goal, you share a photo of a petri dish from work. You're gonna see lots. They're gonna be blank petri dishes. The failure. No, there are some. We haven't even got there. Ronan, we haven't even got there yet. But I could, because I do have a lot of petri dishes, because I did have to, That works.
That works. An image.
I'm not putting an image, just do it.
Never mind. Anyway, go to Throne, spoil the dolphin!
Default title. Why is it default title?
It has now been updated. Well, not quite.
There we go.
Spoil.
I hate it here. Right, I'm gonna leave it there and believe.
Spoil.
You know what? I can't see that. Nisama! Dude, I can't. Also, who just... Oh, hold on, pause. Oh my goodness. What is that throne thing? That is a site that people often use to give streamer stuff, but usually... Kuroto! Oh my gosh, we need to add Kuroto. Hold on, pause. Oh my god, Kuroto.
I'm assuming they haven't seen your hair.
Oh, that's at the end. We're not even close to the end. We just been yapping and I lost my pen, so I don't know where the pen is either. Like, it's been... What do you mean, difficult? Crazy.
Crazy.
It's crazy.
Crazy.
What is something we say that sounds really similar? I don't know, Bun.
I don't know, Bun.
It's there now, chat. Thank you, Kuroto. Save as... I also haven't set that up yet either. I haven't set up the alerts for Throne, which I need to do, so I'm not even gonna know.
Ha! I've done that.
Yeah, well, sorry about it. I'm a bit slack, okay?
A bit.
That's crazy!
That's crazy!
Thank God it's yeah, no, it's NZD because it's a New Zealand charity. I thought it was like, you know, it was perfect when I saw that they had a page. I was like, oh, that makes things easier. Where do you want to be, Kuroto? Not on my face, by the way, but you already know that. So, and it's got... Wait, what? Who? I think there's an echo aeru. Yeah, that's my little sister.
Yeah, that's my little sister.
The better sound there. Have you checked your mic?
Have you checked your mic?
In the trash. No, not in the trash. In the trash?
I mean, that is where aeru belongs, so...
What's crazy? You know what? I thought you can... Hold on.
So you need to check the phone, because I have a feeling that it's gone.
Who was it? Who do we reckon? What are we taking? I think... Who was quick? Wait, I didn't even put crowdfunding. That was my bad. Holy shit. Whoopsie. Fuck.
You did it?
No, I forgot! Loan! Oh my fucking god. That's my bad.
Aeru, what happened about not getting a Switch 2 before the bun, huh?
Well, your turn to put it on next.
Oh,
Thank... It was Oats. Oats is probably sleeping right now, no? Thank you, Lone. The side-eye is crazy. Oh my god.
I win.
You do not win.
I win. You get one before me.
No, I do Icarus. That's crazy. Lemon! Thank you for the dono as well. Hold on, pause. Let me. Oh my gosh, I am losing track. I'm losing track. Lemon. Lemon! You don't want to run away? It's crazy.
You don't want to run away? That's crazy.
Thanks for dropping by. I'll message Gambit later.
Yeah.
And Pan.
I missed Gambit.
Okay.
Keep trying. Get him here.
Another 100 doesn't mean to poke a peer. I like how it can all like attach to my face. That's not meant to be. I'll change it in a second.
Who's attached to your face?
Good auto, like to like part of my face. So see moves.
Yeah.
You know I'm gonna move it. Oh. You know what? The sizing, because my mouse is really like sensitive, is really. Oh, you can sit there. Auto. Lemon!
Kuroto's getting demoted down to here.
That's fine.
Crazy.
He wanted to be in the trash, so you know. Lemon, where would you like to be? Back to lurk, no worries. Thank you for the dono. Hopefully you have fun doing groceries. We're gonna need more stretch goals. That's what streamers just now aeru adding to throne. No, I'm not adding.
That's like
no, it's not a good idea.
Keep having aeru update her throne.
No.
Spoil the dolphin.
No. Okay, I'm gonna put you there for now, Lemon. No, because I need to go through my slides, chat. We're not even there. We're at like what? Number 13, chat. 143.
Well,
I'm gonna be here all night, chat. It's over.
You're working tomorrow.
You.
What?
It's you, Pep.
Not me. Oh. Oh my god, it is me.
Yeah, I was like, wait, you're puppeting her now? Not anymore. On the tail, okay.
Your big head wasn't in the way.
My big head.
Yeah, big head.
Crazy. Oh my gosh.
Crazy.
Oh my god. The tail is actually... Okay, that will do. Wait, Bun, can you move her and talk over a model? No one will know.
I think people will know. We sound very different. And also because I'm not sitting down, I don't move as much. I don't think. I think I do. I don't know. We don't sound the same. Do we?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
But maybe sometimes, but not always. Usually not.
We have the same cadence sometimes.
You do sound differently, pretty. You don't sound as different as you might think.
Well, we did used to get mistaken on the phone.
Yeah, we get mistaken a lot.
But also the same with Mama.
Yeah. Mama aeru, you got her in here, it'll be like 3 of us. I was talking to the bun. Well, that's unfortunate. Hi, Greco.
Hello.
But yeah, thank you, Gambit, Pun, and Gambit. What the heck? These are so nice.
Aren't they?
They are.
I worked so hard.
What did you work hard on? Getting it all organized, I presume.
No, I had nothing.
Is that a bacteria? No, there's no bacteria on stream at the moment. Stream? No bacteria at the moment. Thank you for the 40 stream, Shriek Nights! Why are you licking? Who are you licking, Kuroto? The bacteria? I wouldn't recommend. All 3 forms of aeru family collabs, sure, dude. I feel like that would go terribly.
That would go.
Yeah, I feel like it would just end up with all of us bickering.
I mean, we were okay until I shot you off the platform.
That's true. We're fine usually, but Mama aeru would just not be great. Funds you at 3,500. What?
Absolutely not. Why am I being dragged?
Yeah. Also, I've just realized Kuroto is like in like no man's land.
Yeah.
You know what? You can sit there, Kuroto. Fine. Here we go. She would dox you girls so quickly.
Yep.
I mean,
Agreed.
probably.
No, not probably. Definitely.
Hey, you should fix your mic. There's an echo. No.
No.
But yeah, this is what I mean, chat. Okay, so this is why Bun came over to visit Dolphin, isn't it? To be prepared for dinner? No, Bun hasn't even had dinner yet.
No, I haven't been at home since... What time is it now?
It is 8 o'clock.
12 hours. Fine.
Gatorade shots. No, these are not Gatorade shots. So that's the... So now you can see. So this is with Staph aureus. Because Staph aureus acidifies the media, and because there's a pH indicator, you'll get this yellow color, right? So the pink wells have... There's no growth. So the amount of compound in here, this is the concentration, which is the MIC. Take care, Bun. I'll see you on Saturday.
I'll let you know what time.
Aggie.
I don't know if you want to come to my work or not.
I don't know. I think I'm going to the bank first because I need to go. Well, I need to book an appointment with the bank to talk to them about like terminals and stuff. Pain. Right, see you, Bud.
Bye. Enjoy. Were you surprised?
I had a feeling you would be coming somehow.
You know what? Every time you asked me about it, I actually was very honest because I completely forgot about them.
That's so funny. Okay, story from last year, Dolphin Day. Gambit had prepared something with Bun and Waifu, so Rekai, and I saw it before I knew about it because it had just arrived and I was hanging out with Bun, so I usually go into her like streaming room, like her room.
Being nosy.
I was like, what's this? I saw it on the ground. I was like, what's this? And she panicked and kicked me out.
But to be fair, you still didn't know what it was.
No, I didn't know what it was, but I knew it was something to do with that because it was very like suspicious.
I'm not good with that.
Looks so complicated for my small brain. It's not too bad. I promise.
Okay, your brain will be bigger than aeru, so
That's crazy.
that's crazy.
All right, bye bye.
Bye.
Bye. Ow. Yeah, please don't hug me through the chair. Anyway, she's off. Now that she's gone. But yeah, no, basically, it's really easy to tell where there's no growth because it will be yellow. If there's yellow, there's growth. If there's a little bit of growth, that still counts as growth. And so all the pink wells here, you can see that TM5 and TM9 are more effective in this specific growth medium. I don't have the normal growth medium. I just thought this was a cool picture. And I just had it already labeled from one of my old sides that I had to dig out. Yeah, and so this is an agar plate. I was given free reign to do whatever I wanted in the lab usually. And so this plate has crystal violet in it. Usually crystal violet is used for gram staining. Can it bond to me? And then so the agar hardened because, you know, when you add cold stuff to hot stuff, it kind of goes lumpy. Anyway, that's what happened. So that was my disastrous crystal violet plate with little mountains. It looks really cool though. I like taking plates and like, yeah, it was a hassle to clean the bottle afterwards. I will be real with you because crystal violet dye is really hard to get out. Did you choose the colors or are those chemical reactions? No, so those are chemical reactions. So the media itself is, hold on, let's go back. It's usually this color, but once it's open and you leave it in the fridge, it turns more pink. And once it's incubated, it turns more pink. So that's gonna be like a bit more basic. And because it's phenol red, so the reason why it's pink or reddish is because there's phenol red, it's a pH indicator. So if the pH is acidic, it will turn yellow. If it's more basic, it will turn like pinkish. Oh, this is just the dye. You can just buy crystal violet dye. Like, you can just buy it and then dilute it, or you can just make it from a powder. Yeah. So this is usually used for gram staining. So, for example, gram-positive bacteria will stain purple because of the thick peptidoglycan layer. So it will retain the dye and be purple. It won't get washed out. Whereas a gram-negative bacteria will not stain purple. It'll have that pink stain from... Like, I don't remember what the pink stain is called. But the purple will wash out because there's no, the peptidoglycan layer is so thin. It won't retain the dye. I don't have any gram stain images. I never took any. And I haven't done any since like undergraduate labs, I think, or demonstrating. So, but yeah, so that's kind of what like an MIC plate kind of looks like. You can imagine if this was normal media, it's just brown. And then it's either turbid or not turbid, basically. And that's how you tell. Yes. Here's some more pictures of these plates. These are 96 well plates. These are, I guess, fun and not fun. So another dye we can use is tetrazolium tetrachloride, something like that. We call it TTC, and that's this red stuff here. So this is normal media, and if it's really hard to tell, we use something called TTC. It's a metabolic dye, so if there's metabolic activity, if the bacteria is alive, it'll turn red, and so that's what you see here. Naked hands, never mind. Rainbow! Yeah, it's really pretty, right? Oh my gosh, I love... So this one has... This specific plate has got... Why is it blue? Presto Blue, probably. Is it Presto Blue? It had CC something in it. It's like it's a CCP, maybe? I don't remember. It has some like electron uncoupler or something. I don't know. It was not very nice. And it's like basically the reason why it looks this way is because there's like a dilution. Painstakingly did a dilution every 96 well played. Funny Gatorades. I don't know. That looks like pink. Pinky. Yo, you're right. But yeah, so this is another example of, this is like a normal media and you can see it's green. Pseudomonas is green, so that's why it's green. And then this is when I added dye. So this is when I added Presto Blue, so you can see it's still blue. And the purple means there's a little bit of growth. And then there's the pink, which means there's like quite a bit of growth, you know? Yeah. But it's really pretty, right? So pretty. I was really lucky I got to work with pretty colors. By the way, about 100 mils of this dye is like 1,500 New Zealand dollars, by the way. Science is not cheap. Science is not cheap. Science is not... Are they safe to touch with the naked hands? I mean, you have bacteria on your hands all the time anyway, right? I mean, you probably don't want to be touching these bacteria if you don't have to. And they kind of smell bad, so you probably don't want that smell on you. We are blessed that aeru's not working on research C. diff. Oh my god. Dude. I would imagine that's kind of hard to work with, right, Ronan? Because, like, it also is... It forms endospores, right? If I'm not mistaken. Because that's the... So C. diff infections often cause diarrhea and upset tummies and everything. And it's because usually if you're given antibiotics that wipe out your normal good microflora in your tummy, in your gut, and that allows C. diff to proliferate and cause issues. And it's not great. Yeah, it's not great. Science isn't cheap, but it sure gets me... Bro! What are you? What on earth? One of the best treatments for C. diff is actual fecal. Yeah! Yeah. Fecal transplants. That's right. I don't think they're reason. I've heard stories. Apparently, people have tried them to do them by themselves, which is kind of wild. Why would you do that? You don't. So the thing with fecal transplants, I'm pretty sure they're really strict on what feces they pick up, right? Because you have to have the right microflora to replace the good microflora. Don't do, yeah, literally what Ronan says. Do not do your own transplants. Please do not do stupid stuff like that, chat. Hi, Robin, what's up? Yeah, fecal donors have a bunch of standards they have to meet. I'm kind of curious. I don't think it's super common in New Zealand at all. I don't even know if they do that. Do not put fecal matter into yourself. No, don't put fecal matter anywhere but the toilet, please, chat. Without medical, I have heard of that. It was like a trend a couple of years ago. Why was it a trend? I'm good. I'm doing great. What are you looking at? These are plates with bacteria, but they also have compounds, so different concentrations. So each of these wells has a different concentration of that one compound, and we're trying to work out what is the minimum concentration it takes to inhibit bacterial growth. Yeah. So inhibit doesn't mean it's like completely gone and you just can't see it. There's something called minimum bactericidal, which is when they're dead. So that's when you would take this, like take these and spot this onto an agar plate, see what grows and at what concentration it grows. None of the, I didn't do anything. I didn't do any bactericidal stuff for this point because basically we just wanted to know basic MICs. Do the compounds work against planktonic cells before moving on with biofilm cells? Fecal transplant. I don't know if this... Ronan, Ro has said some of the most unhinged stuff, I swear. Okay, beat the main boss on my second try. Yo, let's go, Gwen! Why are you bonking? Who you bonking, Ro? Bonking yourself. No, Nemesis, dude, no wonder I like Grime so much. The team behind it is unhinged. Oh, absolutely. I mean, we had Creepy talking about fisting, did we not, on stream? I do so sus. No, sorry, boss. Wait, Rhoda. It's so funny, though. It's so funny. Ro clips are so funny. We got free Aras from Ro. We got Nisama. We had Onita. Dude, so funny. So funny. Anyway, back to science, chat. Actual science. Yeah, there's a lot to look at. I probably didn't have to put them all here. All I hear right now is seething rage at Dream. DVT is the love of my life. What do you mean? It's such a fun fight, DK. Can dolphins swim in this liquid? No, I don't want to swim in that liquid. No, thank you. But yeah, peptoids are more active against Staph aureus compared to pseudo. So pseudo is the top, Staph is the bottom. MHB is the standard stuff, and DMEM is the host mimicking stuff. And overall, The host mimicking stuff is just not great in general. Like, the peptoids... Wait, hold on. Pause. It's not great against Pseudomonas aeruginosa, which is, you know, generally more or less expected. It's more effective by, like, twofold, fourfold against Staph aureus, slightly. Because, so, like, 3.13, for example, to 1.56 is, like, a twofold change, right? And TM18... Yeah, one of the papers is based off TM18, chat. One of my publications is based off TM18. Is the most promising peptoid against pseudo, in both cases, in both media. And TM6 was the most promising against staph, which is this one. TM6 was my favorite, but I'll tell you why it's a bit of a pain. Staph is the bottom. I only know TMNT. It is, but it's so infuriating. I mean... At least you haven't spent 8 hours there yet, DK, I guess. Like, it could be worse. It could be worse. The soundtrack's good at least, you know? Ro cooked on that soundtrack so hard. TM2 Solid Beam or Flamethrower, what do you mean? So, TM is just the initials of the person who initially made, formed all these compounds for us. I don't actually know the actual name. That's why there's team numbers. This is a microgram, and I don't know why it did that. But anyway, I only just realized that. Thank you for your service, science woman. Thank you. Hello, Nawa Kilo. Welcome in. Thank you for your first time chat. I love microbiology. This is like my honors work. This is 6 years old now. When will there be AA1? I don't know. No. I don't make compounds. I'm not a chemist. Chemists make them up. So the next set of experiments is like biofilm eradication. So biofilm eradication, you have to form the... So basically, I form a biofilm, I grow up a biofilm, and then we treat the biofilm, basically. So, for these specifically, we're just determining the concentration that reduces the most bacteria within a biofilm, or like... Because realistically, you are not going to remove all of the biofilm. If you can, that's crazy, and you have like a super drug on your hand to test in like in vivo. I've never seen this film. Is it good? That's crazy weird. Sandra has been phenomenal. Yo, let's go, Mr. T. It's 100 the cap of where you stopped counting. Oh, you mean with bacterial cells? Do I have plates? I think I have some plates to show you later, maybe. But usually you count anywhere between 25, anything up lower than 25 is like too low. And usually it's like, yeah, you can count 100, it doesn't matter. Count what you can, honestly. But usually you have different dilutions. So if you are off dilution-wise, you gotta dilute further, you know? Tender swap tomorrow's Grime 2 stream for the first Grime now. If you like it so much, where are the Grime streams? No, I dare you. Wait, you're gonna go NG plus Grime? You don't want to go back to Grime 2, Ronan? I mean, both are really good. Both are really good. So, I mean. But yeah, so basically I always have to set up 2 plates. So I set up 2 biofilm plates. Per strain, per condition. So I have monomicrobial pseudo plates. So 2 of those. I have 2 staph plates, and I have 2 polymicrobial, which is a mixture of both bacteria grown together. And so I have 6 plates total, chat, okay? And these are grown for 24 hours in the incubator. They're set up in the 96 well plates and grown, right? Biofilm plates are treated either with a variety of different concentrations. So for the first set of experiments you'll see after the slide, there will be different concentrations in each well. And once we picked one, you use a set concentration. So each well gets a set concentration. And that then gets re-incubated. So basically this is almost like a media change. You take out the media from the first 24 hours and you replace it with media, but instead this media has the compound in it, basically. And one of these plates, so the reason I have 2 plates, 2 copies, one plate is used to stain the biofilm with crystal violet. So you see that purple stuff in the agar before. We actually use that for staining biofilm mass. But the thing with the biofilm mass is you can't tell if it's dead or alive. It will just stain everything. Anything and everything that is stuck to the plate, it will stain, basically, right? And then so to counteract that and work out how much bacteria, one plate is used to determine bacterial survivors. And that's when I have to scrape the 96 well plate using a cotton swab, because we didn't have a specific piece of equipment that you guys will see a bit later that I used during my PhD. But for my honors, we didn't have the set of equipment, so I had to painstakingly wash out all the plates. So there's a lot of washing steps. I'm not going to go into staining plates and stuff because it's kind of boring, and I'm not going to technically really go through a lot of the wash steps or scraping plates. But know that it's a pain, and you'll see it a bit later. Hi, Shayo. I need sleep. No worries there. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a good eve and a good day tomorrow. I'm working on NG plus 5. Ooh. I mean, I think you started whilst DK was playing, right, Ronan? I think so. I'm glued to this stream. We both know she's gonna play Grime 2. I don't know. She's been playing through NG Plus right now because DK's been playing through NG Plus. Yeah, I think DK was playing Surrogate Vulture, NG Plus 1, and Ronan opened the game, if I'm not mistaken. He's gonna play more Grime tonight, but I'm glued to the stream. I'm sorry, Mr. Tease. I saw that graph when I was in the hospital. That's crazy. You mean, are you talking about like an ectogram or whatever they're called for like the heart rate stuff? That's not what they, well, I'd be a bit worried if they looked like this. I'll say, while I eat food, enjoy, Shio. But yeah, peptoids are more effective at reducing monomicrobial biofilm mass, and this is in red. Blue is pseudo, these are monomicrobial. So basically, you can see TM1, it dips and it, you know. But remember, you cannot tell if this bacteria is alive or dead. It's just whatever is stuck to the plate. So Pseudomonas, I should have taken pictures. I don't remember if I even had any pictures. But basically, on the 96 well plate, they're like, pseudo likes to form, because pseudo is motile, it can form biofilms at the air-liquid surface interface, basically. So at where the liquid meets, the top of the liquid meets the plastic, that's where pseudo will often form a biofilm. Staph, on the other hand, is non-motile. It can't travel, so it'll form a biofilm on the bottom of the plate, or bottom of the plastic. Ronan heard the Surrogate Vulture music and was activated. Like, I mean, that's fair. The music for Surrogate Vulture is great. Surrogate Vulture, however, I'm not the biggest fan of. Like, great fight, but pain in the ass, because that lightning, oh my god. Oh my god! What are you talking about? But I don't understand everything we think. It's okay, Robin, don't worry. It's really hard to explain anyway. Well, one is hard to explain, but it's science. Science is hard. The lightning will haunt me for a while, true. So I haven't done the surrogate, but I'm excited to get there. Oh, you mean an NG Plus, Mr. Tease? But yeah, so basically we identified one concentration, which was 31.25 overall, seemed to be like the most effective overall. And it wasn't like super crazy high. So sometimes if you have compounds, if you have them too high concentration, the compound itself will precipitate out, and that's not what you want because it means it's just not going to be active. And yeah, it was pretty active against staph, removing like more than 50% of biofilm. So we just used 31.25, and it's kind of like a middle ground as well, which is nice. Hello, Chair, what's up? But it's interesting though, aeru. I'm glad you find it interesting. Good night, KSX. I hope you have a good eve and see you later. Yeah, never got around NG Plus for Grime 1. So many games played on it. That's fair. I mean, you gotta get to the secret boss in Grime NG Plus. That guy is the love of my life, and it is the best boss fight that I've ever experienced in any game ever. And it hasn't changed after Grime 2. I love all the boss fights in Grime 2. I think they're super fun. But nothing beats DBT. Nothing. Is this your last aeru-thon goal you had? It's actually not. I have to make aeru plushie hand cam stream. I have to do I have to also make a tail cushion on stream. Tail cushion is fine. I just haven't made my templates to pin to the fabric to cut out and also sew. So I will get around to it eventually. Yeah, I understand nothing, but it's nice listening to the dolphin explain stuff. I mean, if it makes sense at all to anyone, that's great. If it doesn't, that's also great. Okay, so when you have your concentration, this is when I started determining how much bacteria was in the wells. And as you can see, I scraped at least 540 wells. At least. Yeah. This would take me a day to do everything, by the way, chat. Because we didn't have a sonicator, which is like a specific thing that can, that uses sound waves to remove biofilms. And often sonicators are used to like clean rings and jewelry and stuff like that. But anyway, there's some for science as well. We didn't have one of those machines at the time of my honors degree, so I was stuck scraping wells. So basically what happens, this is bacteria biofilm, has been treated. So basically you take out the media, you wash it 3 times, and then you add 100 microliters of either media or PBS, which is it's like a buffer, and then you scrape the well with a cotton swab, and then you put it in a 1 mil, like we also have media of 1 mil and an Eppendorf, and then you gotta vortex it, and then you gotta dilute it down, and then plate the dilutions, 10 to the minus 3, 10 to the minus 2, 1, and the 0. So there's 2 plates. So for polymicrobial type infections, I use 2 different plates because you have to differentiate between the 2 different bacteria to select for them. For monomicrobial plates, I've just realized, you know, that's fine. But thank you for the follow, Rip Kidred, welcome in, how are you doing? Where can I buy long matches? These are not matches, they're cotton swabs. And basically, this is pseudo, you can see this is on PCA, which is Pseudomonas cetrimide agar. So cetrimide is a drug that most things will not grow on. or pseudo will grow on it. I think E. coli can grow on it, but you know, it's quite bright green. You can kind of see. But you can see that the Pseudomonas strain that I worked with, LESB 58, is really tiny. It takes longer to grow, or even more so on this. And then the other one is 7.5% salt agar. That's a lot of salt. And that selects for the staff because pseudo won't grow it. What sort of plasmids are going in these? No plasmids! Hello, Anon Summer 9001. Welcome in. No plasmids in these. This is just from biofilm. So I usually used to work with polymicrobial biofilms or co-biofilms of Pseudomonas aeruginosa and Staph aureus. And this is just the bacteria from them. Can you use these to make alcohol? No. It's not a yeast. It's not a yeast. It's not like, what's the other? S. cerevisiae, I think is the yeast that's used in like beer and stuff. But yeah, so this is MBEC, if you guys are wondering what this means, is my labeling. So usually you have your initials. You have, I had day, so it was a Tuesday that I set this up. And MBEC means minimum biofilm eradication concentration, MBEC. And then PA for Pseudomonas aeruginosa. This is the control plate. This is the well number. So there's G, 1, 2. So it would be this the well here. And yeah. So, and then obviously pseudo is blue, staph is red. So I used to color code everything. It makes life so much easier, I tell you, as well. But yeah, so staph also, this is not like optimal conditions for staph. It will grow, but it'll also be like small colony variants. So I had to count lots of tiny colonies. Is there a reason you put a cross through it? Oh, so these are divided into quarters because each quadrant is a different dilution plated. So I spot like 10 microliters, I believe it is, onto the plate, and then I use a loop, a sterile loop to do a squiggly line, basically cover the quadrant and move on to each quadrant. Yeah. What happens if I lick it? Well, if you're healthy, you'll probably be fine. If you're not, you might get sick. But yeah, they're all different dilutions. So, for example, dilutions at -3, if you had 1, you would expect like 10 here, because it's a 10-fold dilution. Why not half a cup? Because we don't do cups in science. It's crazy, bro. Go get your measuring jug. There's cup measurements on there. Are those plastic recipients or acrylic? This is plastic. They're plastic plates. Plastic plates. But yes, okay, so that's what. For example, these are monomicrobial, so that means there's only one bacteria in each. Blue is pseudo. I've labeled red staph. So, TM18, yeah, is still the best. So this is biofilm mass. It's still the best, and it's a significant drop. Sorry, my fucking tail is in the way. Is the most active peptoid against Pseudomonas, removing Pseudomonas aeruginosa biofilm, so that's really cool. And then Staph aureus is, well, peptoids are pretty good against staph anyway, but this line here is below the limit of detection. So quite a few had them at below the limit of detection. If you're wondering what the gray bars are for TM12, it's basically we didn't have enough of the compounds, so this is only 1 biological replicate, whereas every other one with the error bars and everything is 3 biological replicates. So I did a lot. So biological replicates, technical replicates are like quite different, but I would used to do 5 technical replicates per biological replicates. So each biological replicate was like an average of 5 technical replicates. So it's actually way more than that many wells that I scraped, but I don't want to work out the math because that's horrifying to me. The only cup measurements that is real is for Sure, bro, sure. Are you gonna try and make cookies again? What happens if you drop them or they get damaged? Do you lose all the bacteria and have to... Okay, so if you break the plate, as long as the agar is still intact, you're probably fine. The bacteria is not just going to jump off the plate or the agar. If the agar comes off, then you're a bit screwed and you have to do it again, yes. I'm headed to bed. No worries, Z. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you. I hope you have a good eve and a good day tomorrow. Take care. You are a talented artist. Thank you, Insane. I appreciate that. Looking forward to the presentation. Thank you for follow Anon Summer. Are you also a scientist? Because you mentioned plasmids, and plasmids is not a word that people usually use if they're not a scientist, usually, or have done science, you know? We'll get to plasmids later in... So this is still my honors work. I haven't even gone to my PhD chat. Should I have made 2 streams? Is agar, or something else? Agar is basically the same thing, but there's like, obviously, the agar we use in the lab is not food safe. Food grade agar. Yeah. Yo, Spades! Welcome in! Someone want one? Yo, welcome in, Raiders! It's your resident Maui Dolphin, aeru here from New Zealand. Friday game streamer, artist, and named after 2 bacteria. It's nice to meet you. How was your stream, Spades? Welcome in, Spades. Hello, Chilled. How was your stream? I worked in a genetics. Yo, let's go! That's huge. That's so cool. What sort of genetics were you working on? Yeah. if you want to answer. You don't have to if you don't want to, but I'm curious now. How was the Blob 2? Hey, yo, 6 of raids. Hello, Telepeiros. That's actually a very good raid message, Spades. 6 of raids. I like that. Spades, 6 of raids. That's actually really cool. I like that. I like that, Talo. But yo, welcome in. How was your stream, Spades? And thank you for sharing your lovely community with me again. Chat, if you don't check out Spades, they're another variety game streamer. They recently finished playing RE8 DLC as well. Like I played it. I haven't played it. I will be playing it. Not the DLC, but I'll be playing the game. But yeah, please go check them out if you have not already. Oh my gosh, the ad break timing is terrible again. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Spades. Good, get a speedrun PBM now. Yo, let's go! Congratulations, Spades! Going to the patent office shortly so I get a quarter every time somebody says it. Let's go, Tello! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But yeah, so apologies about the ad timing. That was terrible again. This has happened like 3 times now. God damn it. The ad's crap. I'm sorry, Spades. But thank you for the raid. But yes, we are just talking science anyway, so... We got 3 minutes of me yapping to yap. They just yap and yap. You know what? Maybe I drink some water. I'll drink some water. Man, chat, we haven't made it very far. I'm telling you. The ad timing today has been really ass. Yeah, we haven't even been... The thing is, like, the ads don't necessarily go off straight on time either. They literally dilly-dally for a wee bit as well, in terms of, like, you have the timer that they give you, like, oh, 3 minutes, and it'll be, like, actually, oh, a minute, and it'll be, like, a minute and a half, or a minute 15, and I swear to God, it's never on time. The timer's a lie. I know, right? All my ads today are just pizza. Ooh, what do you have in your pizza, Grego? The timer's a lie? I know, right? I swear. What's on your pizza? Why you give me that look, Grego? Huh? We have like a minute and 30. It finishes the countdown, then you have 1 to 3 minutes. It's true, right? I swear. It's just a bait. It is a bait. It is such a bait, I tell you. It's such a bait. But yeah, I mean, the graphs will change earlier. I was too lazy to make... Well, to be fair, I don't have access to the program that we use, the software that I use to make graphs on, because the uni here doesn't use it, which is crazy, and the uni here is kind of stingy, so... Sometimes it's immediately after the time, and sometimes like a whole minute. Yeah, I don't pay attention anymore, because I'm like... The Twitch ads on the stream about pizza. Oh, fuck! I was like, what? You get pizza? I mean, did the pizza look good, Greco? The ads about the pizza, do they look good? Do they look good? At the very least, do they look good? Do they look good? Maybe they look good. Man, now I want pizza. Yeah. Everyone keeps mentioning pizza. I think Fade had pizza the other day. I think Ro also made pizza. And I'm like, damn, now I want pizza. Now I want pizza. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Y'all have pizza all the time. Food always looks great in ads. That's the issue. I'm hungry at 4 AM. No, Greco. Dang it. I'm sorry, Judy. But hello, Judy. How are you? I have pizza for tomorrow. God damn it. Don't do this to me. Wait. Who are you? Let me see. Pause. King also had pizza. Wait, really? What pizza did you have, King? Did you put it in the microwave? Did you eat it cold? I need to know. Z! What the heck, Z? Oh my god. Thank you, Z, for the dono. Give me 2 seconds. Whilst we're in the store and ads, I'm gonna add the Z for WZ. WZ. Sorry, what were you saying before you were so rudely interrupted? I was saying... What was I saying? I don't remember what I was saying. I was saying congratulations. I was saying congratulations to for getting a 3rd on the leaderboard. And thanking you for the raid and telling people that they should check you out because you're another variety game streamer and just finished playing RE8 or RE8 DLC. Sometimes food in the ad isn't even food. Oh, because like, are they plastic? Is that what you're meaning? Also, who else? Who else just... Bun? Bun question mark. Is that actually you, Bun? Karaika. Was that actually Karaika? Was it actually Karaika? Was it actually Karaika? Karaika, was that you actually? Only 2.5 hours, we've reached the goal. Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. Karaika, okay. Everyone's just getting blue text because I'm lazy. So... Yeah, these guys are kind of crazy. I don't have any more goals because it's aeru, and yeah. aeru didn't come up with any more goals. I didn't think I would need any more goals. Apparently that was wrong. But I don't want blue ticks. Oh, are you serious? Do you want me to give you the same treatment as last time, Bun? You get green ticks. That's all you're getting. Actually, you know what? You know, you're gonna. Do you want half-half? You get half-half. Could the next goal be to make more goals? No, she's gonna get half-half and she's gonna be mad at me, but that's okay. I think it looks great. Yeah? Okay, pause. Let me add everyone. Did I save Z's one? I don't know if I saved Z's one. I thought I did. Hold on, let me see. Let me check whilst I pin them on. I know Z went to sleep though, so... Oh, where are we putting Z? Thank you, Z. I'm gonna just... Sorry, these are all gonna be random sizes because my mouse doesn't want to cooperate, so we're just gonna have to ball with it. Bun, where do you want to be? Are you gonna take the funny spot, the hee hee ha ha spot? I think you'll remember the hee hee ha spot. I think most people won't remember it. No worries, enjoy getting food, Yuri! Another Warhammer painting stream, no. No. Give me that spot. Yes, give me, okay, right, pause. I'm gonna have to like change it later though. I don't know if it's gonna, oh, hold on. This one, right? She wants the spot. Actually, you know what? It doesn't even go underneath. Hold on, I need to, pin, only pin to layers below item, only pin to specific layer. Hold on. I don't know which one, oh, fuck. I'm about to go hunting some rabbits! Eye slash. I don't remember. Put item in model, always in front of model. No. Fuck, what is the... You'll only label... Bro, where is it? Hold on, I need to find it. Oh, man, I don't remember where it is. No, that's that. Nope. Okay, hold on. No. Only pin to layers below item. Dude, I can't remember. Always fronts. No, I don't remember where it is. I don't... There's like leg, there's art mesh, nose. Oh my gosh, I don't know what it's labeled. I don't remember. I'm gonna have to look. No, I don't actually know where it is, chat. I genuinely do not know. Shorts, inner, shirt, bottom. Wait, what's that? Hold on, if I put this back on. Hold on. Is it gonna? No, it's not gonna. Ooh, tummy base. There we go. That might be it. Pause. Done. Hold on, pause. Is that it? Ha! It worked! It worked! There you go. Just keep your shirt off. No, because, like, it will, like, you know. You can't see it anyway, usually. Oh, I see I migrated. Yeah, you migrated, Kuroto. Then I'm gonna try to hit. No worries! Take care, Nim. Thank you for stopping by. Hold on, I'm gonna make myself smaller. Wait, hold on. Well, I'm about to go. Are you actually gonna go hunting rabbits? That's crazy. Can't be seen anyway. I was wondering. So funny. Anyways, I'm alert. No worries. Shout at me when they see your hair bun worked on. No worries. Can I slide into DMs later to ask how you pulled that off? Pulled what off? My shirt? Just add me, Mr. T's. Yeah, you can add me. Just add me on Discord. You can't just flick me a message because I don't have the settings for that. Yeah. That's crazy. You mean pinning it to a different layer? You just have to go through your layers, basically, if that's what you're meaning. I don't know what... I saw the message. I thought it was funny. But yeah, just add me later. I'll add you after stream. Hiding something under your shirt, not taking your top off, Herman. We'll do that. No worries. How dare you? That was funny. Was it not funny? I thought it was funny. Not the face palm. Gamer gonna learn. Congrats. No worries. Thank you for the look. Thank you for the raid, Spades. I hope you have a good eve and a good day tomorrow. Take care, and thank you again for the raid. Freaky dolphin. Never. I don't know what you're talking about. No, couldn't be me. Also, so this is not how many plates. I've worked with so many plates. I don't want to do the math. But yeah, these are so on the left-hand side from my mouse. These are all for Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and these are all for staff. These are high salt plates, and these are not high salt plates. So say-so. I am very say-so. I don't know what you mean. Back in my days, I thought that aeru was say-so. I was very mistaken. I am very say-so. What do you mean? I am say-so compared to so many people. I don't know what you mean. If you say so, I do say so. Thank you, Tello. Sure. And this is basically after. So when you stain your plates with crystal violet, you gotta wash it out, right? You gotta wash out the wells with distilled water or PBS. It doesn't really matter. You can use either. And then you have to dissolve the dye with ethanol, and then you read it in a plate reader, basically. That's how I got those things. She is my pick for Say-So. Thank you, Yuriko. Hello, how are you? Welcome, welcome. I is the third most Say-So I watch. Least Say-So I watch is Tease. Wait, what? You're saying? What the heck? I'm very awesome. If you say so, ethanol. Yeah. Yeah, you use ethanol to dissolve the dye. Yeah, and that's why it's just like a diluted color. Yeah. You can see I have like solidified agar here. Oh my god, so many things. So many things on my desk. Gawain? I'm doing great. I'm building. Oh, enjoy, Yuriko. Hell yeah. Interesting. All right, so then we move to polymicrobial stuff. So this is when two bacteria together. So you can't tell, you can't distinguish which bacteria is dead or alive, whatever, right? But you also can't distinguish between the two when it's crystal violet stained. And basically, graphs look very similar to the other ones, but we still use the 31.25 just because, like, keeping things consistent across the board is great in science. So we just chose 31.25, which is actually pretty reasonably, like, also, like, mostly, like, the lowest point anyway. So pretty good, pretty cool, pretty nice, okay? Yes, and then you get these funky graphs with two bacteria. So this is my control. This is PBS control. And basically, you can see there's not a crazy amount of difference between the two bacteria, despite me inoculating, basically. I feel like these plates aren't technically 1-to-1. There's like a 1 to 100. I can't remember the ratio. I do not remember. And you can see there's more biofilm mass as well with the control. And then everything else is below 50%, which is great. Great. I'm very scared of ethanol. The fire is invisible at daylight. I mean, methanol is more scary than ethanol if you're talking about fire, Greco. At least you can kind of see ethanol fire. In the lab, you can see it. Methanol, you cannot see it at all. Methanol is very scary. Yes, we'll say. But yeah, so basically, pseudo is blue. Remember, red is staph. This is just the name of the strains that we use specifically. But yeah, so these are with a fixed amount of peptoid, so at 31.25 micrograms per mil. And basically, we have TM1 and TM6. So here, TM1 and TM6, which is TM1 here and TM6. Basically, reduced both pseudo and staph significantly. This is what the little asterisk stand for. I'm not going to go through the stats. I'm not a statistician or whatever. TM14 reduced to staph below the limit of detection. And TM18 reduced Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Yeah, so limit of detection is basically like the lowest amount that you can like basically countable or feasible. So anything below this is kind of like, you know, it's basically not there. So that's the limit of detection of where your dilutions are and things like that. Yes. Cool. So that's really cool. So they do something, but as you can see, in a polymicrobial environment, the, you know, pseudo is pretty happy. Like, it's still relatively happy. It's not, like, completely gone nowhere near compared to, like, staph, which is... But then you have to remember, pseudo and staph, although pseudo and staph can coexist together, pseudo does produce things like a lot of anti-staphylococcal stuff, so... Thriving. Yeah, it kind of is still thriving. It's kind of scary. Okay, here's the mouse experiment warning. The next 2 pages will have mice skin and stuff, so if you don't want to see that and it makes you, like, ew and whatever, you can, you know... You can hang out and just block your ears, block your eyes for, I don't know, maybe 5-10 minutes. Maybe. I don't know how long I'll be talking about that for. Not sure. Probably not that long. I don't know. But there are images, so if you guys don't want to see them, that's fine. You don't actually see the my mouse and cells, just mouse skin. Mouse skin bullshit. Yeah, there's a story. Okay, so this thing here is a homogenizer. This is, so basically, any new compound you want to test requires toxicity testing in the mice before we can use them for testing against an infection in the mouse. So basically, we just want to make sure it's not super toxic to the mouse itself. Like, it's not going to hurt the mouse or, like, you know, well, not hurt the mouse, but, like, it's not going to, like, burn the mouse or have, like, adverse effects, right? Or if it shows toxicity in the mouse skin, then we cannot use it to treat the mouse infection in the abscess model. So we use 2 different concentrations for this, and it's the model we use in general is a subcutaneous mouse abscess model, and it's a very high density bacterial infection. Basically, you do a subcutaneous injection with bacteria into the mice, and you monitor the mice over 3 days, let the abscess form, and it will scab. But then after an hour, we treat them basically, and then we monitor for 3 days, and it'll form a scab and everything. So mouse skin is really interesting. It will just kind of like the way it heals is really interesting because like the skin is like really stretchy. So they do heal slightly differently to humans. Can you pin it for sensitive people that are arriving at stream? I don't really want to change the pin link, unfortunately, Greco, because it's not going to be super long anyway. But yeah, otherwise I would have, but it's just not worth changing the pin and then trying to get the message back. I am fine. I love biology. And so making mouse skin milkshake. So the thing is, when you extract the scab, so we want the abscess because the bacteria is still within the abscess. So once the mice have been euthanized with gas, and we have to like do it like twice, but basically they get gassed, and then you kind of just crack the neck, and you know, and then we excise the abscess, and then we put it into PBS, and then we have to homogenize it. So that's what I mean by making mouse milkshake. So you put it into tubes with glass beads to help to beat up the abscess and like separate everything. And this is what a homogenizer is. And so basically, by the time it's all like, you know, the beads have mashed up, because this is like really high frequency, right? And it basically looks like mouse milkshake. So that's what we used to call it in the lab. We call it mouse milkshake because that's what it looked like. Oh, yeah, no. So everything is done ethically. Everything is done ethically. They are not in pain at all. This is like a protocol that my supervisor had made during his postdoc research and stuff as well. So the first things are toxicity assays. So basically, this is just underneath a mouse skin flap, basically. It's just underneath the skin. So there's 2 different concentrations, right? And you can see that all of the skin looks pretty fine. Like there's nothing, like you can see my glove, but that's about it. But then TM6 led, like, not quite dermonecrosis, but almost. So we just had to scrap TM6, even though it was like one of the most potent contenders for being, like, having activity. It was toxic, so like caused skin toxicity, which isn't good. So we just scrapped it. Yeah, so that's that. But yeah, so with these, we actually use Nair. So I mentioned earlier. So we have to shave the mice. Yep, you heard me. We shave the mice, and we have to use Nair to get rid of the remaining hair. But yeah, so this is kind of what it looks like. So this is after day 3. So an untreated. So this is just bacteria only. And this was what the scab kind of looks like. This is like relatively sized. We have to like measure the abscess sizes and everything. They have a fancy piece of like, there's a fancy wound silhouette camera that they use now, that I think a company sent my boss back then. I've used it a bit, but not for this one because we didn't have it here. And then you can see that the abscess, so like I said, they heal pretty nicely. TM1 base, I mean, you can still see the lump, and there will still be a bit of bacteria in here, but you can see it, like, the scab is basically gone, right? And then TM18 also reduced, like, the scab size. So you can kind of tell that there's quite a big difference over the 3 days after an hour of letting the bacteria settle. You just add in, you know? So it's really cool to see. It cleans up a ton. Yeah, crazy. I mean, the bacteria is still there, but everything else is, you know. So basically, abscess model, like I said, high density, and TM1. So here's like, so these are all, so each of these dots represents one mouse. And you can see that there's no abscess like seen at all. I mean, there's still some, but most of the mice don't have an abscess seen, so it's mostly clear. And TM18 is a bit spread as well, but it's still like overall, it reduces the abscess size, which is really, really cool. Does this mean it'll happen to a human? Who knows? Not sure. But then the more important factor is looking at the bacterial load or bacterial survivors within these abscesses. So you can see in my PBS controls here, I have split them into like 2 different graphs, but you know, there's similar amounts, 8, 7, might be a little bit more staph, but TM1 still reduced like overall, kind of, because of 2 outliers, 100-fold-ish, but like they're still like, you know, the bacteria is still there despite the scab going, if that makes sense. So it's kind of interesting. However, it does reduce a lot of staph. Like, staph is a bit half-half. So these sort of like, it's always like it's like a human, right? Every human is different. So every mouse is different too, right? Every mouse is different and it will react to things differently. So that's why you often need like a reasonable amount of like subjects, I guess, or like, you know, testing things. But we try not to use it like a crazy amount, but it still has to have like statistical power because that's what people care about. And TM18s was still relatively the same, and yeah, it's kind interesting because, like, you know, even though it removed the scab, the bacteria is still, like, floating around. So I don't actually know how long it actually takes to clear up in terms of, like, bacteria-wise, but yeah. It's so weird reading Aureus everywhere. I just imagine little yours swimming around. Yeah, this is normal bacterial nomenclatures, like the capital letter, the dot of the first part of the name, and then Aureus in, like, lowercase. Yep. And so basically the summary, oh my gosh, we're at the end of my honors stuff, which is still like a lot of honors work, and people were like, what the fuck? Because you have to keep, I did this in like not that many months actually, because we were COVID and people were like, huh? But anyway, TM18 exhibited best antimicrobial activity against pseudo in vitro, which means like in the lab, you know, it's not in a live body basically. TM16, 14, 18 best peptides in vitro against polymicrobial biofilms, which is what we really care about. TM1 18 reduced marine abscess lesion size, so that's the scab. TM1 exhibits the best efficacy in vivo, which is kind of like, it's a little bit sad because every other peptoid, so 2 to 20 onwards, are basically 2 to 19 are all derivatives of TM1, so they are TM1 with slightly different modifications. So TM1 still being the best in vivo is kind of sad. It seems that, like, you know, it didn't really, the modifications didn't really help the activity, like from a chemical point of view. TM18 appeared as good as TM1 against in vitro polymicrobial biofilms, but it was not as good against the in vivo against the polymicrobial abscess model. So you can see, now you kind of can see and tell the discrepancies between something in the lab and in an in vitro lab model where there's like no living cells or anything compared to like in vivo, so in like a mouse, for example. Chemical modifications of peptoid derivatives did not make them better than the original TM1, which is kind of really sad, to be honest. But if you want to read more, there are 2 papers that I am first one of them I'm first, I think it's ACS ID one, I'm first author on, shared first author of, and that one is just overall about peptoids in general. And then the other paper, I'm second author on. Yeah. But that's all based off my honors stuff. And that was more focused on TM18 and what it could do. And some of the other ones, I think. But yes, what else came from my honors work? So this is some biomed event that I had to speak at. I did a speak at. I wasn't even in biomed, but I did talk. And then I got for my talk, which was most of what I talked about today. It was like better, like slides, but you know. I got second place during my honors presentation talk. Yay! So I got this mug. Yay! From the department. Yay! Yeah, it's not that exciting. I think I still have this somewhere. But yes. Yep. Okay, that's my honor stuff. Woo! Look at all my plates. You can see on the side there's green. So that's pseudo. You can tell it's pseudo because they're green. That's still some good work. Thank you. Thank you, Red Fox. But yes, so I got really lucky during my honors. Like I said, I had done a previous summer student project in that lab, so I knew what I was doing. I knew my way around the lab. I knew kind of what I was doing. It wasn't exactly the same sort of stuff, but it was very similar. So once we got back into the lab after COVID, so I think we were back in the lab in July after lockdown, I just got on and did what I had to do. A lot of these experiments took a day to so the plating stuff and scraping plates would take me like 8 hours. Actually, you know, it would take me 8 hours to scrape every single plate. And I had 5 technical replicates per biological replica. And I had 3 biological replicas. So that's like 15 wells per like 1 sample. That's crazy. It's crazy to think about. And man, well, what was wrong with me back then? You are amazing. Oh, thank you, Greco. Thank you. So there's more pictures. So when I said I drew on everything in the lab, I drew on everything in the lab. So all the pipette tip boxes, my friend really liked Gojo, so that's why there's a bunch of Gojo. There is Power, there's Kemo no Kaban there, there's Mahito, and then there's Gura, and then I drew on the rulers as well. Yep, I drew on everything. I drew on everything in the lab. Yep, that was aeru's job. My supervisor didn't care, so I was like, yo, 07 Gura, yeah. Oh, man. And these are just close-ups of what you were seeing before that were hung up on like the little pins. So there's Kamane, there is aeru, there is Haru and Rin, there's Mogura. I actually took these home, so I actually have these with me somewhere. They're in a bag. They probably should have been autoclaved before I brought them home, but whatever, fine. And there's Sukuna, and then there's Ku, of course, on more. I think there's still remnants of these left on the boxes, but as boxes get sterilized and autoclaved, they just kind of fade into nothingness. But yeah. So this is my friend Sam. Okay, so 1, do not do this. So this is dye. So someone had weighed out dye and had not cleaned the weight, the scale. And when you spray ethanol after someone's used dye, this is what happens. So you can tell when someone hasn't cleaned it. So this is pain. I hate it when people do this. Don't do this, chat. If you work in a lab and you're using colorful dye, clean up after yourself because it's really obvious to see when you haven't. Because clearly you can see the dye. Sam seems really... So he was pouring, you can see there's plates in the hood. He was pouring plates in the hood. And he'd put one bottle here to take and put in there, and it spilled on the ground. And that's agar. That's an agar bottle of hot agar on the ground. And he's just... Also, cheerful lad. Sam's great. So funny. Sam is that Chad, the real, like, very helpful, very knowledgeable. So he actually knows a lot more than I do, for sure. But anyway, so Sam also used to do things and, like, put, like, he was like, you know, it makes, like, the lab fun. Like, in terms of, like, we had googly eyes around the lab. We had graders around the lab. I didn't have any photos of this, and so I couldn't find any. But he also put this on the back of my hoodie one day, and I found it, and it's left in my bag. It says something about just... I'm a tube uwu. Look how cute I am, uwu. And I sent this to Sam. He's like, what the fuck is that tube? And I was like, you put this somewhere, and this is you. This is not mine. This is you. And he's like, oh, I probably put it in the back of your hoodie. I was like, he was like, and then I showed him the top of the tube. He's like, oh yeah, that's a smiley face that I drew. He's like, oh yeah, that was me. Hi Cam, good. How are you? So yeah, so I had to include it. It's too funny. It's too fucking funny. Because I was just sitting there laughing, as friends do, you know, you just laugh. Yeah, classic aeru. Yep. And then this was my workspace during my PhD. Actually, this was one of my workspace benches. Yeah, I brought most of the things home. And then these are my art. There's Pekora, there's Gura. There is a little note from one of the students that I looked after over summer. This is the guy that almost burnt down the lab, by the way. That ruined my pot. You'll see it later. These are from one of my lab children. Yeah, these are all from my lab children. Ali, actually, I don't think I have any photos with her. But she's really fun too. How much data do you need about the auras to make simple simulations? I have no idea, Greco. I have no idea. This is Suka. I actually have this still. I drew this on cardboard, and this drawing still exists. It's still, yeah. I actually brought all of this home. Of course I did. There's Umaru. There is the thing from Frozen 2, I think. I don't know. I haven't seen it. My extra spare Nendroids. There's more from my lab children. And then there's, yeah. Mom, I do. There's definitely a lab, not a personal collection. This is my office space. What do you mean? This is, okay, no, this is my honors space, actually, I'm pretty sure. Maybe, I don't remember. Honestly, I don't know. It's probably my office space. I don't know. It's one of my office spaces. I moved offices, you know. If that was my honors lab, I would have been evacuated, alarms and all. They have conductivity centers on the floor, so tech spills. It's insane. Oh, wow. I mean, it's only agar. It's not dangerous. The most dangerous thing is, like, it's hot and there's glass on the floor. It's sharp. But you always wear covered shoes, right? And everything in a lab. And you're not allowed food, you know. Anyway, shall we move on to talk about my PhD, chat? I know, this is the grunt of the stuff. Crazy. So my PhD was on polymicrobial interactions between Pseudomonas aeruginosa and Staphylococcus aureus. Crazy! They're the same two bugs I did my honors work on. I know. Now we talk more science. That was just my honors work. The most dangerous thing is I do making fires. No, I didn't set any fires in the lab. I was putting them out. What do you mean? Okay, so we talk about interactions. I'm not going through the bugs again. You guys relatively have an idea about pseudo and staph. So there's positive interactions and negative interactions. It's basically like some sort of like, it's like a continuum kind of in a sense, right? The 3-hour build-up. So we have synergistic interactions where the bacteria work together to, I guess, protect themselves from antibiotics, which is AB. Mutualism where potentially one bacteria is producing something that the other can use. So in this case, for like a Staph aureus pseudo example, Staph produces something called acetoin, and Pseudomonas can use this as like a carbon source, basically, something like that. Commensalism is like, you know, there's not much happening, but there's still like, you know, Staph can use Pseudomonas to hitchhike, to move to other places, so it can hitchhike off like the flagella or whatever. There's a paper about this. I didn't work on it, but yeah. Are those your drawings? Yes, they are. Could you tell? Yeah, they are. They are my drawings. There's competition, so more negative interactions, competition where, pseudo is plus LA. What's LA? Don't remember. Lactic acid? Don't remember. Something is happening here. They're competing basically for resources like oxygen and stuff like that. So I think this means it's going, so Staph goes into starts fermenting stuff because there's not enough, like, you know, they're fighting for nutrients, and Pseudo's just pretty happy. There's antagonism where Pseudo produces a bunch of anti-staphylococcal compounds such as LAS-A that will just kill off Staph. There's also parasitism where Pseudo produces a bunch of stuff like HH-cubed, HQNO, PQS, and then strips basically Staph from iron. So there's no iron, so it starves Staph of iron. Hello, Vidor! How are you? I'm good. How are you? Peak drawing. Thank you. Thank you, Copbots. She forgot. Dude, it's been a long time. It's been a long time. It's the little guy from the Bit Badge. It is. They are little guys from the Bit Badge. You're right. How did you know? It's probably lactic acid. I think so. I think so. Cobalt, you're probably right. I don't remember. I think it is, if it's that. It's in my thesis, but you guys can't see that. So, as a pro-parasite, can confirm. Deal. Coexistence. So, the fact of living or existing together in at the same time or in the same place. Another definition of coexistence allows extended presence of different species within a community, and stability is maintenance of coexistence despite perturbation. So, if little like disruptions to the environment, but like the you know, the bugs in there are still stable, basically. So can they coexist, basically? Are they coexisting? Are they killing each other? What the heck is happening? Because it's very complex, right? Before I started honors, it was pretty well like Pseudo kills Snap. They can't live together. Blah, blah, blah. It was like an ongoing thing, which is what my review paper is about. But the review paper now is old, so you can probably, I'm sure there's probably some new review papers now about Pseudo and Staph together. I haven't looked because that's not my field of research anymore. Are we bacteria? No. But yeah, so positive interaction. Oh, wow. Look, chat, I knew what I was talking about before. There we go. Synergistic interaction where Pseudo and Staph produce host-derived matrix that leads to antibiotics for both species. Here we go. If you take them out of this sort of thing and they're alone, they probably won't be potentially that tolerant to antibiotics because they, you know, they're making stuff together, right? They're helping each other. Mutualism exhibited by Staph produces production of acetone, carbon source detoxifying the environment. See? Chat, I do know what I'm talking about sometimes. And then commensalism, where Staph can hitchhike on flagellated Pseudomonas to exploit another niche. Okay, cool. Right, we basically went through this. I completely forgot. See, I don't even remember what see, some of these slides I made a long time ago, as you can tell, because I don't remember. We just wing everything. Competition exhibits Pseudo and Staph fight for oxygen, where Pseudo induces Staph aureus to undergo fermentative metabolism. Yeah, look at me go. Antagonism exhibited through Pseudo, producer of LAS-A that lyses Staph aureus, is what I said before, and parasitism when Pseudo uses Staph as an iron source via the production of HHQ, HQNO, and PQS, which lies Staph aureus. Crazy. Damn, that's wild, chat. See, I didn't know what I was talking about. It's still in the back of my brain somewhere, chat. So interesting how they can have both positive and negative interactions at the same time. When I first learned it, I thought it would have been only one. Yeah, and I think the thing is, it can change, right? So they can have those, but like that's why they're still coexisting. But you know, the thing is, like, small changes to the environment can change how they interact with one another, and even like a strange species can change the interactions a lot because some have more positive interactions than negative. And it's basically it's like a I don't know, it's a continuum. It really changes all the time. It's always changing. Like it's not always set in stone. So depending what time you capture. You could be capturing, like, you know, you're only capturing a portion of information at the time, like genetic information, right? Yeah, I'm not a geneticist, but you know. So, basically, are they friends or are they enemies? Or are they somewhere in between? Or maybe they're all three, who knows? So that's basically what we wanted to answer with my PhD in general. My PhD had four results chapters. Yeah, the fist bump! You like my little devil Pseudomonas? Enemies to lovers? Kind of, yeah. Kinda, Greco, kinda. Okay, so this is an overview. It's a lot. So coexistence and stable biofilms. So these are 3-day biofilms. In my first honors stuff, you'll see it was only like a day, and it's not like large scale in terms of how big the surface area is. The sword and the shields, yeah. So for coexistence, stable biofilms, that's chapter 1, which is RNA sequencing. So basically, we're taking a snapshot to look into the genetic background of what's happening. So what genes are upregulated, basically what are downregulated during this coexistence, or compared to when they're grown by themselves in a monomicrobial biofilm. And then to further this research, we did transposon sequencing. I'll explain later during that chapter. This is my least favorite chapter to talk about. I hate it, and it's really complex for me, and it's also going to be probably even more complex for you guys. But basically, transposon sequencing, basically you can use it to see what genes are actually required for this coexistence and what is not. Basically, like what's specifically required. Hello, Connie. I finished my PhD 2 years ago. Yeah. I'm not smart. No, it's a fancy piece of paper. This is like just research from my PhD, which I finished 2 years ago, which is kind of wild to think about, actually. Thank you, Connie. But yeah, my chat have been wanting me to talk about this for a while, so. But how are you doing, Connie? I finished masters and I'm done. You know what? That's fair. Honestly, there's not really any reason to do a PhD unless you really need it for your job, like for a job, because there's lots of jobs that require you to have a PhD. In science specifically. I don't know about other professions, but yeah, I don't know. I did a PhD because I didn't see the point of doing a 1-year master's, and I really liked what I was doing. So, am I using my PhD right now? Technically, no. She's going for a second. No, he's lying to you, Coney. Don't believe. No, I'm not doing another PhD. Don't be silly. I'd have to do it, like, if you're doing another PhD, it'd have to be in, like, a completely different field. I don't think I would do that. Yo, she did PhD. I see her suffering, and I can't. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. I mean, most people do not have the bestest time, I guess, with a PhD. It's very much a roller coaster ride. I will say, like I said, I had a great time. I had a great time, but do not base what your PhD could look like based off my experiences. That's what everyone has said. Don't base it off Airu's experiences. She's like very abnormal, very not the normal. And I will say, the only time that was kind of an issue was there was some drama that went on, which I'll talk about later. To do with PhD. Well, not even to do with my research. It was just some person who wasn't even part of my lab being like, yeah, anyway. And I was just smack bang in the middle of the drama that I had, like, people thought they were going batshit crazy. Until we all kind of talked about it and we're like, hold on a second. And then the other part was my supervisor during the last 3 months was just an absolute asshole. Other than that, I had a pretty good time. We'll say. I enjoyed every bit of it. With family support and eating, mom's cooking, manageable, non-family nearby, death and suffering. Yeah, I think that's also a big thing, like depending on like your support unit and also it depends how good your relationship is also with the lab you're in and the supervisor. But like I said, 95% of my PhD was a great time. So yeah, and I lived away from home and it was great. I'd obviously take breaks and stuff, but I did work crazy hours, like worse than now. What was that? 5%. So there was drama that went on during, I want to say my second year or third year. I don't remember exactly when. But it was during, no, it must have been my last year. It was during my last year. You know why I know this? Because I started streaming and the person that caused all these issues was, we're going to call her Tara. I'm not going to call her name, but she was known as Tara. And basically, she was being mean to everyone so people were very convinced that she was in love with me. She had a fiance, by the way, chat. She had a fiance and everything, but people, like, she was like obsessed with me. To the point that she was trying to sabotage a lot of my friendships. I actually used to duo with her when I used to stream on Valo. She didn't stream or anything like that, but yeah. And basically, she was trying to sabotage a bunch of my friendships. She manipulated my friend, and like in terms of like trying to like basically manipulate him to filling him with all this like, oh, like she not gonna like you or like, you know, stuff like that. And like I'm really good friends with that friend. Still to this day, I feel like the situation brought us closer, but it was like very much like, you know. Basically, she manipulated him to tell him his feelings for me, and I am very much like, you know, I was like, you know, we're still like really good friends, and like I'd made myself very clear, like, you know, but it was just like an awful situation, and people thought that it's like middle school like drama shit. But yeah, people thought they were going crazy because apparently she also made like a girl cry, and I didn't know, but like, yeah, anyone who was getting close to me, she would be an absolute asshole too, basically. Yeah, that's like the thing. Why didn't the band get the crazy woman? But dude, it was wild. People didn't know what was going on, and then she like, so basically on stream, I used to duo with a friend. We'll call him Lobster. He sometimes pops by. I think he's been real busy because like he just got married as well. This guy just got married. Anyway, besides the point, she was always really rude to a lot of people like duoed with because like, you know, they were guys, and she was like, you know, actually like rude, and someone called Monkey in my chat called her out for being like jealous or something. And basically the only person she apologized to in this situation wasn't my friend that she manipulated. She apologized to the guy online that I barely like, you know, I just duoed with on Valo every now and then, right? And who had no idea what the fuck was going on. And she apologized or wanted to make up with my really good friend that she was absolutely awful to, who she thought was like hilarious. Like, so the other half of my brain cell, she apologized to her, and I happened to, okay, so this all happened, and she was like apologizing to her, And this all happens because she was doing an experiment in a fume hood, which is like by the corridor to a cold room, right? And I happened to be walking to the cold room at the time. She looked at me. My other half of my brain cell looked at me, and I was like, I'm just gonna pretend I don't know anything's going on, because I was like, the timing was so bad, man. No, it was like really, yeah, it was really crazy. Like people thought they were going wild, like absolutely, yeah. And like she invited me to be her like bridesmaid, and I gave back the box. I was like, no. I literally went home. Because of this, because I was like, this is so like, it was really awful, and I went home. I was like to my supervisor, I'm gonna go home for like a few weeks, because like I don't want to deal. I just, you know, I need time away. Hearing the story, Bun told a very similar one. You girls must have crazy riz with women. No. This person had a fiance, man. I don't know what you mean. But yeah, it was really awful, and yeah. And it's not until people started talking to each other that they realized that something was kind of off. Yeah. Who's the writer for the scene on fire? Darn. Well, I'm glad it's only 5%. Well, that was like maybe 2.5%. The other part was like my supervisor being an absolute asshole in my last 3 months, making every excuse under the sun why he couldn't read my thesis, why he wasn't going to prioritize it over his other stuff. Even though I was his only student at the time, and he knew I was going to hand in, because he wanted me to like extend, but then he made up some bullshit to like I had to go to mediation, and this was after I'd left his fucking lab, chat. Like, it was really bad because he's really fucking petty. Like, I broke him. I hate to be that person, but I broke this man. I hurt his ego because I am very good at standing up for myself. I'm not gonna fall for bullshit, and I will call you out when someone's trying to guilt trip me or gaslight me. It doesn't work on me. It does not work on me. I'm not stupid. Come on. I'm gonna stand my ground, okay? So if you're like, so scientists usually have like a big, massive ass fucking ego. A lot of supervisors do. You heard it, you disagree, they hate you, right? And I used to be the golden child of the lab. People never thought I would leave. It's not until they left. So people always like, I didn't realize this until after I'd left the lab. But a lot of people didn't view my supervisor in a good light. The only reason they did was because well, aeru's fine. She's all good. So he must be fine. Like, obviously, aeru's just gonna be there forever. They just expected me to be in that lab forever. Right? Because we got on. The thing is, we got on. And then something, like, changed within the last 3 months. And he was just an absolute twat. Like, he was, like, back-chatting behind my back about me to, like, my friend who, obviously, I hear everything back again. I'm like, dude, that's actually crazy. Right? And, yeah, I was such a boss. No, thank you, Connie. But, yeah, you are my hero. I will protect you guys. All right? If you are getting bullied, let me at them. They won't survive. But like, yeah, it's actually crazy. So basically the reason I had to go to mediation is because I was meant to be, so two of the papers that are in that list, I am second author to. Which I don't mind the person, like, Sam who got first author, I'm really happy that he got first author because he did a lot of work as well. But initially I was meant to be co-first author with Sam. And basically what happened was, because I told Sam that I didn't want anything to do with my supervisor after I finished my PhD. I just wasn't comfortable talking with him because I was like, I'm so sick of your bullshit. I don't want to deal with you. Any communication has to be done through Sam. He obviously ignored this and kept emailing me and then used it again and be like, oh, she just ignored my email. I was like, I literally told you through official means that I didn't want to deal with you. You want me to do something, you ask Sam to tell me what to do. I don't want to talk to you, literally. And so basically he refused to, so he changed the authorship on the paper, one, without telling me. And I was like, I'm not signing this shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's bullshit. And the thing is, usually if you're first author, it means a lot if you're like going into science. And even if you're not, it doesn't matter. It's just like he's just being a petty asshole, basically, about it. He's like, oh, but Sam ended up doing like all the work, blah, 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 after. And I'm just sitting there going, because you are like being an absolute dipshit about this. Like, that's crazy. Like, I worked on this for this is like one of my chapters, you know? Anyway, mediation didn't help because like the mediator was like, oh yeah, what happens if we bring Sam here? And I was like, don't even bother with that because he will not budge. Like, I know for a fact my supervisor will not budge. Like, I know him so well. Like, we got complimented by the mediator chat that we were really good at communicating with each other. I was like, yeah, but this guy's really good at putting on a fucking facade to all of you guys. Like, he's really nice to your face. And I mean, he's always said, like, he can't fault my science. He's like, she's really good at science. Like, I have to give that to her, like, you know. And honestly, if he wanted to hire me back, he would. I think at this point in time, he would rather have me than anyone else in his lab other than Sam, I would say. Because the rest of his lab is pretty, like, average. And I hear all the stories and I'm like, yeah, well, that's your fault, sir. I could have still been there. And apparently, like, I had a huge impact on the lab culture, which doesn't exist down there anymore, apparently. So, I don't know. Yeah, but he was like really butthurt, and then he also. So, I think he didn't realize that Sam and I are still friends because Sam was like, no, we don't talk, blah blah blah, because he didn't want questions, basically. So you don't just do your own research, you got to do a lot of research and contribute other researchers. Yeah, you do, exactly. But like the thing is, like the first author thing, like he's obviously gonna be the end author, but it's like his final decision. But usually, that's really bullshit. Like if you agree on something, you don't go back and do shit like that. It's so stupid. I also love how you actually get sticker when you'll take care of bullies. Damn, rip DK and the rest of us. What do you mean? DK, what? DK, who's DK bullying? Who's DK bullying now? I mean, to be fair, I was like, man, it's crazy. Some of the thesis determines if you graduated. I mean, it wasn't really like I think it depends on the uni in terms of like thesis and papers. Like I was never worried about that because I have a lot of papers. And those are all from after my PhD, basically. Like most of them are from there, so I do have a pretty good, like for New Zealand, for someone who graduated with a PhD from New Zealand, that's a pretty nice research trip. But I'm really technically not into like academia anyway. I'm just like a little lab tech. I can't with research. Tips my top hat. No. Research is fun depending what you're doing. It's not for everyone though. No, pickles. Oh, true. You're right. The pickles. You're right. DK, the side-eye is crazy. Thank you for the 30 bits. But yeah, basically that was what happened. I look back now and I'm just like, oh, it's just such a shame. I think more than anything, it's just such a shame that our relationship fell apart. Because like we used to get along like really, really well, right? Like we used to get along really, really well. And it just kind of fell apart. But I think the last conference he went to, he caught up with my current boss. And they yapped. And he went back to tell Sam that, man, like her current supervisor's so lucky that he doesn't have to pay, like he's getting his money's worth because he doesn't have to pay postdoc salary for her. Like that's crazy. Like aeru is just like, you know, because I'm good at the science I do. I'm good at what I do. If I like something, I'm good at it. I'm gonna make myself good at it. I'm gonna be the best I can be at what I like to be, you know? That's just how I am. If I'm not interested in something, well, that's unfortunate. I'm just not interested. Like I just won't do it, you know? Like I'm very much like that. But yes, so I have floated the idea. I was like, Sam, do you reckon that, like, if I want a job, he'd hire me again? He's like, genuinely, I definitely think he would actually hire you, okay? I don't want to go back and live down there, but, you know. My good friend, his PhD thesis was a total flop, but had heaps of out of it, and UA still gave him the PhD. I mean, you will still get a PhD even if you don't necessarily publish stuff. It depends on the uni. I know overseas is a bit more strict about it, especially with masters and stuff as well. Very in science. Dipping out of EAPS. Have a great rest of the stream. Looking forward to all the new goals you're going. I'm not coming up with anywhere. No, but thank you for stopping by, DK, and hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good EAP and a good day tomorrow. Take care. Take care. Good luck with DBT. Don't have nightmares about DBT, DK. Or may DBT haunt your dreams. I don't know. You monster. That's great. Crazy. But yeah, so that's basically like the drama. It wasn't like, it was just at the end. It just kind of sucked. But I was like basically recruited anyway from another lab. They were like, because they were basically the lab I ended up in after my PhD was a lab upstairs. And my supervisor was really butthurt, really fucking salty because they didn't tell him about it. I told him my plans, actually. I had told him my plans, but he was butthurt because they didn't tell him my plans. I'm like, it doesn't matter. He was just salty. Because he's like, I thought you wanted to leave. I was like, I've always said that I want to stay for the rest of my rent and find like a job or whatever. And I got paid really good. And I could leave when I wanted. I worked the hours I wanted. It was great. But basically the lab upstairs worked with staph as well. They were mostly a TB lab, but they also worked with Staph aureus, obviously my favorite bacteria. So I ended up working for them because they also were like, oh wait. So basically they gave me all the terms that I wanted. Like the short term, the amount of term that I required to finish off my rent at my flat. They gave me everything I wanted, basically, so why not, you know? Thank you for the donation. Who is it? Hold on, sorry. It's really hard to read the alerts, lol. So let me see. I did this to myself, and the sound doesn't work, of course. But yeah, so that's basically it. But yeah, he was really salty for like a very, very long time. I mean, he's over it now, but mentioning my name in the lab was taboo. It was taboo. It would make him mad. When I left, it would make him so mad. And he was like, yeah, this kept me up at night. I thinking what I did wrong. And I was like, stop with your bullshit, dude. Like, stop it. You actually, I told you I broke him. I did break him. But the thing is, I learned that apparently this has happened in the past. Like, because he used to be based in Canada. Canada. So he actually used to be based in a Canadian lab. And apparently students in the past had done this to him before as well, because obviously he's not very good at specific things. And obviously it didn't change. Whatever he's doing, it didn't change. Hello, Tom. How are you? And thank you for the dono. Living rent-free in his head, literally. How are you doing, Tom? Thank you for the dono. Let me put your name on a spreadsheet? No, post-it note. Boys. aeru broke them and then she became a VTuber. I became a VTuber actually during my last year of my PhD. Yeah. Yeah, I was about halfway through. So June 17th, yeah, halfway through my last year of my PhD is when I became a VTuber. Wow, PNG tuber. Right, hold on. Let me add you to the... It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Good, thank you. How are you? Congratulations. Thank you. Yeah, everyone's been kind of crazy. I don't have enough goals and I don't want to think of any more. So I don't know what we're doing tomorrow. Pantheon 5, I think. Oh, cry. So sorry for the failure of Canada. Well, he's actually Austrian. He's actually originally from Austria, but he was based in, I think, British Columbia? That's Vancouver, right? British Columbia, is that Vancouver? No, maybe not. I think so. Is it? PhD tuber, am I right? Ha ha he ha. Where do you want to be, Tom? I'm sweating right now, Lamau. Do you know? You might know. I don't know, Ronan. Do you know? UVC? I think so. Yes. Okay. Where do you want to be, Tom? Can I do that? No, not on my face. You're not allowed on my face. No, I mean maybe. Oh, are we not covering face? No. I just want to be a Pokemon Master Fair. Vancouver is British Columbia. Okay. Fine tail. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna have to move people off tail, or not off tail, but like, I'm gonna make you guys normal size later, okay? Just bear with, because it's really hard to do that on stream. I went to UBC for microbiome. No! Oh no! Oh no! I mean, I don't remember what years he was there. He's been in New Zealand for a wee while now. He was in New Zealand in 2019. Oh, maybe when they know each other. That's great. Hold on. Send me the guy's name. I mean, I've mentioned the guy's name. Wait, do you have papers, Ronan? Am I allowed to ask you that? Do you have papers? If you do have papers and you've worked with this guy, I might know. There's no way the world is that small, right, Ronan? There's no way the world is that small, right? Right? No papers. Okay. I don't know if you know them, but maybe. You might know who we work with. There you go. I mean, I've mentioned his name on stream. It's not like a secret or anything. You say that. What a small world if true. That's crazy. It's like we were meant to be. That's so funny. Wow. How did you find Ronan in the first place? I mean, Ronan found me through Twitter. I didn't find Ronan. Ronan found me. And then she told me she was also into microbiology, and I was like, ah! I was like, what? Oh my god, that would be crazy. That'd be crazy. Anyway, back to this. And then third chapter. So these are like, this is the first two chapters. It's like we are meant to be. I know, right? UBC is University of British Columbia, adopting the classic New Zealand 2 degrees of separation. Yeah. And then the third chapter was on competitive interaction. So this is not, so these two are biofilm stuff. This chapter is like planktonic stuff, which is like represented here. And then this is, we're back to biofilms in the last chapter, and that's Collison and DJK5, and that's why these two work together. So maybe Grime just calls to microbiologists. Maybe. Who knows? Anyway, so that's just like the summary. This is what my biofilms look like. These are hydroxyapatite discs, and they're grown submerged. So this is pseudo monomicrobial. This is staph. Okay, do we go back to color theory here, chat? Okay, it's not like proven, but it's basic color theory. So usually you remember the color of the media before. It's kind of reddish, right? So staph drops pH, turns media yellow. So that staph ferments, starts fermenting stuff, turns things yellow, acidic, acid, yellow. Cool. Pseudomonas, on the other hand, produces different colors, right? It can produce hyocyanin, which is blue, pink, blue, purple. You see where I'm getting at, chat? You see where I'm getting at? So it's producing a blue pigment. It does produce a blue pigment under specific conditions as well. Blue, green, whatever, you name it, right? Tasty fruit wedges, right? So that's why, you know, pink plus blue equals purple. Great. Anyway, and then the polymicrobial is often green. It can be brown. It really depends. But obviously, so staph grows faster than pseudo, right? So staph turns things yellow, right? And if it's making blue and yellow make green, chat. I was explaining this to my supervisor, and he was like, I mean, yeah, but like, you can't really prove it, right? I was like, but it's just basic colors. What do you mean? It makes sense. It makes sense. Anyway, so that's that. These are different things as well, but we'll go through that later because they'll come up again. Okay, these were the life saviors during my PhD, by the way, chat. So this is a sonicator. So there's no more cotton swabs and me scraping 96 well plates, chat. There's a sonicator, which removes the biofilms from whatever's a thing. Great. Yeah. Hi, Wald. What's up? So yeah, so this is a sonicator. This is the Bandolin sonicator. Minutes, the power output. Anyway, basically uses sonic waves to remove sound waves to remove bacteria. It doesn't kill the bacteria, so you can get sonicators that do kill bacteria, but these are specific sound waves that it just removes and lifts the biofilm. Sonicator? No, Sonicator. That's just Eggman. No. And then my handy dandy pipettes. I love them. The reason I have 2 stands is because you can see here in the back, I have 2 multi-channel pipettes. I want to put my... Run! What? Someone screenshot that. Oh my god. I just want a clean eggplant. Fucking hell, bro. Oh man. Anyway, so the multi-channel pipettes, usually there's a shared one in the lab, but these were actually bought for a paper I worked with money for a grant that a paper I worked with, so they were mine. They were my pipettes, and no one was allowed to touch them. Anyway, so yeah, I had my own set of like really, so everyone has their own set of normal pipettes, but usually multi-channel pipettes are shared. I didn't have to share because these were for work that I worked on another paper, for a paper that I worked on. I think it's is it the COVID paper? It might be the COVID paper, which I did bacterial stuff for. I think it was that paper, but honestly, I don't remember. Anyway, I was bought with grant money for something I worked on, therefore they were my pipettes for that time. No, I think I would have been given them. I think, honestly, if I hadn't fallen out with my supervisor, I think he would have actually given them to me. I basically got whatever I wanted. Like I said, before the fallout, I was the golden child of the lab, which, to be fair, I am pretty hardworking, so I do put in the hard work to get to where I want to be. It's not like I'm a golden child for no reason. There's genuinely reasonable reason to be, but I don't like being like, I don't like it when there's like favorites in the lab, you know. It's just like he wasn't very good at hiding it and stuff. So I mean, I'm also first lab child, so I was his first ever lab student and his first ever lab, you know, like his lab was new, I was the first person, first member, so there's always gonna be like a special like bond there as well. And I think I kind of broke, I don't know, it's a blessing and a curse to have me be the first person in your lab because I kind of set the standard, if that makes sense. And I think he expected everyone to be like me, which was not the case at all. So yeah, I don't know, it's a blessing and a curse because it means I get stuff done, got lots of stuff done, got lots of data, got lots of prelim data, but you know, might feel interesting to try that. Looks like I arrived just in time. Eno, hello. She's humble too, chat. What do you mean? It's crazy. It's crazy, Slash. But no, I would have loved to keep them. I would have loved to keep them. Oh, and the thing that I would like to say, you know how I always make up words, guys? Because now we're doing the stream where, you know, people know my name. I don't really care. I also dox myself occasionally because I do talk in third person IRL too. And obviously my nickname is Deb. Crazy. And if you didn't know, I used to draw under that name as well. So that's not really a secret. I used to use that online as well. But basically, you know how aeru is a thing? You gotta say, dictionary sounds better than aeru. And sometimes I almost slip because dictionary sounds a lot better as like, you know, dictionary, but dictionary, it sounds better, you know? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, chat? Dictionary over aeru. Sounds better. It just sounds better. So now you know why people were giving me, you guys are like Dr. Aeru. So this is why people can't wait to call me, like when I was during my PhD, they're like, yeah, so you're gonna be Dr. Deb. And I was like, oh, that sounds so awful. Please no. Please no. Please no. But yeah, no, and that's why, like, because I'm pretty sure my computer is called Deb. So I'm pretty sure during One Shot, if you guys are ever playing One Shot and you're streaming, do not, just be aware it will show your computer name. So if you have your full name on your computer when you're playing One Shot, just be aware that will show on stream. But yeah, basically that game doxed me, but it was fine because it was not my full name. It was just my nickname, which was fine. Dr. aeru, Dr. Dev sounds nice. It's the double D's, chat. Why? Dr. Dev does not sound better than Dr. aeru. Really? Dr. aeru, please save me from what? What am I saving you from? So anyway, this is the first chapter, which is not the introduction because I'm not going through that. If you want to know about the introduction, read the review, basically. Read the review, it's long. Dr. aeru sounds like a villain from RE. That's crazy! Chat, now I'm a villain from Resident Evil series. Crazy. Dr. Dev sounds like an influencer. Oh god. People do like double D's in both the way. God fault. No. But yeah, the first chapter is about transcriptomic changes of Pseudomonas aeruginosa and Staphylococcus aureus, co-cultured biofilms in physiologically relevant conditions. And now we have ads, so I'm just gonna pause here, I guess. It totally does. Okay, so now I'm gonna make content without the dolphin tail under Dr. Dev. Is that what I'm hearing, chat? I'm kidding. Let me make science content under Dr. Dev. Fuck. No! No, by the way, those comments are in your clip channel now. Huh? Oh, thank you, Gwen! Perfect. Oh, it's so good. Thank you, Gwen. Thanks for the hard work. I appreciate it. Rest in pieces. That's so funny. You're not meant to put your hand or anything into the sonicator. It's not recommended. I don't know what happens. I never tried it. I never dared enough to try it. Dr. Dev sounds like a comically bad financial advisor. I don't know bullying unless it's funny. Hey, you guys set yourself up for that, okay? Oh, they never gave you a list of what could happen if you put your hand in. You're not meant to put your hand. Is it not on there, chat? Do not operate with 2 to 3 minimum. Do not place objects to be sonicated on the back. You do not use combustible acidic, or do not rinse the ultra bath with white hot surfaces heat. Observe the user instructions. I'm pretty sure there was don't put your hand in there too. I never put my hand in there. I don't know if any of my other lab mates put their hand in there. I just never put my hand in there. Not recommended. It's just code for extra fun. I mean, it's just like eating an agar plate. Which reminds me. In an alternative universe, Dr. Dev became wildly famous after several of her endorsements, and now she has a line of supplements and a podcast. Oh god. It lets you pass through solid object source, the Flash. They work through cavitation, so I'd imagine it would hurt pretty bad. Yeah, I wouldn't want to put my hand in there. Probably in the user instructions, probably. New Reddit post, how does one remove a cylinder from a sonicator? I have a wonder, what does agar taste like? Very salty. I have never tasted it, but this goes on to a story. So Sam made a bet with me. Because back in the day, I used to stream Valorant. He was like, oh yeah, I beat you, and I'll eat an agar plate if you are not in bronze. I didn't make bronze, by the way, so he had to eat an agar plate. He had to eat an agar plate. Poor guy, he said it was like very salty and the aftertaste was bad. Well, because if you think about it, some of it has like meat stock, kind of like brain heart infusion. It's like broth. It's like very salty broth. Like if you think about it, I don't think he ate the entire plate. It was too much. Yeah. You're telling me a shrimp cleaned this plate? Dr. Dev podcast theme, how to avoid? No, we pay taxes. Phew. Yeah, it's very broth and stuff, and that sort of stuff is very like very salty apparently. I never wanted to try it. I was like, no, I'd rather not. I'd rather not eat that. I think it just dries out your mouth as well with how salty it is. But yeah. No, but it's fried this rice. Anyway, my experimental setup for most of my biofilm experiments. You saw the photos before, but basically it's a 1-to-1 ratio of pseudo and staph, so it's an equal amount of pseudo and staph. Submerged on hydroxyapatite disc. Hydroxyapatite is found in the enamel of your teeth, so it's like more like, you know, physiologically relevant. I leave for a bit and come back to tax. No, that's what Greco was saying. Welcome back, Kendall. But yeah, so host-like conditions, so it's back to my tissue culture medium, supplemented with 5% fetal bovine serum and 1% glucose, and it's just like, you know, and it's a 72-hour biofilm, or another day's 3 days. Give or take a few hours, it really doesn't make a difference at that point. And then the media was changed daily. So that means I was sucking out the media discarding it, and then adding new media so the bacteria could, like, you know, relatively be happy, you know? And then we just do downstream experiments. If you're wondering what the little bullet points are, they're little Eppendorf. There's just half of a pipette because I designed my own. I designed my own bullet points back in the day. I don't think I have them in all the slides. I got lazy and forgot about it. But yeah, for these ones, that's like an Eppendorf. I think I used to have more, but I don't think they're in my slides because I don't have them on this computer. Anyway, but yes, so that's that. That's Experiment Central. You'll see lots of pretty colors. Look, chat! Look at my pretty colors! Oh, man. So, these are actually from the biofilm. You can see the disc at the bottom. And when you're adding, this is PBS, so it's phosphate buffered saline. Basically, it's just like a buffer, and, you know, and it turns different colors depending where it's come from. The hues look, yeah, it's really pretty, the pastel colors. Look at the you like my background? It's a paper towel. And then this is like pseudo waste or like green waste, yeah. And then there's like different colors of the tissue culture medium. Paint your nails with it. I don't paint my nails. I don't think I could never paint my nails. I just, yeah, I would pick it off. I just, no thank you, pass. Not the paper. Hey, it looks really nice though. So these are the things that we would stick into, like, you know, the floaty things for water baths. You stick that in, chuck it into the sonicator for them to remove the bacteria. And then you take the supernatant, which is the liquid which all the bacteria should be floating in at that point in time. We have, okay, so you'll see these pictures a bit later or more of these later. But basically, people are always like, are pseudo and staph located, co-localized together? Because quite often they can be in separate niches within a wound. So quite often I think pseudo is deeper in the wound, whereas staph is more towards the top. So they're often separated in like distance. But in my conditions, they are actually growing together. So this is monomicrobial. They're, you know, they're quite happy. And then when they're grown together, you can see they're like meshing together. They love each other, right, chap? I don't think so, but anyway. But yeah, so that you can see that they do actually form biofilms together. Yeah, gummies. I don't know about gummies. But yeah, this is scanning electron microscopy. If any of you guys were curious, that's just what it is. Okay, so okay, so there's a lot of optimization that went into getting RNA from polymicrobial biofilms, because usually when you're trying to get RNA, it has to be like, you know, usually everything's kept on ice. We didn't keep my stuff on ice. It's a biofilm stuff, so already it's like not planktonic. It doesn't have to be in a specific growth state, technically, in theory. But it is. But anyway, regardless, you know, I've got my bacteria growing every 24 hours. We flip the disc, supernatant, spin down, you know, do all the crazy stuff, and we plate it, sonicate it, plate it, get RNA. So I had to work out a protocol to be able to extract RNA from both species at the same time. This is an issue because pseudo is really easy to extract RNA from. Staph has this thick cell wall, so you need a specific enzyme called staphylolysin, which is really expensive and apparently not very hard. It's very hard to come by now, apparently. I don't know. Anyway, so you need to use that, and I had to find a way to get back, like, not split them. But in a polymicrobial biofilm, they're mixed together, so I had to find a method that would work for everything and keep it consistent, because like when you're working with science, you want to keep everything as consistent as possible. Use the same method for every single sample. Anyway, so I went through a lot of optimization. It's not really shown here, but this is a gel. This is an empty gel, which means that, so to check if there's RNA, you often run a gel. This is empty. Yeah, empty gel. No RNA. So there's a lot of cases of this happening, that I just had no RNA. I tried things with like trizol, which is like a phenylchloroform method. That was a pain in the ass, and it just was not consistent. And yeah, eventually I had a method, but I went through so many methods of trying to do this. It was not great. It's a thick and hard understand. God damn it, son. Why do you have to phrase it like that? Why do you have to phrase it like that? But yes, so there was a lot that goes into trying to get RNA. It's really finicky. Even if you're working with planktonic cells, usually you have to work on ice. Because I was working with biofilms, it didn't really matter, because, you know, things were getting sonicated. It just really wasn't an issue. Eventually, we did get RNA, or I got RNA, but the method that I used did heavily skew towards staph RNA, which makes sense, because we had focused a little bit more trying to get stuff out of staph than pseudo in the case. But I mean, they all still worked. All the methods still worked. So luckily it all worked, but good God. Good God, was that awful trying to extract RNA. But I'm pretty sure this RNA still exists somewhere in one of the fridges in the old lab. Because you want to keep your RNA samples just in case something goes wrong, or you want to go back and do something else and check stuff. Yes, so that's cool. And so basically, we're just looking into the transcriptome of pseudo and staph. I want to preface that usually when people study bacteria and they study interactions, they focus on one species. So the reason why my thesis technically could be 2 theses is because I focused on both. I had things about both. We looked at both of them at the same time. We didn't just focus on one or the other. So that's why a little bit more different, and that's why I potentially could have written 2 theses, one on one bacteria and one on the other. But we did it combined, and that's why it's also long. Is there a limit for how long you can keep them? Not really. I don't think so. As long as there's no contaminants like RNases or DNases in there with any genetic material, you can keep them in the freezer for like forever. Yeah, as long as it's an ice or like frozen or whatever, you can keep it basically forever. Like, yeah, it's pretty stable, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, basically using RNA sequencing to identify what genes are significantly dysregulated in the polymicrobial biofilms, what role these genes play in terms of antimicrobial tolerance or resistance, and what role these genes play in virulence. So these are kind of like questions, right? Got RNA sequencing? So, staph-induced upregulation of virulence factors in Pseudomonas aeruginosa. So virulence factors are what makes them very, like, you know, makes them annoying in terms of like symptoms. Like what causes these bugs to be bad and cause, like, I guess, symptoms in humans and infections and, you know, all the bad stuff. It makes them more virulent and, like, you know. Electrophoresis is so exciting, is it? I don't know. But basically, there's A and B. So pseudo and staph. I'm pretty sure the pseudo genome is bigger than staph, if I'm not mistaken, but it's been a hot minute, and I'm not a geneticist, and I didn't really enjoy genetics during my micro degree. And here we are doing genetics, crazy. But basically, all of these, like motility, effective delivery, adherence, biofilm, competitive advantage, enzyme, exotoxin, immunomodulating, these are all like virulence factors, basically. So, one specific thing about virulence is that there was phosphate starvation. So that's a super upregulation of genes related to phosphate limitation. So if there's low phosphate, these genes are induced and, like, they start getting upregulated and doing stuff, creating stuff, right? And basically, there's a paper that says phosphate limitation induces hypervirulence in pseudo, which is not great, right? But it kind of, like, you know, in a polymicrobial environment where things are, like, not great for the patient outlook, right? You can kind of see where we're going with that. And there was also upregulation of type 2 secretion systems, HXC, LAP-A, which is an important biofilm formation and chronic, like, as important in biofilm and chronic wound infections, has been shown. And then many virulence factors were conditionally essential to the polymicrobial biofilm. So this means that these virulence factors were only, like, being significantly dysregulated or upregulated in a polymicrobial biofilm, and they weren't in the monomicrobial biofilm. So that's what the comparison is from your poly to your mono. I forgot to put S. But yeah, so that's, like, on the pseudo side. And then there was also... Oh, there's more pictures. Dude, I don't remember what order my slides are in, chat. But these are with... it says high, low, medium. High, high, higher. Great, I do low, high, higher. Very good at labeling my plates, as you can see. But I'm pretty sure this is different. Either... I want to say phosphate levels. Yeah, I think there's different levels of phosphate. I used, like, a phosphate something. Or phosphorus or something. And just... You can see the pH change, actually, without incubation and then after. High, high, higher. I'm funny, right? But this is what... this is, like... It looks like a traffic light, right? But this is... biofilm waste. It just, like... Yeah, it gradients really nicely. Look how pretty this is. It's so pretty! But yes. So this was just some of the experiments based off the phosphate and stuff that I did, which I don't think I even put data in here. Such a pretty, right? Yeah, I gotta work with all the cool stuff. People were quite jealous. Strange traffic light. Here's some more. Turn it into ice block. Yeah, I think they called, my friends used to call them forbidden jellies. Look how nice they look. Looks like very yummy ice plop. No, do you reckon? Like, look how nice the colors are. Look at them. It looks like jelly. Do they not? They don't look like a jelly. I've been meaning to ask, why did you take so many photos? Why did I take so many photos? Because, one, I like pretty colors, and often, so every week we had to do presentations of, like what we worked out in a week or something like that. So I often take them for presentations and stuff like that, and often, sometimes I just want to have them just to be sure. So in case I forget what things are, or things like that. Shots, so she can send to me. I don't work with this anymore. It's really sad. I don't work with pretty colors anymore, and I'm so sad. Good record keeping. Yeah, it is. Eat the forbidden jelly. Shots. Bro, would you take a shot of this? I mean, they are very pretty. They're really pretty. Like I said, you could just have some pseudo. Make it pretty colors. Make it pretty colors. This is why I'm drooling, you know? And then it also, so Staph aureus also induced potassium starvation. So some of the most upregulated, which is crazy. This is log twofold change, by the way. Look at how much this potassium uptake system is upregulated. What does it mean? I don't actually know. I don't actually know. We didn't get that far, but good God, that's crazy, right? My immune system could do with a workout. The Petri dish photos are pretty. Dude, the ones that were green that I worked with... I didn't put them in here because they're not PhD related, but they were like some green that I... Like, when I saw them, I was like, this is like Ronin. Ronin colors. This is like... It screamed Ronin. They were... I think they were bio related, actually. Can't remember. I think they were bio related. Were they bio related? I can't remember. It was something like that. Yaha! And so basically the KDB operon encodes a high affinity potassium pump expressed in a potassium limiting condition. So whatever Staph is doing is taking away all the potassium and phosphate from pseudo, and it's better at doing that. Why? Do not know. And KDBP, which is like part of the pump, is conditionally essential in polymicrobial conditions. So this is actually related to, so this map was made by Sam, but basically this is from transposon sequencing. So transposon sequencing means that every gene has a transposon in it that disrupts the function, or supposedly disrupts the function of the gene, and if it doesn't come up, if it's conditionally essential, it won't like pop up, basically. So in monomicrobial, you can see it, and then there's nothing here. That's basically what it means. So it's conditionally essential to a polymicrobial biofilm, but why? Why are the others technically not, right? Like they still pop up, but not very high in comparison, right? Even KDBE is like on the verge. Also, who was that? Hello, give me a second, let me... Chat, I know what that is. That is the pH scale. Am I a genius or what? It's not a pH scale. Who was it? The one true king. Why does it not come up with anything? Who was that? Why does it not come up with amounts? I'm so confused. What did you guys do? The one true king? What did you guys do? Why does it not come up with... I'm so confused. What happened? What do you guys do? What are you guys doing? Breaking the fundraiser stuff. What are you guys doing? Wait, what is that? Wait, what is what? All the pretty colors look tasty. Did you just want to send a message? Okay. Full of dolphins. Thank you, Toms. That's so funny. Anyway, we carry on. We are innocent. You innocent. Wild. There's a checkbox that lets you disable the visible... Oh, is that what it is? Thank you, King. I appreciate the contribution. You can fully anonymize it. I did not know that. Well, now I do. I mean, do you want to post it, no, King? I don't know what you did, and I don't want to do math, so... But I appreciate it, King. But yeah, here are more. So these are actually from... I was lazy, so I didn't click the checkbox. Oh, you're good. Wait, do microbiologists work with human corpses? No. Well, I mean, we could get samples from them, but no. Usually no. Sure. Well, I don't know if you met the amount, so I have no idea. But we can give one. You're a mod, that's fine. Mod perks? No. I'm just gonna... Can I write King SB? Is that fine? I'm not gonna write the whole name. King SB. King SB. King SB. Super late, so it's EP time for me, but have an amazing rest of the stream. This presentation has been super interesting and definitely going to have to watch it for. No worries! Thank you so much, Fade. Thank you for the donors as well. I hope you have a good eve and a good day tomorrow. Take care! Twas a 50. Sure. Okay, so it's perfect. Okay. King SB. Everyone's gonna be like, who the heck is King SB? Save as. I gotta eat too, even though it's morning. No worries, bro. Get your eves. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the donor and contributing as well. I appreciate you. Have a good eve and a good day tomorrow. I hope you guys learned something, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how much you guys are learning. But yeah, take care. Never seen King SB. Never seen them in your life. No? Never. Never met him. Damn, that's crazy. Alright, where do you want to be, King? Learned a lot. But yeah, 9-9 Fade, 9-9 Row. Where are we sticking you? Oh my gosh. It is, oh my goodness, I knew this was gonna happen. I'm gonna have to fix you guys up later. I learned I shouldn't just eat or drink everything because it's colorful. You know what, we'll take that, I learned nothing, but I have lots of questions. Never really experienced a lab, so this is interesting. I'm glad. And that mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. That's just normal science. Can I put you anywhere I want, King? Can you not think this? Cover the puffy? Okay. Hold on. I need to move myself, of course. Right, there you go. There you go. Can't really see you, but you are there. You are there. Valuable life lessons with aeru, of course. I have the best life lessons. I do not. Don't listen to me, chat. I don't have the best life lessons. I just saw something. Then yes, sir. I saw. If anything, you made me very interested in necrosis. What? Interesting. But yeah, so these are different biofilms as well. So I moved from the big plates because like using more. So instead of using the disc here, we just use the plastic because it's like cheaper because the discs are a pain in the ass to buy. And manufacture apparently, and they're really expensive. Anyway, regardless, so then we switched to 24 well plates, which is what these are. And you can see a lot of different things going on. But like, these are all... Each well has a different mutant in it, or transposon mutant where transposon is hopped in, and it's like... Supposedly the gene is disrupted. We don't actually know, but obviously if it shows something, then we'd actually probably knock out the gene or like replace, complement it back in. Anyway, these are just pretty pictures at the end of the day for now. X-Men? No. No X-Men. What do you mean? So, on the staff side, what happened to staff under these conditions, chat? So, induced upregulations of a variety of efflux pumps in staph aureus. So, you guys are going to be like, what the fuck is an efflux pump, aeru? So, efflux pumps get rid of a lot of waste in the cell. So, they can pump out drugs. They can pump out a lot of, like, waste from any sort of waste from the cell that the cell's like, nope, we don't need this. And it'll pump it out. Pseudo actually has a lot of efflux pumps. But staph has a few as well. And these were upregulated. And so, basically, I had transposon mutants of these specific efflux pumps. So I tested them to see if they were against a bunch of different antibiotics, including chloramphenicol, erythromycin, azithromycin, and clindamycin, which are the parts of families that they know that some of these pumps are known to pump out. Hi, Mark. How's it going? So I tested a bunch of stuff. So basically, this is your control. This is just normal. So in general, these ones cause significant what's it called? Significant reduction compared to the control, erythromycin and azithromycin. So that's just the note in general, what happens. But if you use EMR-A and EMR-B, I think they work together. Azithromycin is still like a little bit, but nothing really happens. But you switch over to EMR-B, and azithromycin drops even further, and like staph actually drops and is significant. So both of them drop, which is kind of interesting, right? And then LMRP is like, it's called LMRP because in like a different species, like so it's like an analog, ortholog, something. I don't remember the names, man. Genetics hard, everything hard. Made in you, let's go. So Tinder, what? No. What? But you can kind of see that the clindamycin here is like crazy. Like it may, like without LMRP working, the polymicrobial biofilm staph in it is like susceptible to clindamycin. Curious, right? Interesting. Clindamycin is used for staph infections, I'm pretty sure. Can't remember. So basically, we can basically say from here, EMRB associated with chloramphenicol and azithromycin tolerance. So tolerance is not the same as resistance. So for example, if you took these out and put them into a monomicrobial thing, they're probably going to be susceptible. So tolerance in someone, basically tolerance is like a term where it's really specific to that environment. So there are some cases where when you treat a patient with a drug, the drug doesn't work. As soon as you isolate that, what they're infected with, and you take it into the lab, the drugs work. So in the person, the bacteria has become tolerant to that drug, so it won't like die. It'll still persist, right? It's not completely resistant because if you take it out, whereas like a resistant isolate, it won't work in the lab and it won't work in like the person. So that's what like tolerance kind of is. Like it can tolerate specific amounts of drugs. And usually when you're in a polymicrobial biofilm, a lot of the species within that biofilm will be tolerant to multiple different types of drugs because of the environment it's currently in. Yeah, it's really complex and it's a pain in the ass, but it is just what it is. And then LMRP is associated with clindamycin tolerance. So if you change the conditions again, it probably would go back to this. So to confirm, so why I say associated is not the definite cause is because at the point of time, I didn't have time to complement the gene back in. So I didn't have time to complement the functioning gene back into the mutant. to confirm whether we can return the bacteria to wild type levels, which is what you would need to do to kind of prove that's the gene responsible for the phenotype you're seeing at the end of the day, right? So we can use associated with, but we can't, you know, obviously we have the sequencing data and we did downstream experiments, which is these eradication assays, but we can't be like, yes, this is the case because we haven't done like a complement. So that's like the next step that you would do in this sort of scenario to like, you know, I guess push the paper out to like further prove. And I guess to be more, what's it called, in depth with this sort of stuff, you would actually knock out the gene instead of using a transpose or mutant. You would get the strain, you would actually knock out the gene naturally. But working with Staph aureus and doing a lot of genetic like modification and Staph is a pain in the ass. Staph is a pain in the ass to work with. Trying to get plasmids in, out, whatever you name it, is a pain in the ass. Getting DNA, well, DNA is not bad, depending what kit you use, but RNA is a pain in the ass to get out. And yeah, so Staph aureus is a pain to work with to genetically modify. There are protocols, and I know how to complement genes into Staph because I've done it before. But yeah, it is a faff. So we didn't get around to doing that because obviously I had a lot of other data going on. So when you so RNA sequencing gives you a shit ton of data, so you do have to like sort through that. So what I think is often a waste in science is you do this big experiment. So you do an RNA sequencing stuff, right? And you get a shit ton of data. But for a paper, you only use like a little part of it, right? You don't investigate everything at all to make a paper. And it's really rare to use like, I guess, like the same step to make like multiple papers. You can, but it just doesn't really happen. So like a lot of that data is kind of wasted. You know what I'm saying? I just don't, yeah, that's never like, it's never really like being like, what? You know, I'm just like, huh? I'm like, why? Why does it get wasted? You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, why does it get wasted? But yes, so there's that. There's more. More pretty colors, chat. More pretty colors. Look at them. Look at them. But yeah, this is LMRP. PKK is... What's PKK? I think this was like, this is a plasmid. And this is complement. So I think I did do them for LMRP. I can't remember. Or we tried to get the plasmids and stuff to work, but did it ever work in the end? I can't remember. It's been too long. Is my urine supposed to look like that? No, I hope not. Yum. You guys would eat that? You guys are crazy. I'm sorry, Mark. Hopefully, your main will, you know, get returned to you, but we'll see, I guess. But yeah, there's more plates, more con swabs. This must have been from my honors because there's con swabs. But yeah, lots of plates. That's normal. Yeah, it's like the golden standard to use lots of plates. And then during, the first 9 months of my PhD, I applied for Young Scientist Program, which is basically like a scholarship sometimes. So basically, this was during COVID. So initially, we were meant to actually all go to this like resort. Like basically, they choose like the top scientists or like, you know, top up and coming future scientists for this. Like you get like a certificate and everything, which is kind of crazy. And there's like an award for like the best people of that thing. But they gather a lot of like people usually towards the end of their PhD or early career scientists have just started like a postdoc and stuff like that. I don't fucking know how I got this award, no idea. Not like the main top award, but I got invited to this thing. And it was to do with like, so we got a network, obviously. It was a lot of communication about, you know, we got like things that we learned. And so this was just like my summary of like the whole event. But basically, unfortunately, there wasn't, COVID happened, so everything was online and it was awful. We were online for 3 days straight for this program course. It was so awful, man. I do not want to be in front of my computer for that long, honestly, talking about science. Escape the Office was basically like a team building thing that we did together. Yeah, it's like an escape room type thing. Yeah. It was really sad because like it would have been really cool to meet these people. But yeah, so yeah, it was kind of a bit scary, I guess, as well, because I was baby scientist, like very baby scientist, like crazy baby scientist. And people were like, oh, because like people would be like, oh yeah, how far are you in your PhD? And I'm like, 9 months. And they're like, what? They're like, say what? And I'm like, yeah, I'm 9 months, huh? Whereas everyone else is like finishing up their PhD and here's baby aeru, 9 months in. Yeah, I thought it was CEO, bitch. Oh, it says biotech. Oh, it says CEO biotech. Oh yeah, so with a PhD, you can go into like, you can be the head of a lab, like a supervisor, or primary investigator, I think is what they call the PIs. CEO at a biotech company. CRA, I don't remember what that is. Cancer, no, some research thing. And you can go into like teaching and stuff. Yeah, it was wild. So, but yeah, networking, these were like a lot of people were from these different countries as well. So yeah, it was kind of crazy. Yeah. It would have been really nice to go and like in the purpose. So basically communication, you have to think about your audience, the purpose, like what is the purpose, and like what are people going to retain? What do you want them to retain? That type of thing, but you know. And then obviously there's a little aeru again here. King gonna eat, it's almost 5 AM. No worries, thank you for stopping by, hanging out. Thank you for the dono as well to WWF New Zealand King. I hope you have a good eve and a good day tomorrow. Take care. So this is just a little summary drawing that I did for everything. Yep. Because I was like, yeah, I want to do like science, like I want to do science comics and stuff, you know. Because not a lot of you guys, like, if you've never worked in a lab, you don't know, right? So I want to do a lot of lab shenanigans things. That never happened. Is there a lot of pressure being so young and treated like almost like a prodigy? Not really. No, I don't think so. I think that, I don't want to say I'm used to it, but I don't want to say I'm used to that kind of treatment. But there's a lot of things that, you know, you guys know what I've achieved, right? So it's like, yeah, it's not enough. It's just something like, you know, did I feel out of place? Kinda, but like everyone was really nice and everything. I was too good easy. No. But yeah, it was really cool. I'm glad I got the opportunity. It was just a shame it was all online because being online 24/7 for like 3 days about science is tough, man. Overqualified VTuber? Hey, you don't need any qualifications to be a VTuber. What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, so from this research, I made a poster. I'm not gonna zoom in for you guys, but this is a poster. I took it to a conference and I got 3rd place. Yay! Yay! My poster won a prize. I got money. Yay! And then I spent it all on books. I spent it all on manga actually, and my supervisor called me out on it. Yeah, my supervisor's like, Aeru, what do? You spend all your money on books. And I was like, yeah, well, you know. But yeah, so yeah. I think the thing is that with a lot of these like posters, I love making posters and talks and stuff. But posters specifically, I think it's really fun. And when I first was told about posters, I didn't know how much we could put like our own personality into it. So my first poster didn't look like this. It was a lot of like data, because that's what my supervisor's like, yeah, just put everything on there. And I was like, it looks awful. And he hates bullet points, and I love bullet points because basically during poster nights, you got to stand by your poster like for an hour or two, and you got to explain to people and summarize your poster in like 5 minutes. You'll work in 5 minutes basically. And they should be able to go to your poster and kind of like, if you're not there, they should be able to read it and understand what's going on. Spent all my money on books. I assumed it was textbooks because college. No, no, manga. I went to a secondhand shop and bought a bunch of manga. You are the one with glasses, right? No, I'm not the one with glasses. I am not. I am not the one with glasses. But you know what's even funnier is that everyone here, minus one person, was from our uni. Yeah, everyone here, minus, I think it's this guy. He's not from our uni. Everyone else, like everyone here, including me, were from the same uni. Like, our table just kept getting up, because this was at the dinner too. And it was like an otago sweep. The bald one isn't you. If it was at least 50% BL manga. It actually wasn't. It wasn't. It was a shoujo manga. W. Juliet, I think it was. Yeah. So no, I'm not the one with glasses. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm not the one with glasses. I just not wear glasses. I am not the bun. But yeah, so I like to put a bit of personality, and usually that's what I'm remembered for. So at another conference that we went to, I made another poster, but people remember me. They're like, oh yeah, you're the one that had like illustrations on their like poster. That's why people remember me, chat. Which isn't a bad thing. It's a pretty nice thing to be remembered for, to be honest. So very thankful about that. But yeah, yeah, so that was just one thing. You're not the tour guide? Crazy. That's what I'm saying. I'm not tall. What do you mean? Anyway, so this is my hotel room. Yo, I gotta stay at like a 5-star hotel, basically. And I had 2 beds, so like, it was just me by myself. It's great. She's like, she's definitely the top right person. That's crazy. Yeah, so this is my fancy hotel room. Yep, I gotta stay at a fancy hotel. It's great. Good times. So yeah, I also did a lot of outreach. So I used to help my supervisor out a lot, and I do a lot of outreach stuff. So I think this was for like kids and stuff coming through with science. Yeah, and then this is just, I think people, must have been like one of the open nights or something where people were like going around wondering about their degrees, and like we had to talk about it. So yeah. 2 whole king beds for a small ass girl. Hey, I didn't book the room. My supervisor booked the room, so I just go. Yeah. But yeah, so this is like me doing outreach stuff. Yeah. It's pretty fun. I don't mind doing it. So it just helped, because like at that time I was like, you know, it was just helping my supervisor out, you know. So now you know why I'm very like I was pretty like bitter. Well, not bitter, but just like kind of like, dude, you're such an asshole. Like after all I've done to help you, this is how you treat me. Is kind of crazy, you know. So because I bailoed him out. Like I didn't have to be here for this specific day. There was a day that someone couldn't make it, and because I lived down the road, he was like, "Can you help me out?" And I was like, "Sure." Picture on the left looks really messy. Yeah, because like we were showing so people could use the microscope. So there's like seeds, there's carrot, there's onion skins, there's a lot of things that people could check under the microscopes. What's going on in that table? There's a lot of samples, so people could have a look at them under the microscope. Basically, that's all it is. Yeah. Yeah, so it's like for like I think it's like a school holiday sort of thing. I can't remember now. It's been a while. All right, we move on to chapter 2. Crazy chat. We're schmoving. I knew this was gonna be a long stream. It's right. It's only 10 o'clock, chat. We have like 2-3 hours. That's fine. So conditionally essential genes required in pseudo and staff co-biofilms. All that training for having a VTuber table at a con. I think that's gonna be quite different. It's gonna be quite different, Redfall. It's gonna be quite different. So transposon sequencing. Okay, I don't expect you guys to understand this. I can barely explain it. That's fine. So there is a credit at the bottom to the person who made this whole thing. But yeah. Files for chapter 2, better pace than E33, no way. So basically, the person who made this figure made the pools that I was using. So basically, a pool is like a collection of bacteria, and each bacteria has a transposon somewhere in the genome, in the gene, has disrupting the gene, right? And mutant 1 has like, for example, gene A, gene B, gene C, and basically it's in a pool. And so this is like entirety. And so then they did some screening, control condition of interest, and there's high throughput sequencing of this. And basically, mutant 1, mutant 2, control condition, mutant 3 is essential, right? However, condition of interest, mutant 1 doesn't appear. So if this doesn't appear, there's no reads. That means this gene is, this mutant, or this gene is essential for this specific condition of interest, if that makes sense. Yeah, so no insertion map equals a lethal insertion equals conditionally essential to that specific condition that you're testing, basically. Yeah, it's really, really cool. It's a really cool system, but then again, with no one, so the aims were to obviously, you know, identify unique genes to both pseudo and staph and the polymicrobial biofilms to understand the interactions and coexistence, and investigate the essential genes in monomicrobial and polymicrobial to identify new cellular drug targets, because if you can identify one and one, it'll work for both sort of thing, like if a mono and a poly. But the thing with, we did a little, the unique novel thing about this specific method was, we did the standard stuff. So you have your monomicrobial pool, right? You have your monomicrobial pool with the normal of the other strain for the mixed. But then we also mixed the two pools together of the two different species. So that meant Sam had to write a specific code for all of that, but it also meant that like that condition is kind of like a battle, like survival of the fittest type thing. It's a weird thing. It still doesn't quite work too much in my brain. I don't think I added any of that data here because it's just a mess. But basically, you have to do some DNA extraction. You obviously grow your biofilms with the pools, without the pools, whatever, and then you extract DNA. Then you have to prepare the DNA for transposon sequencing. So that's preparing the library for sequencing. Quite often, when you send stuff for sequencing, they'll prepare stuff too. They'll add like little Illumina tags because it's Illumina sequencing and stuff. But basically, the method that we use includes arbitrary primers that bind randomly to the genome somewhere. And then there's a transposon-specific primer, and then you are amplifying that region, right? And so we had to do it for both different bacteria, and then we also had to... so the protocol specifically that we were given was for the Pseudomonas aeruginosa pool. Staph aureus pool is slightly different because different bacteria, different methods of making the pool, different ways of preparing the library. So we wanted a method, obviously, that worked for both together. So the PCR method from Pseudo, we knew it worked because Daniel's previous lab had done it, basically. So we tried to make a method, the same method, but for staph that Pseudo had, right? So there's a bunch of this sort of stuff. There's like these sort of steps. So you do one PCR, amplify that specific region, you clean it up. So So that's selecting for specific size bands or specific, like, you know, parts of the DNA. And then you do a digest with a restriction enzyme, which like cuts at specific sites that the enzyme recognizes. And then you do another PCR with inverted, there's like a specific region, and you use those, and then another arbitrary common sequence, and then you amplify that region, and then you do size selection. So we want like 200 to 1,000 base pairs, whatever that means. And then you basically add your little Illumina tags, your adapter tags and stuff. I don't know. Hi, Kino, what's up? But basically, PCR1 amplifies DNA spanning the transposon and insertion junction. PCR2 increases the specificity of that transposon insertion junction fragments for sequence analysis. And then PCR3, basically, you're just adding tags. You're not amplifying much, you're just adding the tags. It's quite complex, and it's a pain to explain, and I hate explaining it, and I probably didn't do a good job, but that's okay. And there was a lot of optimization before we got to that step. So these are gels with a bunch of those, like, after PCR1. There's something called a gradient PCR, so that means you are using different temperatures across, like, the different, like, you know, the... Fuck, I don't even remember what they're called now. But yeah, so you can see, this is what we kind of, like, I guess, want, and then after the second one, it should look like more like this. But then you can see that nothing happens with staph. There's, like, nothing there. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Right? Yeah, it does not work. Okay. So during that time also, I dropped one of my gels on the ground. Yeah, I was able to piece it back together, but you know what? Screw that. That's crazy. Yeah, literally Greco. Yeah, so this was one of my gels that fell on the ground. It was really sad. This is it's the polymerase, I'm pretty sure. What's one of the polymerases? It's one of like it's the polymerase that you use to amplify DNA. It's really expensive. It's called Kappa Hi-Fi. And hot start just means that it doesn't start working until it's at a specific temperature. But yeah, this is really expensive too, by the way. Everything in science is expensive, but these enzymes specifically are really expensive. All right. And then it's bye-bye 20 fucking K. So the first time I did this experiment, it didn't work. Well, it worked for Pseudomonas aeruginosa, which of course we knew it would because we were given the thing. But it didn't work for staph. And the reason was, the paper that we used was really fucked up. So, this is a paper that we used. I'm not going to explain too much. But basically, there's no direction of 5'. Where's the 5'? Where's the 3' region? So for figure C, both directions, 5', 3', 3', 5', they're both the wrong fucking way. So, yeah. So we basically ended up amplifying the plasmid junction or something, like the plasmid to plasmid junction, compared to the part that we wanted. And so, yeah, it did not work for staph, and we had to do it again. We sequenced staph aureus plasmid junctions, and yeah. Safe to say, my supervisor wasn't super happy. But it was also technically his fault, because he also didn't check anything. And then, you know what's it gets even worse, chat. Whilst I was writing up my PhD, he was like, oh yeah, this is not the paper that you were meant to cite. He gave me the paper to cite, like, way back when, and to use, and it wasn't the wrong paper. It also wasn't the strain he said it was, like the pool-wise, and I was like, yeah, solid. Yeah, solid. So, that's great too. Anyway, so conditions we are assessing for gene essentialities. Yes, I did all the illustrations. So, the understanding interaction to determine genes that are essential and unique. So basically, you have the monomicrobial pool versus the pool. So the conditions we're comparing. So we've just got the monomicrobial pool, and then we have the monomicrobial pool with wild type Staph aureus. Yeah, you like my pool? You like my hee hee ha ha? You like my pun with the pool? I'm funny, right? Anyway, I thought I was funny when I made these little illustrations. And then on the other side, you have monomicrobial pool of staph, and then the wild type pseudo and pool of staph. Okay? I love it. Thank you. Yeah, so I made little illustrations for like a lot of these things. Just easier. And these are like where the transposon is in a gene, you know. Imagine there's a gene here, and you know, that's where they're little like pool, like, you know. I'm actually so cooked for that. Anyway, so basically this is kind of similar to what you guys saw before on the other things, but basically overall, Pseudomonas potassium transporter essential under polymicrobial conditions with Staph aureus, which kind of makes sense because, you know, it was also like one of the most highly dysregulated genes. But overall, there was 155 genes essential to pseudo required for interaction and coexistence with Staph aureus. About 33% of these genes are hypothetical proteins, so that we don't actually know. Well, we don't know what they are. Well, we know what they are, but you know, they're hypothetical. So obviously we would look for orthologs and things like that, but yeah, 9% of the genes are transcriptional regulators, including genes less are transcriptional activator of multiple virulence factors, which is also interesting. It also lines up with my RNA sequencing stuff, right? Where a bunch of like virulence genes were upregulated or highly dysregulated, right? 6% of these genes are transporters, and one of these including KDBB, which is part of the potassium ABC transporter expressed under potassium limiting conditions. So like you can see here, like a lot of the things popping up are also associated. We would have seen, like, you've seen the words before in, you know, the first chapter, which is kind of cool. You should make a full illustrated book about this. Oh my god, that'd be so hard, man. And then, interestingly enough, Staph aureus global regulator virulence was essential under polymicrobial conditions with pseudo. So 2 genes uniquely essential to Staph required for interaction and coexistence, including SRRA, which is a 2-component system response regulator. So it regulates the toxic shock syndrome toxin protein A and RNA3, critical survival under environmental conditions, regulates pathogenicity through redox sensitive cysteines. What does this mean? Don't ask me, I actually don't know. Regulates aerobic and anaerobic respiration, so that's pretty self-explanatory. And then there was ESXA, which is part of type 7 secretion effector, protects Staph aureus against antimicrobial host fatty acids, which is also really interesting because one of the shit, did I not talk? Man, I really didn't talk about that much today before. But one of the efflux pumps from Staph aureus that was highly upregulated was FAR-ER, which pumps out like fatty acids and stuff like that as well. So very interesting, right? It just sounds like a video game term. Redox chemistry and stuff is crazy, dude. Reduction oxidation, yeah, it's crazy science. Thank you, King Xanis. But yeah, so you can see here that these is with the mutant, I think. Yeah, it didn't really, like, you know, there's a bit of a something's happening here. Bacteria from per biofilm. Yeah, something is happening here, and I don't remember what. I don't know why it was like this. Don't remember, but this is only one. I only did one replicate. I didn't really repeat it because, you know. Red fox sensitive cysteines. Red fox. But yeah, many virulence factors are essential for pseudo in both monomicrobial and polymicrobial biofilms. So 466 genes essential, 26.8% is hypothetical proteins. Virulence factors and genes involved in antimicrobial tolerance and resistance include phenazine and pyverdin biosynthesis. Pyverdin, if you guys recall, oopsie, go back. Pyverdin biosynthesis is like the green pigment that it produces. Phenazine is something else. And then type 3 secretion, type 6 secretion. Hydrogen cyanide. Yeah, pseudo produces hydrogen cyanide. And efflux pumps. So that's really, really interesting as well. So this kind of just factors more into, you know, how important they are in biofilms to get rid of, you know, antimicrobial, or antimicrobials and toxins from the cell when they're in a biofilm. So very interesting. It all kind of makes sense. Majority of genes essential to Staph aureus are related to general bacterial survival under both mono and polymicrobial. So that was kind of interesting. So it doesn't really have any other, like, you know, they just keep what they need. Like, the essential stuff is the essentials. Like, there's no other things really that stick out. So 297 genes essential, 23.6% include, like, ribosomal proteins, tRNAs, or ribosomal RNA, DNA repair, cell division, and teichoic acid biosynthesis. So teichoic acid is what's found in the peptidoglycans, like the wall teichoic acids, or WTAs. But yeah, so that was really interesting that there really wasn't, you know, that much faff or fluff to it. It was just like, just the normal things are essential, which is kind of wild if you think about it. So it doesn't really have, so pseudo has much more of an, like, Staph has much more of an impact on pseudo reacting to Staph rather than Staph reacting to pseudo, because Staph seems pretty happy and content in these conditions, right? Because they're just surviving, right? There's nothing really different that makes them, you know, not do much. So it's kind of interesting. Yeah. I mean, obviously, I don't know, looking back now, there's just so much to go, like, to discover with this specific topic, and obviously it kind of sucks that I never got to go back, and, you know, people going back through my stuff will probably hate me, because they'll be like, I have to repeat all of this crazy shit. Maybe. Well, too bad, I guess. But yeah, during, obviously there's more photos, so this is what happens. The ARF was really bad. Don't do this, chat. Do not put, what's it called? Dry ice down the sink with water running, because it could explode the pipes, so don't do that. So the ARF at the time got fucking scolded for it, because you can blow up pipes and stuff, so don't do that. This is, I think, it's acetone and something else. One of the students put acetone, and it just kind of fucked with the plastic, or the polypropylene. These are some of my summer students that I had. We actually, like, we went on hikes together, like, We made custard square together and everything. So yeah, so this is Michelle. She's a dentist now. She is a dentist. I don't actually know what she was doing. I do not know what she was doing, but yeah. So this is us just hanging out in the lab. Yeah, holy crap. Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, King's yeah. I mean, the AR should have known better, but yeah, she was a bit. Anyway. And then this is the remnants of my poor plastic container, which I used to have ethanol in. So I've told the story before, but we had like a exchange student from Malaysia. His name was Mervin. And he knocked on the door to my office. And I was like, I think I set something on fire. I think something's on fire. I was like, huh? Like, he was just so calm. And he just walked. I was just like, huh? And so, obviously, I put it out. But my poor bottle. Okay, to be fair, I probably should have used glass. But I'm really careful when I do this sort of stuff. So I don't set my ethanol on fire. But obviously, I put it out. But yeah, so that's the remnants of my sad bottle. Yeah, it was really sad. I'm so sad. Like, look at the sad thing. Look at what that... Yeah, it was sad. Whoops, lol. Yeah, pretty much. 07. But yeah, here's more. Here's more of my lab children. Some of my lab children. But yes. Yeah, they're very fun. Yeah, but I don't know. I like teaching, like, people coming up into the labs, especially if they're, like, keen and they want to learn. Proud mama, literally. Okay, now on chapter 3, chat. See, we're schmoovin', chat. We're schmoovin'. We are schmoovin'. So, a secreted Pseudomonas aeruginosa molecule, MHQ, promotes coexistence with Staph aureus and co-culture. Yay! Okay, more pictures probably. Yes. Okay, so this is where we kind of get crazy, and I was definitely streaming at this point as well. Okay, so these are just from some of the experiments I did. You can see the cool colors. I know, really pretty. Orange and yellows, and it's really pretty. Movement Cabin aeru price. We are shamovin'. So, I was gonna draw an aeru version. I haven't done this yet. The risk I took was calculated, but man, am I bad at math. So, basically, what happened was, I worked out how many plates I needed. 500 plates, right? Wait a second. I need 1,500. So basically, I'd only worked out the number I needed and I'd made 500 plates. But that was only one biological replicate. In science, you usually work in at least 3. So I actually needed 1,500 plates. So I was pouring plates, chat. 200 plates a day during my actual big experiment, too. So that's why the risk I took was calculated. But man, am I bad at math? Yeah. That's so much. This was one experiment. Yeah. Welcome to my life. Okay, so these are doodles from back then during this time. During this big experiment, I actually streamed every fucking day as well, by the way, chat. Valorant every day for about 3 to 5 hours. Yep, I did every day. So what was happening? I was labeling 140 plates per day. And I was falling asleep, dude. I was falling asleep labeling my plates. I accidentally knocked a flask off the desk as well, so it broke. There were boxes, but then the box broke. So I sat in the box. There was one box. It was fine. You'll see box photos later if you stick around to the end of aeru and box. And then the box broke, which was really sad. And then we also there was some, like, so if there's specific soap stuff that you can use in dishwashers for, micro stuff, and it's stuck to the thing and it often kills the bugs too. Why grow, and it was really sad. It should be true, but it just didn't grow, and it was really sad. Why would you do that? What do you mean? Why would I do what? It was fun. I had a good time. So basically, competitive interactions between pseudo and staph. This is where the enemies and pseudo is basically killing off staph. So PaO1, so we changed strains here. So PaO1 and PA14 are the most commonly used Pseudomonas strains in research. They are known to kill and outcompete Staph aureus, and basically we had in our collection, we have screen array transposon mutant libraries of both PaO1 and PA14. And basically I screen these libraries against wild-type Staph. So basically in a transposon mutant library, so you know how we had transposon pools before? That's like a whole like culture thing, they're all together. Whereas in a transposon library, there are 96 well plates. Each well has a different mutant in it. And you know what it is, basically. What page are we on? We are on 78 out of 143. Don't worry, some of these are like filler pages though. Some of them will be filler pages. And craziest thing I did was I didn't fully vacuum in an active transport tube for growing crystal. Oh no. Oh my god. And it exploded, shot out the end of the oven and cleaned through. Damn. I mean, that's kind of cool, but did anyone get hurt, King Xanis? I hope no one got hurt. That's crazy. But yeah, looking for mutants basically that allow significantly more or less growth of staff, and basically did composition growth assays. So, haha, chat, every PhD, every master's, you gotta do optimization. So we wanted to work out the best way to do this. Not a bad time given how long it took to get started, true. Also, I think it's pouring down outside. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear that, but it's pouring outside. Nobody was in the office at the time, but we all came running. Oh god, yeah, I'm not surprised. But yeah, so optimization, so we thought maybe we could do them on an agar plate, stamp it onto an agar plate, and this is like, you know, so there's bacteria on the plate, there's staph on the plate, and then there's just a mutant on there, but you can't control how much is on this little metal stamp thing. But yeah, you can see the inhibition already. Obviously some have less. This was on the pseudo plate, so there's pseudo in the back here. It turned all green, didn't do anything. We had tissue culture medium in there, so that's the different colors here. We used, I think one was from like the actual liquid, and then one and adding agar, and one was making it from scratch. They're throwing the rain with buckets. It is here too. Oh damn. But yeah, so this is what it looks like. It's such an interesting color, right? And look at it bubble. Ugh. And then I had rainbow plates as well. Yeah, I had some rainbow plates. Just like different dyes to see if it would make it easier to see. Initially we wanted to use agar, so that's why there's a bunch of agar plates. Yeah, so this is what happens when the agar is lumpy and you put it into plates. So I had like little islands. Whoopsie. Okay, well, there's wild type, normal staff. This is just under, I think it's blue, white light, blue light, don't remember. There's far red, so basically far red means there is a red fluorescent protein in here, and then GFP is there's a green fluorescent protein in it. Awkward, the strain I use is not in this photo, Lamau. So we actually use the Lux strain of Staph aureus, which is a luminescent, so it's got a luminescent tag, so you read for luminescence, not fluorescence. It's like Porsche, Ruby, Stark. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cool colors. Like I said, I was really lucky and got to work with a lot of cool colors. Most people don't get to see all this cool stuff. So I got really lucky with that. With just what I worked out. This is just how I set up. Look at my Bunsen burner, chap. But yeah, this is how I set up my plate for these types of experiment. There's a ethanol here to clean the stamp, which is behind the ethanol bottle actually here. There's a plate that I'm using to stamp into either the agar or a plate full of drawings. Yeah, it's my home, right? Remember, this is my home. It is my home. So yeah, so this is basically for this optimization, which we didn't end up using anyway. This is ice, so we gotta keep it on ice because it's coming from a -80 freezer. So basically you take the stamp, you ethanol it and you flame it, wait for it to like, you know, wait for the ethanol to burn off, and then you stamp it into here, move it around a little bit, and then you stamp it onto the plate, and then, you know, let incubate and everything. Obviously there's like bacteria on there beforehand, but yeah. Yeah, so there's that. And then the other method, which we ended up using, was just in liquid culture. So we're stamping them into liquid culture, and then we're growing it for 8 hours, and then we're measuring it and like measuring the luminescence in a plate reader. More juice. This is agar. This is actually not even the correct agar. Come to think of it, I was like, nah, that's so funny. That's not the right color. Okay, for those of you guys who don't know, I mean, the color is kind of like this. It's kind of like pinkish, but this is actually a mannitol salt agar. I can see that because of what I wrote here, and I was like, wait a second, that's not even the right agar for this experiment. Anyway, the color of the agar is the same, doesn't matter. Didn't use this agar, we used something else. It's fine. But yeah, you can see different color media and what it ends up turning color-wise. Very cool, very fun. How do you write that word? Which word? Which word? Which word? Which word? And then, so this is the screening assay method that we actually use. So you have this, you stamp it, obviously with, you know, ethanol, burn it off, stamp this into these plates. So 2 different media types. We have ads in a minute, by the way. 2 different media types. We have nutrient-rich conditions, DYT, which is double yeast tryptone. And then we also have, you know, the host, more the host-like. So instead of using FPS, because we weren't sure if the bovine serum would fuck with stuff, we used MHB, which is another media that was used earlier for determining, you know, antimicrobial susceptibility and stuff, right? Anyway, so we had RPMI, which is another tissue culture medium. The reason we had to use RPMI is because RPMI is the only tissue culture medium that had powder form. Basically, it was easier powder form with the phenol with a pH indicator in it, which makes life a lot easier for me. So that's why we used RPMI. I mean, there's not really that much difference between DMEM and RPMI anyway, I don't think. Like, obviously a few little things, but anyway. So Plates are growing for 8 hours, luminescence quantified. So this is a plate reader. This was my best friend. Every 8 hours, I have to take my plates down here and read the readings. But yeah. Everyone's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't know. Beats me. I don't know either. So for Pseudomonas aeruginosa, there were about 65 to 70 different mutants per strain. You can see the PA1, PA14 strain, and per condition. So 2 different conditions. Science! Hi, Crystal! How are you? What is up? Yeah, we're on chapter 3, man. Oh, it's crazy. This is so cool. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, I try to include lots of pictures to keep you guys a bit more, like, attentive, I guess. Recovering! I hope you feel better soon, Crystal! I'm glad you are recovering, and I continue to wish you a speedy recovery. But yeah, luminescence doesn't not quantify bacterial survival. So basically, we used it for a screening method. It was just a quick screen. And then these mutants were then, so I would pick the mutants out, make a new plate from the library. And so these are the number of mutants I screened through, by the way, chat. 9,149 PA01 mutants and 5,459 PA14 mutants. Yeah. Yep. That's a lot of wells. That's a lot of plates. Yes. It was a lot of work, chat. Anyway, so the numbers here, I took all these like strains and I put them in a new plate and I rescreened those 3 times. So the first, when I did all of them, I didn't screen that all 3 times. I did them once because, you know, it's just a quick screen to see if anything popped up. Does she need Subway Surfers on the slide? On the side? Oh god, not the Subway Surfers. That's crazy. But yeah, so basically these are what the plates are. I made new plates and this is what they look like. X means I don't think anything ended up growing in these plates. Or LG means low growth as well, but these are for DYT plates, DYT, PA1, RMG. RMG is just a different media type. Oopsie, pause. Yeah, crazy. She had GIF of her emotes, pretty much the same. I do. But yeah, so these are kind of what the plates look like that I was rescreening. But yeah, red means like there was nothing on the control wells. But yeah, no growth. Yeah, so these were the plates I created to rescreen 3 times. Yeah, so lots of work. I was coming in. I had plates going every 8 hours, so across the 24 hours. I think the latest I was ever in lab, I was doing last readings at like 9 or something. And then I was in at like 5. I'm just glad science do all the work while I just follow the engineering standards that are set by their work. You know what? Fair. Red Fox, fair. Sounds like a nice job, better than being in the lab. I don't know. I feel like I'd be useless at what you guys do, so I'm glad you guys do the hard work. So, competition assay. So after that, we have to determine the bacterial numbers. So we do this on big scale, and the easiest way to do this is on little flasks, okay? And I had... So basically, it's the same media in there. So I start the cultures with PA01 and the mutant, and with the staff with the luminescent tag, and a specific OD when mixed, and then I let it grow, and I take time points. So I take a little bit out of the bacteria, I read the OD, which is the optical density, so how turbid is it, and then I also do dilutions, and then plate them on 2 different plates, because I need to know how much staph is there and how much pseudo is there, right? And I have to do control every time as well of the 2, like wild types, and serial dilution plating for CFU. So on 2 different types of media, we have high salt for staph and Pseudomonas citramide agar for pseudo. So yeah, you can see the pretty colors here. So this is PA01, which is the one of the pseudo strains with staph. You can see it's kind of this color. PA14, and the luminescent pseudo. You can see they're different colors already, even though, so different strains have different reactions with staph. And then just staph by itself is yellow, so you can kind of see it. Kind of interesting, right? Agar! Engineering standards, what's the safety factor? Multiply 3, round everything up! Hi, Trike, what's that? What's that for, huh? Those beakers! Yeah, I've never done science, but when I worked in a factory, I had a very safety is optional approach. Yeah, I can't really do that in science. Well, you can, but you know. You still have that mindset. Are they viruses? No, they're bacteria. I haven't worked... So none of the work that is done in my PhD or honors was with viruses. So I only work with bacteriophages now, but we might do another stream. Maybe I make that a goal. We can make that a goal. I can talk about what I work on now. Maybe, but I don't... I have cool photos, but not like a lot of stuff because it's like just tech stuff. But like I still get to do cool stuff. Maybe. I'll think about it. I will think about it. It wouldn't be hard to do. Are you under NDA? No. No. Most of the stuff has been published, or it's in my thesis, which was under, what's it called? My thesis was under NDA, but it's been like 2 years, so it's not under NDA anymore. So if I really wanted to share my thesis with you guys, I could, but I'm not going to. Yeah, Yeah. Anyway, so concurrently during these crazy assays, so I did this for like 21 days straight, I think, or something crazy. And I did this every day, and every day I'd come home and stream for 3 to 5 hours, and I'd play Valorant. I used to stream Valorant, and this is just like when I was waiting for my monitor to come in, so this is just me waiting. Because like they said it was coming, and you know when you're waiting for post, so this is just what was happening. I was bored out of my brains waiting, and then it finally came. I can't believe I'm watching it, I used to. Not anymore. But yeah, this was my setup in my old space. It obviously doesn't look like this now. This is what I had. I only had one monitor back then. My second monitor was my drawing tablet, my Wacom Cintiq. It was on, and that would live on my bed whilst I stream. So OBS would be on my drawing tablet whilst I was streaming on this. Glad you got better. Webcam. No webcam. Oh, webcam. No webcam. I had a blue mic back then as well, and then I changed to a blue Yeti, and now I have, what is it, a Sennheiser? Sennheiser? No, it's not Sennheiser, is it? No, it's a, I don't remember. It's a fancy one. It is a fancy mic. It's a Neumann. It's a Neumann mic. That's right. It's not Sennheiser. Sennheiser is my headphones. Jesus. Oh my god. Anyway, carrying on. Okay, so then after you do all that, you gotta graph all your data, right, chat? Yeah, so graph made for each mutant. I'm not gonna go through all these. Each dot is 3 replicates. So I did this a lot of times, by the way. 3 times. 3 big toxic Valorant. No, Trike. No toxic. No, 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 no. So yeah, for every mutant comparison, competition, basically, I had like this sort of survival curve. Oh, the toxicity. I told you! I really didn't have that much of a toxic experience on Valor. I really didn't. I like graphs. Okay, but wait. You like graphs, Red Fox? Well, think about how many mutants I had to do, and I do it 3 times, and think about how many I had to go through. It keeps going. Yeah, you think that's it? Hold on. And going. Oh. 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 You think this is over? Mm-mm. I don't like making them. And going. There's more! Is this the last one? It might be. Okay. Anyway, so that's kind of like a little bit of like that specific big experiment. Now you know why people thought I was crazy. How did you not go insane? I don't know. I do not know. Anyway, so basically genes PA4994. That's just a gene number. And PA14. So PA4994 is from PA01. PA14 71780 is from PA14. Confer a competitive advantage over staff and co-culture in DYT. So this is nutrient-rich conditions. How did I set that up for you? I don't know. I don't know, Red Fox, but you did. I thought it was really funny. Good timing. Complemented strains with the gene restored the wild. Okay, so this is, so in order to make sure that this gene is like responsible for this competitive advantage, we complemented the wild type gene back into the mutant, basically. So if the gene is responsible, the wild type levels should go back, like the phenotype should go back to wild type. So you'll see here, PA01, this is the control. You have PA4994 LAC-Z, which is the mutant. And then this is the LAC-Z with the PA4. So the gene has been overexpressed, and that's your complement. And you can see that it goes back to wild type levels. Quite cool, right? Cool, right? And then PA14, on the other hand, is like, you know, this is wild type, this is 7178. You can kind of see like the differences in the graph. And then you have a look, and it's kind of back to wild type again. So you can kind of more or less confidently say that these are probably responsible. What are they actually responsible for? I don't know. We didn't go that far down the rabbit hole because there were a lot of genes, right? But yeah, kind of cool, right? So that's one thing. This was nutrient-rich conditions. So keep in mind that I had nutrient-rich conditions, which is a different set of genes to the other media as well. Yeah, it's a lot, chat. All right, so this is more of the interesting stuff. So this operon is the PQS ABC. It actually goes to DEF or whatever, but PQS ABC are the only genes that popped up there at the beginning of the operon. And PA1 and PA14. So in both strains, confer a competitive advantage over staff. So this is in host mimicking conditions. So this is not nutrient-rich. So the complement strands with the operon restored the wild type phenotype in both the PA01 and PA14. So here's your, this is the control. This is PQSA, PQSB, and PQC. You can see that staff, which is in the red line, actually survives better than pseudo, which is kind of interesting. You usually had a lot of branches you could have, yes. So that's the thing with PhDs. There's a lot of rabbit holes that you can fall down through. And you have to kind of pick which rabbit holes you follow and jump in. Usually you want to jump in the ones that are novel and not known. Hold on, I'm going to pour some water. Is the mimicking the one you want, right? Yeah, so they're more interesting because they're more like host relevant, supposedly. In this case, not as much, I guess. And yeah. Because usually, like, if it's like, you're trying to make it mimic what is happening in like a body, obviously, there's no cells, so it's very limited by that factor. But because there's no serum in this one, to be honest, but it's more, it's better, it's like less nutrient rich than like you're giving it everything it needs to like survive. Sorry, I'm just drinking water. Oh my goodness. But yeah, so this is PQS ABC, and you can see with PA14, a really similar pattern. Like, Staff actually outgrows, like, survives completely when this A, B, and C are knocked out. Which is kind of crazy, right? Like, you can see, like, look how fast Staff dies over, like, the 6 to 10 hour mark, right? And then after that, like, when those genes are not there, the mutants, like, look how good Staff grows. Pause. Thank you for the donation. Who is this? Thank you for the hydrate, Greco. Let me refresh. Let me refresh. Who are you? Hold on. The page is refreshing. Thank you, Kaimon. Thank you, Wald. Okay, give me a second. Wald needs one. Kaimon doesn't get one. Hello, Stay. How are you? Okay, I need to give... hold on. Let me... Who are we doing? Wald. Wald! I think I must have missed the thing. So my apologies for missing your thing earlier. I presume it was earlier. So... my apologies. But let me give you a sticky. Sticky. Hi, Stay. How are you? I'm just resizing. Just sticky. Pinky mentioned. Pinky is the name of the redeem. That's why. Not like 5? Okay, cool. I was like, did I go crazy? I was like, did I go crazy? No. I didn't go crazy. Not yet. Alrighty, pause. But thank you for the donos, Wald and Kaimon, to the good cause of saving New Zealand wildlife. Where would you like to be, Wald? I'm gonna rearrange everything later and hopefully order everything later. Probably, maybe, hopefully, try, maybe. I'm gonna have to make sure I save the item scene, otherwise I'll forget. Where would you like to be, Wald? Not on my face. People have tried. Tail that hides behind... oh, okay. Well, you know what? I'm gonna put you here for now, Wald. You're gonna have to deal with it for a little bit, because I can't put you there right now, because I'm gonna have to, like... you're still gonna go across my face. So, yeah. I'm gonna put you here. I'm gonna change it after stream. Hopefully that's okay. Is that all good? I will change it after stream. Okay? Wald tail. Let me write that. Wald behind tail. Behind head. Head. On tail. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do that after. I'll organize them all later after so that it doesn't go over my face. Alright, who else was it? Who was it? Don't know. I see you. I saw the pop-up. The thing. Kino! Thank you! What the heck, Kino? That's crazy. Give me a second. Let me give you a sticky. Kino, hi Noct! Hello! How are you? Hold on, let me see. I just want to double check that I wrote that right. Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. Yeah, shaka 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 shaka. Thank you for the shaka shaka. Crystal. Yeah, see, I lost my pen to my tablet, so usually I would handwrite these, but I didn't want to hook up my other tablet, so unfortunately we're stuck with text. Sad. I'm really sad about it still. I don't know where my pen is. It's not my main tablet, doesn't matter, but I'm still sad because I wanted to write them, but it's probably more efficient not to write them. Do it right, just writing, doing some if. Ooh, I hope that's going well, nah. Alright, Kino, where do you want to be? Where do you want to be? You could have chosen her crotch. That's crazy. You can't even see that. Gotta support wildlife, and with my travels to New Zealand tomorrow, I gotta support... Wait, you're going to New Zealand tomorrow? What? Yo, let's go. Back to New Zealand, Kino. I hope you enjoy your stay again. Because I think you were in New Zealand, like, not super bad, right? Not too long ago, right? Going good. I'm just buying corn to make into oil for silly... Ooh, let's go. Get all that corn. Where do you want to be, Kino? In the middle of the hair... In the middle of hair, the sticker. Oh, you mean... Hold on. Like, here? Dude, this is actually... Why is it so difficult to resize these, I swear? I need to, like, get a new mouse to do this. Yes? Okay, well, look. I'm trying to Dude, this is so hard to resize. It just goes crazy small. You know what they'll do? I will fix this after stream. Tomorrow. After stream, we fix everything. It's very sticky. Personally, I like the different... You know what? I'm glad you do. I'm glad you like them, Crystal. We will probably keep the size. I don't think I can change that. I think it's just going to be a random luck of the draw. Also, I want to see if you guys actually wrote anything with these. I'm curious. Let's keep on supporting the Endanger. Let's go. Can't help much currently, but sure wanted to participate. Congrats on the amazing initiative. Thank you, Kaimon. That's really nice of you. I appreciate you guys. You guys are crazy. What the heck? Dude, I was thinking that 3K was like, for New Zealand, was like a lot already. And you guys have like blown that out of the fucking water. And now I'm like, oh no. It's like, yes, I was in New Zealand early in the year, but my partner got me flights to New Zealand as an early. Oh, that's so wholesome, Kino. I hope you enjoy. Are they coming with you? I expected it to take 2 days, to be honest. Yeah, me too, Red Fox. Me too. I feel like I haven't learned from the last 2 events that I did, where you guys... I feel like as soon as I put that Nya thing on there, you guys went crazy as well, though, to be honest. So I'm like, oh, man. Never doubt a VTuber community. They are crazy. Learn nothing from the one and done thon. Okay, one and done thon, like, you know, you guys were wild. You were crazy about that. Okay, but, like, a lot of people aren't... Like, I know a lot of you guys are like, you should do something for yourself. Like, a lot of you guys are like that. Thank you for the 30 bits, which I can bring the Nya emote world. But then I also took part in a 2-day event for the Spooktacular Gamers Outreach. Although, I guess that was USD, and we did raise... I think we raised 1.5k USD, which is probably about the same amount as 3k in New Zealand nowadays. But I also put in... 500 to meet that 2k goal that we set anyway, I'm pretty sure, or something like that. Can't remember. It's been a while. 1 minute now with 30-minute timer. No, oh my god, I would add no. Some people like the Nya, some people absolutely hate it, and I am on the fence. Like, I think I'm just so over it now that I'm like, oh my god. But yeah, I do owe you a big Nya stream at some point. I don't know when I'll do it, but not when I'm bleeding my guts out, you know. Kristen! Chris! Hello! I don't know why I called you Kristen. That's crazy. Who am I? What have you done with aeru? Chris! Thank you! How are you? Where do you want to be? Hold on. Let me write. How are you doing, Chris? Thank you for the dono. I'm gonna make you... Me save this. Yeah, who's that? I don't know. Beats me. I don't know. Hi, Chris. How are you? Thank you for your contribution. aeru has been replaced. I knew it. Where would you like to be? Depends on the delivery. Can I be opposite aeru sticky? Of course. You can. Yeah, I'm gonna fix everything up kind of later, hopefully, in terms of like with a tail and stuff. Hee hee. Thank you, Chris. How are you? How's it going? All right, we can continue back with my slides. Chat, we're not even. We're almost at 100 slides. Okay, we're making prog. But yeah, as you can see, the complemented strain. So complemented strains. So basically, instead of complementing each gene, we just complemented the whole operon back in. Because it's just easier. And as you can see, it basically returns, so PA01 returns it basically to wild type, and the PA14 also basically returned the phenotype to wild type, which is kind of cool, right? So it's kind of like, okay, so this operon definitely has some sort of like effect on the bacteria, right? Please fix my note too. It's a little too small, I think. Rodent's like, I want to be bigger. This is so funny. Hi, Shia. I can barely see Rodent. No, yeah, you can't see it. Good job on progressing through the slides. I know. Thank you, Shio. How are you doing? I'm also good. I went up. Ooh, what'd you guys get? What'd you get, Chris? Yum. Your Rodent just gets bigger. Yeah. Okay, we move on. And then, so these are just more things that you can see, different experiments. So this is a mutant of PQSA. You can see it doesn't produce pyoverdin, which is that green pigment, right? So this doesn't produce it. And the complement does. So you can already see, crazy, right? One of the honors student at the time helped me do this experiment whilst I was away. I'm telling you, by the end of this, it'll just be a big Ronin with all the other notes on it. It might be. I'll just be wearing a Ronin bib. It's not even a bib. I'll be wearing a Ronin t-shirt. Went to a Japanese place. I got gyudon. Oh, yum! That sounds so good, Chris. Oh my gosh. I'm glad you enjoyed. That looks so good. But yeah, so basically inhibitory activity, this is something I did alongside. So just because they might have an effect in culture, it doesn't mean they'll react the same way on an agar plate. So you can see PA01 has like a small, like you can see the small inhibition zone here. And then you can see, so this is with the bacteria and this is without. So this is just supernatant, filtered sterilized supernatant. And then this is wild type. Wild type, you can kind of see the little bit. It's like kind of, you know, it's like a visual thing more than anything. And then you can see that PQSB, PQSC, because they don't have this inhibition zone at all. Like it just doesn't kill the bacteria. Right? And then when you put the entire operon back in, you can see the inhibition zones. They're even actually bigger, but that might be because, you know, we put the whole operon back in. So kind of crazy. It's really cool that you can visualize these types of things, but yeah, still finicky and a pain in the butt to do all the time. So yeah, after every big experiment, well, I was doing this as well, collecting the bacteria to do it. So this is just the graph of that. Complement strains of PA1 and PA14 restore the wild type phenotype exhibiting inhibition of staph. So wild type, there's like a zone of inhibition, and the mutants had none. And then the wild type, and then this is the overexpression complement, where you're putting the mutant or the operon back in. Look, need to feed, no worries. Thank you for the look. Thank you for the dono, Kino, and enjoy feeding your fish. And it's the same with PA14. So it's really clear that this operon is doing something, or these specific genes in the operon, because the other ones didn't come up. So D, E, F did not come up, even though they're part of it. So this is PQSB. So this is part of the, I think this is a PQSB mutant. And you can see it perturms this really nice aqua color, right? Look at how pretty it is. It's literally really pretty. Crazy. This was in 2023. Dude, this was exactly this was exactly 3 years ago, chat. That's crazy. That is crazy. How crazy is that? I didn't even know. This was not planned. I did not know. 14/4/23. Wow, that is wild. That's so funny. Wow, that's exactly 3 years. OMG, the anniversary. I know, right, Rona? Damn, that's wild. Holy. So we're like, what? Damn, that's crazy. Why? How do I keep doing this? Destiny, it seems so. Yeah, but this is like one of the pretty colors that this specific strain can turn. Okay, so what this meant was a lot of dishes. So Splash really did aeru a solid here. Sam did me a huge solid here, and he did a lot of dishes for me. Because like I often had to reuse a bunch of the dishes. So Sam did a lot of the dishes for me as I was doing it. So these are all like the 125ml flasks. I was coming in at crazy. I don't even know if this was morning or night. Honestly, I cannot tell. It could have been morning, it could have been at night. Who knows? But this is the uni. This is the big clock tower, the famous clock tower of Otago Uni. That I walk past like every freaking day. Pre-stream, shake my head. Iri's life is a series of coincidences. I know. Yo, that's a wicked build. Yeah, it's a clock tower. It's famous. It's famous. It's famous. Okay, so now I was like, okay, so MHQ, you're like, what the fuck is MHQ? Where did MHQ come from? So it's the same sort of thing, but instead I added MHQ. So, with the mutant. So MHQ is something that is produced by PQS ABC. So I wanted to know what is produced by PQS ABC. So PQS ABC is in a big operon with DEF and stuff, and usually they make a lot of the quinolones. Something like that, like H2NO, HHQ, all of that sort of stuff that usually kills stuff, right? But why weren't DEF and stuff coming up in the screen, right? You would expect that those genes might also pop up if the first 3 did. So maybe the first 3 make some other compound. This is where my brain was like, do they make another compound that is not, you know, H2NO, don't require like PQSL or like the other genes of the operon? So I wanted to know. And I was reading papers and I came across this thing called MHQ. I don't remember the actual name of the thing. Don't ask me. It's shortened to MHQ. But then MHQ, we found out later, has like another name. Like, there's another compound that does turn into MHQ, but anyway, it's fine. So we use MHQ. Basically what happened was we started cultures. It's pretty normal like the other competition assays. And then I added different amounts of MHQ to the culture as well, just to see what would happen. So my hypothesis was actually that, you know, maybe the MHQ was, you know, helping to kill this bacteria. But instead, it did something else. Okay, it did something else. More juice, yeah. Its secreted product, MHQ, actually promoted the survival of staph. So, yeah. So it wasn't really what we thought, but it still did something. And it was kind of dose dependent. So 100 micrograms, 250, 500. You can see untreated, you can see 100. Still like, you know, it levels off. But then 250 and 500, they're about even. It's kind of crazy, right? So what I actually wanted to do, we didn't have time to do it. So we had, we bought MHQ. We bought the powder for MHQ to use, basically. But realistically, if you're doing this again, like, I would like to extract MHQ, see how much the bacteria actually make. So I'm guessing it doesn't make a large amount, or MHQ is like a byproduct, or it's like the product before it becomes something else later downstream that is used to make the rest of the other things that actually kill Staph aureus, maybe. So that could be it. I don't know. But there's a lot of questions, right? It's like, it's still kind of cool that we can see that this happens. So I presume it doesn't actually make that much in the cell, because if, you know, if this was the compound killing it, the graph would look like this. Fisher, Fed, and I'm back. Welcome back. What are you cooking for lunch? So yeah, we were just like confused. So it did the same with both PaO1 up top and PA14 as well, down the bottom. Yeah, kind of interesting. Also, I think this is the wrong graph. This says something wrong. That's crazy. That means this is probably, wait, hold on. No, this is, okay, so I didn't do it in PA14. I only did it in the wild type. So this is wild type by itself, and then this is also, this is the mutant. So they behave very similarly is what I meant to say. Anyway. So there's that. So I don't know why, but it's kind of cool. Eating some salmon. Salmon on rice sounds so good. I love salmon. Okay, so this is a little diagram I made. You want to know what I used? I'm pretty sure I used PowerPoint for this. I'm not going to lie, chat. I think I used PowerPoint. Can't remember though. Maybe I used PowerPoint or Clip Studio. Can't remember. I do a lot of stuff on PowerPoint. I do. Anyway, so this is basically PQSA, which is one of the genes that we were interested in, and PQSBC is down here. So this is a, I think, two-component system. PQSDELBC. So BC is often used, like, you know, for the other things that kill staph, H2NO. But yeah, so it's kind of interesting that, you know, you need these other genes to make MHQ. But I was like, huh. So there's a lot of things going on here. I don't know, it's a bunch of chemistry that I don't understand. I don't remember anymore. It's in my thesis, and I don't remember with the specifics, but I made a pretty diagram because there's more. Because usually the diagram only shows like this side of things, and I wanted to add this part in here for the MHQ. Because I think this was like, the paper when back then 3 years ago. There was a paper about this, and it had just come out, so maybe there's more stuff. PowerPoint is GOAT. I did my only academic poster with print and PowerPoint. Yeah, me too. I mean, I drew everything in Clip Studio and then used PowerPoint to make the poster. I mean, if I had a license, proper license to InDesign, then I would also probably use that. InDesign is the go-to. Do like InDesign. Red Fox! Thank you for the tier 1 to Ari's foot stitch. I appreciate it. What the heck? So they were also, those were the other genes of interest. We had a few more. So in PA1, we had MET-X, we had FLGF, which is a flagella-related genes, ILBC, TLE1, LBCA, BC, and PA1821 that you can kind of see compared to the wild type. It's still like staph was surviving. They were coexisting together once these genes were supposedly gone. Were they actually, you know, were they actually related to that? I don't know. But then watch this, chat. However, the complements did not restore the wild type phenotype. So what's actually going on here? Who knows? Because like everything's relatively consistent in terms of my replicates as well. So I was like, okay, that's kind of odd, right? Everything kind of, yeah. It was really sad. Also, cuteness, QTs. Yeah, PowerPoint's cool. I'm considering doing debut slides. Yeah, let's go. Hell yeah. And then, okay. So these are complements, basically. So how you make a complement, chat. I thought I'd add this in, and this goes back to plasmid, chat. So this is a plasmid map. A plasmid equals a vector or foreign DNA that can be incorporated into the bacteria in its genome. So it's like a mobile genetic element, and you can like Bacteria can kind of gain plasmids from each other as well. And basically, so if you see these red things here, Hindi and Echo RI, or Echo R1, these are called restriction enzymes. And these, restriction sites, right? So restrictions, these enzymes, restrictions at these sites, there's specific restriction enzymes that will recognize the sequence and cut at the site. Cool? And then we have a selection marker. Where's the selection? Blah. I think it's the ampicillin. Can't remember. Blah is the antibiotic selection marker. So you can determine if the bacteria has taken up the plasmid, it should grow on ampicillin plates. If the bacteria haven't taken up the plasmid, they cannot grow on the plate. So they don't have the plasmid in it. So they don't have your gene of interest, basically. So that's just a really good, easy way to select for genes that have your plasmid. Hi, Kenshi. How are you? What is up? But yeah, basically, this is what it looks like. This is for LBCA, the overexpression. So complement via overexpression. So we have, I think there's like I don't even remember, dude. It's been so long. But basically, we put this LBCA gene back in. We put it back in. So I think we put in, so LBC, LB, IPK, this is the operon. So we put the operon back in. Complement, you look as good as, that's crazy, Greco. That's wild. But yeah, so that's an example of a construct map. And then obviously the plasmid, you know, you chuck it into the, so there's two ways to get a plasmid into, like, to genetically modify like a thing. You can do it by heat shock, which is a lot easier and more high efficiency, I think, than electroshock. So yeah, shock the bacteria, and then you gotta be nice to them to help them recover. Yeah, it's a lot of work, and on depending what you're doing, making knockout mutants or complements can be a pain in the ass, and you usually only need one colony to work, but sometimes it just doesn't work. So yeah, that's okay. Interestingly though, LBCA exhibited activity during inhibition assays. So the complement didn't do anything, like it didn't restore the function in the competition assays in liquid. However, it did restore inhibitory activity in the agar, which is kind of interesting. So LBCA is this one here. You can see it's significant here, and this is, I think this was with, dude, I honestly can't remember. I think this is one is with bacteria and one with supernatant. Do I remember which one? No. I think it's this is bacteria and this is supernatant, but you can see here that it kind of restored. I don't know why. It restored the inhibition, which is crazy. I'm good. What are you having for dinner, Kenshi? Compliment, not compliment. Yes, Greco. Yeah, very interesting, right? So that was kind of interesting. So it did restore something, but not the other function. So why that is, I'm not 100% sure, but it also could be like we restored the entire operon rather than just one gene. So that could also have something, because usually, so bacteria, if they don't have the selection marker, they will lose the plasmid. So eventually, if you didn't grow the bacteria with the plasmid with the antibiotic selection marker, bacteria will just kick out plasmids that they don't need, because it's like it's a strain on the bacteria to keep plasmids around if they don't need it. So if there's no antibiotic around, eventually it will just boot the plasmid out, right? Because they don't need it to survive. Whereas if it needs it to survive, it will keep it, and then maybe something else gets shuffled around, you know? So there's PA14, DAD A, and HSED involved during inhibitory activity against staph. So these genes in PA14, I'm pretty sure this is DYT. Can't remember, it's been a while. Rice bowl, ooh, enjoy. No worries, I'm not actually hungry. It's like almost 11 o'clock here. You're good, Kenshi, all yours. But it didn't confer an advantage during co-culture at all. They look very similar to wild type. But they did cause, what's it called? Significant downregulation. DAD A is this one, and HSED is here. With downregulation, significant inhibition zones, like reduction. So that's kind of interesting. And the complements actually restored this. So what does that mean? I don't know. Why does it work on agar, not in a liquid culture? Who knows? Who could say? aeru does not know. Who knows? 7A. Oh my gosh, Greco. Now we move on to staph. So you know how I was like, you know what, we do pseudo. Yeah, so pseudo has 2 strains and staph has 1 strain, but there's 2 pseudo strains. And if you asked, I would have shared, but sure, that works. No worries. Are those all stonks? No. So yeah. So I had to do the same thing with staph. So it's the same amount of work, although the staph library is a lot smaller. So more variety of mutants that affected pseudo growth and different media compared to staph. There's only 19, yeah, so 19, 20. So yeah, so the Staph aureus genome is a lot smaller than the pseudo genome by quite a bit. But there was like a, I don't know, these mutants were then further rescreened to narrow down. Downstream competition assays were performed in the nutrient-rich condition only. Phew. That just means it's because we just ran out of time. I had no time to do the other assays, and we did it once, but it just wasn't worth it. So I was like, no, we're just gonna cut it. Can it? Thought mutants were X-Men. No. All right, I'm gonna sleep now. I'll finish this part. No worries. Take care, Greco. Thank you for stopping by, hanging out. Hope you learned something. I don't know. I don't know if you guys are learning anything, but we yapping. We yapping. Right. Yeah. So this is what most of my staff graphs look like. Yeah, nothing super exciting. Oh, there's more. But it wasn't that many because I didn't have that many. Okay, cool. Yeah, there wasn't that many, right? There wasn't that many. Take care, bud. Fuck. Dolphin. Damn, Greco. I see how it is. I know that pee is still... That's crazy. Wait, it's crazy. Wait, what? Pee is stored in the liver? You mean the kidney? Wait, isn't it the pee is stored in the bladder, but it goes through the kidney and the renal system? What do you mean, Wade? Wade? Yeah, pee is stored in the bladder, but it gets filtered through the kidney. What do you mean? Liver? That's wrong. That's not correct. I'm not even, like, in that science field, but I'm pretty sure. That's so funny that you need to do stuff in 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Crazy. But yeah, so DYT, PO1, there was 2324, FruA, EpiA, EpiF, MOA, MOAE, 11353. Suppressed the growth of PO1 by like 10-fold. So it's not like a lot, but it's still like suppressed pseudo growth, which is kind of interesting. I might need to unlearn that. P is stored in the ball. Excuse me, Greco. I had seen medical report that's much more complicated. Wait, what's more complicated? The medical report? I hope so. And 3 is like 515. Oh, I got you. I got you. P is generated by the kidneys via the filtration, goes to the bladder for storage. Okay, thank you, King Xanis. But yeah, it gets like filtered and everything. It's crazy. Like you got the... Fuck, I don't remember what they're called. I'm not gonna go into it. I used to know, like... The urinary tract is actually really interesting. Like the urinary system is really interesting. Like the renal system is very interesting. Very cool. Very cool and interesting. Would I want to be a urologist? No. No, thank you. And then Clip P, PSTA, PKMB, NeuroD, which is the B. Users were able to persist in co-culture with PaO1. So you can see that blue is PaO1, which is pseudo, and then the other color is staph. And you can kind of see nothing really happens. It just persists there. It's not growing. It's not proliferating. It's not dying. You know, kind of cool. Great time to eat. I'm sorry, Kinshi. And then with PA14, which is the other strain, coexisting like a phenotype observed for HemB and 0576 mutants, which are, oh my gosh, where are they? Dude, these two. Wait, what? HemB 0576 here. So interesting. Mutations in HemB are known to be involved with small colony variant formation in Staph aureus. So what that means is it's just surviving. So it'll probably survive because it's a small colony variant. It's a bit more sturdy. Am I getting brain aneurysm? I hope not, Void. I hope not. I hope not. And these are just some. So during these experiments, one of the flasks just broke. Like the lid, the top just snapped off. Yep. And then this is one of my little balls of mold, chat. Look how cute it is. This is what, like, imagine if it was green. It kind of hurts to read. Well, apologies, Void. But yeah, so this is one of, like, that's why, like, they make me think if this was green, it'd be like a Maribro, you know? Right? It's cute, right? They're like jelly. It's actually really cute. They're so cute. Like a Marimo. They're so cute. Imagine if it was green. It might be like a Marimo, you know? They look really cute. Anyway, this was... yeah. You don't want this in your media. Throw it out. Balls, mold, and grime. Ayo. Ayo. Yeah. So that's that. So you don't want that, but it's really cute, so... Also... My Pseudomonas, this is a different strain, but one of my Pseudomonas strains has preferences. So these are all different types of citramide agar turds, you know, select for Pseudomonas aeruginosa. But during some of my experiments, it just would not grow. So it doesn't grow on Diffco. It did not like the citramide agar base at all. It would grow on these two fine. It did not like this. And that was really sad. It was not great. You don't want to do an experiment and then your bacteria just don't fucking grow. And you're like, why is it not growing? Yeah. I don't actually know. I don't think we ever worked out why it never grew. But yeah, that's the thing. These are some other little photos. So we have more of my hydroxide discs and my pretty colors. We have someone put this on my desk. I put them on my desk. Was that Thunder? I think we have Thunder right now, chat. Anyway, this is Congo Red Agar. It's called Congo Red Agar. It's red. And basically, if your cultures are black, it means that it's a biofilm format for forms biofilm. So this is Staph aureus on that agar. Maybe it's shite, maybe. And then these are just little aeru, classic aeru doodles. We had Pseudomonas doing freaking gymnastics. Some of these weren't mine, but you can tell which ones are probably mine. So, yep. Okay, oh my gosh, we're on to the last chapter, chat. Look at me go. Look at me go. We're almost there, chat. We are 117 out of 143. Chat, hang in there. Hang in there. It's crazy. Anyway, antibiofilm peptide, DJK5, potentiates colistin activity against Pseudomonas aeruginosa and Staphylococcus aureus polymicrobial biofilm. So we go back to my original strains of pseudo, so it's LESB58, and that can like coexist with Staph aureus. So, first of all, colistin. It's a polymyxin E antibiotic. It's cationic, which means it's positively charged. It's isolated from Bacillus polymyxis subspecies colistinus 1947. It's a last-line antibiotic, and it binds to the LPS of gram-negative bacteria. There are colistin-resistant isolates that exist, and it's not active usually against gram-positive bacteria. I wish my office had someone drawing cute drawings. Why not you, Red Fox? You can start the cute drawings in your office. But yeah, basically it's a last line antibiotic for like Pseudomonas infections. But now, you know, there are strains of Pseudomonas that are resistant to colistin as well. Scary. I think it's also a last line drug for like things like Acinetobacter baumannii as well. But there's also colistin resistant Acinetobacter strains out there as well. Kind of crazy, but anyway, but it's a last line. It's not very nice for the body. It causes nephrotoxicity and is not good for your kidneys. So you want to avoid it as much as you can. But we'll go into it a little bit later, I guess, with the synergy stuff. But then also this antibiofilm peptide. DJ, I gotta go. I have noms and get flight. No worries. Take care and safe travels, Kino. Thank you for stopping by and hanging out, and thank you for the dono as well. I hope you enjoy your time in New Zealand again. But yeah, antibiofilm peptide DJK5. So, synthetic antibiofilm peptide. It was derived from bactinicin, which is from bovine neutrophils, and has broad spectrum activity. Target signaling molecule in stringent stress response, PPG-PP. I'm not even going to go into what that means. And it has been shown to have synergistic effects with antibiotics in vivo, so that's in mice experiments. So one of the papers that my supervisor at the time published was based off mouse models, and he combined DJK5 with a bunch of different types of antibiotics, including like tetracycline, erythromycin, azithromycin, and stuff. So this was the basis of this type of work, and yeah, that's the structure. For those of you guys interested, this is the company obviously we got it from. Gonna need to put in 3 years into drawing until I'm proud of drawing cute drawings in the office. Hi Zoomian, how's it going? Hello, welcome. But yeah, so basically there's optimization, but basically we wanted to synergize. So the good thing about synergy is if you use 2 different drugs, right, there's less likely a chance for bacteria to become resistant to them. That's been proven before. The other thing is if you can synergize 2 drugs or compounds together, you can often lower the concentration of one of the compounds. For example, because colistin is nephrotoxic, if you can lower it down so you're not using such a high concentration, it won't be as nephrotoxic. You know, that's the thought process of synergy and using 2 compounds in combination. So let's go. Less resistant bacteria sounds like a good... Yeah. Well, I mean, they reckon that drug resistance or antimicrobial resistance is going to kill more people than cancer by 2050, right? Which is probably true, because, like, you know, people don't want to invest in spending more money into, like, compound drugs and stuff like that, because it's expensive, right? And it's not necessarily always guaranteed to work, which is why a lot of us, like, you know, at the moment I work with bacteriophage, and we were trying to implement phage therapy. Well, like, that's one of the options, which will be really cool, because it's, like, more specific, sometimes more specific. So some phages have really specific host range, and some don't, and some are like really broad spectrum. So it's kind of like, because obviously resistance can arrive to phages as well, right? There's got like a whole bunch of other things, but we can talk about that another day, because that's not PhD stuff, that's just other stuff. So basically this is an optimization again, chat. Yep. So these plates here are actually from like my very first summer in the lab before I even started my honors. whatever happened here, it didn't work. But basically, in a normal paleontonic situation plate, we have across here, you'll have one drug, so this is the peptide, and down here, you'll have, wait, no, this is the antibiotic collagen, and this is the peptide, and you can see it marked on the plate. And so high to low concentration, and then obviously in the middle is going to be a combination of the two drugs at those different concentrations, right? And you can see the red dye is my controls, basically. Well, these ones are controls, no antibiotic at all, and then these ones show the compounds. And this shows that there's activity here, so there's no growth here, but you can kind of see. So basically, I think if it's twofold change from both ways, it's a synergistic effect, right? That's basically all you want to know. And yeah, so that's kind of what the plates kind of look like in normal media. This becomes a lot more painful in different media, but this is just the start and just like optimizing stuff. So yeah, so this is like the other plate. Oh fuck, whoopsie. There is a formula to work out the FIC, which is the fractional inhibitory concentration. And if it's synergistic, it's 0.5 or less than 0.5. It's additive is like 1 to 1.5 or 1.56, and then it's like antagonistic. Anyway, I just took a picture of this because this is my supervisor's writing. He wrote beautiful in a smiley face. It's really cursed. And look online, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so his writing is also terrible. I can read it, which is fine, but it's so funny. Hi there, what's up? But yeah, so this is another idea of the plate. So we know already from my first chapter that pseudo and staph co-localize. So you can see they're in a blob in a biofilm together on this hydroxybate disc. You can kind of see it's kind of crazy, right? Kind of crazy. But yeah. Not much. How are you doing? I'm doing great. So here are some examples. So most of my SEM images or scanning electron microscopy images are actually from this chapter. But you know, you can take them and use them elsewhere because, like, you know. Anyway, so collagen, you can see now that pseudo is not it becomes more crinkled. So this is like more of like a visual thing, right? Crinkled, it's not super happy with the collagen. This is at a low concentration. And it's producing a bunch of, I don't know, there's a lot of debris around. How did you take these pictures not under the microscope? We use a scanning electron microscope. So it's a different type of microscopy. So the samples have to be prepared in a specific way. I think you have to use like, it's not lead, it's got like a special like way you have to prepare the samples. And then you send, well, we had scanning electron microscopes over in Otago. At my current uni, we don't have them. But I just go over to the center, and I would sit there with the person who was doing the photography. So it's not like a standard in the lab use. Like, yeah, you have to be trained on these. They're like really expensive and stuff like that. But yeah, and then DJK5, you can kind of also see that the cells are kind of shriveling up, right? And there's a lot more debris on them. What is happening? Who knows, right? Because it's just surface level, right? And then the combination, you can kind of see there's also more debris. Like the rods are getting smaller as well. They're becoming like, what is happening here? This is literally like mush. The bacteria has become mush. Wild. So who knows what's happening? It's kind of imploding, I guess. Imploding. Okay, so that's for pseudo monomicrobial. So this is without staph. So staph, pretty unfazed by collagen at a high concentration. I mean, it looks like there's cell, like, holes in the cell. But I don't actually know if it's like something else is happening here as well, or it's just like there's so much going on. Because these still cells look fine. DJK5, you can kind of see there's a bit of like, you know, the cells don't look as smooth, but it's not like crazy. There's more like disfigured cells there for staph. And then you have collagen DJK5. You can now see that, you know, there's a big hole in the staph and more debris around. The cells are really not that happy. You fire a single beam of electrons at the sample and you detect the deflections, all while battling quantum effects in 4D. It's a whole thing. Yeah, what King Xander said. We did TEM, so it's a little bit different, but I guess similar ideas, I guess. With transmission, I don't remember which one's higher scale. I cannot remember. Oh my goodness. Rip me. But yeah, so that's kind of like so the reason why we had two different collagen concentrations is because pseudo is pretty sensitive to collagen, or the strain is specifically, and staph is not. That's why there's a high and low. So with the low concentration in polymicrobial biofilms, you can kind of see, you know, You can see, kind of see the texture of pseudo. It looks pretty nice. And this was just by itself. You can kind of see. Not much going on. TJK5 staff win with pseudo. They don't look super happy. They're getting crinkled. Whatever's going on here. And this is the combination. The rods are shorter as well in length with staff. But yeah. Because obviously pseudo staff, the environment is different. And so you add something else into it. Like that changes things drastically for both bacteria, right? Carlson 125. You can already see the rods are already like shorter, way shorter. Like, look, this is Pseudomonas. Like, where's the long, nice rods that we normally see? These are tiny. They're almost round now. It's kind of crazy. And then we see TJK5. Both cells are like, you know, breaking. Not super happy. And then we have more cellular debris around in the combination with the high concentration. Kind of interesting. But like I said, you have to like, you know, do proper tests of seeing what's alive, what's dead, you know. But these are just pretty pictures. So now we get to the graphs, which you guys all love, not? So colistin in combination with DJK5 exhibited synergistic eradication activity against polymicrobial biofilms of pseudo and staph. So this graph, monomicrobial pseudo, which we expect colistin to kill pseudo. So there's a significant reduction, and then this is the same. So there's no synergistic activity here. This is probably colistin doing stuff. DJK5 doesn't do much to pseudo at all. Overall, colistin DJK5, there's a little bit more of an effect compared to the rest of them against monomicrobial staph, but everything kind of changes in the polymicrobial environment, which is kind of cool. These are meant to indicate like synergistic, so it's like more than twofold change of these two. There's like a specific formula that I use for a paper for this, but you can see that, you know, colistin, not super phased. Pseudo is actually a little bit more happy overall in a polymicrobial biofilm with colistin, which is kind of cool, which means that staph is helping keep pseudo alive in that sort of instance, like, you know. And DJK5 is actually, like, staph becomes way more sensitive to DJK5 under polymicrobial conditions, so it's kind of interesting in that way, that sense as well. And then overall, they kind of work on both, which is it's cool. It is cool! How does it all work? Who knows? It's probably in that paper. I don't remember, because I don't remember when I read that paper, because I don't even think the paper came out that long ago. Anyway, it's fine. It's fine. Anyway, and then so we thought that maybe this phenotype was because of extra hydrogen, like peroxide, or like, you know, reactive oxygen species, or ROS, was produced during polymicrobial biofilms, or like maybe, you know, one of the compounds was inducing that response, and then that works in combination. So what we can see when you add extra cellular hydrogen peroxide stress, colistin, DJ, and the combination, you know, this, you know, it's pretty similar, but the combination had synergistic effect against just monomicrobial staph. So that was really interesting. Didn't really have any synergistic effects, like nothing really changed too much across the board here compared to like normal, but it was really interesting to see that in combination, both of the two actually did react with the hydrogen peroxide stress. So, cool stuff. That's alright. I'm like, you know? And then here are some more pictures of, these are actually for one of the experiments I did for this part, specific stuff for the ARN operon, which I think is the next slide. Not sure. It's easier to remove the microfilm in that synergy. Well, I mean, as you can see, you're not really removing much. There's still like tens of thousands of bacteria here, you know? There's still a lot of bacteria. But it has a synergistic effect. Obviously, this is in vitro, so will it happen in a mouse or thing? I guess you'll find out soon. But yeah. Yeah, so that's what they're kind of aiming. Because, like, biofilms, that's the thing with biofilms. They're really hard to get rid of, right? Because, you know, basically, I think the idea with adding an antibiotic with an antibiofilm peptide is the antibiofilm peptide helps remove the biofilm or prevents the biofilm. And then that means that the antibiotic can get into the cells because the antibiofilm peptide has done its work, basically. So that's, I think, how they assume things work with some synergistic combinations, supposedly. But, you know, as you can see here, there's still bacteria here. It isn't fully gone. Do you work on cells? I do. You mean mammalian cells? I do not work on mammalian cells. I have in the past, but not like a lot. My focus is mostly bacteria. It was like kind of the next part of the project, but you'll see that a little bit later because I have a few things. I'm trying to understand. No, you're all good, Red Fox. You are all good. But yeah, scientists get excited over little things. Don't worry, they do. They're like, oh my gosh, this. Or like, chemists get excited more over things working supposedly, but they don't actually work, and I'm just like confused the entire time. I'm like, huh? But anyway, that's something else. Okay, so what I didn't mention in the first part of my talk was that, or in the first chapter, there was another operon that was super highly upregulated in pseudo, and that was the ARN operon. The ARN operon is often associated with colistin resistance via amino-arabinosylation. Basically, you're adding another sugar to the LPS and changing the membrane a little bit. Or like the outer membrane. Basically, the ARN operon and the PMARB regulator are significantly upregulated in the RNA sequencing data that we saw. So I was like, okay, so maybe this is affecting why it's conferring tolerance to DJK5 and colistin in the polymicrobial conditions. Maybe this is why, because it's super upregulated. Just because something is shows or is associated with colistin resistance or tolerance in one strain doesn't mean that's the same for the other strain, because, like, you know, different bacteria, different genome technically, right? So basically, I did all these experiments, and at the end of the day, the ARN operon did not confer tolerance to colistin or DJK5 in pseudo. Yeah. So I'm like, what the fuck does this ARN operon do? I do not know. So we don't know. But yeah, I did experiments and it was sad. And there's no difference between wild type and ARN constructs and polymicrobial biofilms against cephalosporin. So the other thing ARN operon is known to do is confer tolerance and, you know, resistance against cephalosporins or chlorphenicol azithromycin. So we tried it, didn't work, didn't do anything. If anything, it just made staff more sensitive, but that's what we worked. What do you even do, ARN operon? Why are you so upregulated? Fuck knows. I don't know why it's upregulated, but maybe it's just protecting the cell from, like, I don't know. Who knows, chat? I do not know. Whatever we thought it wasn't, so so sad. I hate it. Like, it's still a result, but good God. But yeah, it did show us that actually with the cephalosporins, which is CTX, this is cefotaxime, ceftazimine, and I don't know, there's so many different cephalosporins, and like there's different classes, well, different generations too. I think there's 3 or 4 generations of cephalosporins now. Anyway, regardless, but what we did see, which was kind of interesting, was that in polymicrobial biofilms, pseudo makes staff way more sensitive to cephalosporins. So that was interesting. Yeah, interesting stuff. Anyway, this is one of the figures from my PhD and my, like, slides. So basically, this is a summary of what happened. So there's untreated. They look pretty happy, right? Colistin causes, like, you know, wrinkles, shriveling. DJK5 also causes the same sort of thing. And colistin, DJK5, you can argue there's probably, like, a little bit more going on. Nothing happens here with staph, which is expected because it's not expected to work against gram-positive bacteria. And then DJK5 is showing some, like, you know, broken cells. And then colistin here, you can see some broken things here and there and more debris. The pictures are pretty. I like pretty pictures. As much as you guys like pretty pictures, I also like pretty pictures. So this is work that my supervisor did way back in Canada. So colistin combined with DJK5 synergized against polymicrobial abscesses in vivo, reducing abscess size and bacterial survivors. Colistin alone significantly reduced bacterial survivors. So this is alone in pseudo, which makes sense, right? Because, you know, the strain is sensitive to colistin, so it makes sense. And the combination actually had a synergistic effect as well. But, like, you can still see there's still bacterial survivors. Like, even though the average or the, you know, the average is here, like, there's still bacterial survivors here. So realistically, even if you treated a patient with this, would you be able to fully get rid of everything? I wouldn't believe it personally. But it obviously, the two in combination also synergistically work to remove, or like to lower the biofilm. Well, not synergistically here, but still remove the biofilm. Well, the biofilm, remove the abscess scab. But as you can see, just because the scab is gone doesn't mean the bacteria is gone from the abscess. So, yeah. So this is why we did so he did all this work without doing the previous work, which is what I worked on. And Sam also worked on. But yeah, so that's that. This is the other poster, and I actually won another prize for this poster as well. Yeah, it's me with my poster. Yeah, it's blurry. Don't ask. Ask my Ask one of the lab children that took the photo why it's blurry. I don't know. But yeah, these are 2 more of the students that I helped out. They were honor students back then. Award-winning artist. Yeah, just winning for the awards. But yeah, that was yeah, it was cool. Yeah, this is from the conference, so I was just sleeping in the car, chat. Why do people like taking pictures when I'm sleeping? It's crazy. This always happens, by the way. I always get a picture of me sleeping in the car somewhere. Because, like, you know, when I'm tired, I like sleeping in the car, okay? It's nice to sleep in. And then this is us having our lunch. And then we played, so we stayed at, like, this whole, this accommodation together. A bunch of us. And, like an Airbnb. Hi, Arcos, how's it going? And then we were playing Scum or P's and A's. Some of you guys call it President and Arsehole, but we call it Scum. So, like, if you're king, and we had tallies of everything. And look at me go, chat. Look at me go. I was just rolling the floor, rolling with the... Crazy. Did I do it? Yeah, I did. Is that an anime body pillow? No, this is a Cinemoral pillowcase. Like, it's an old pillowcase. I don't think I own it anymore. It's a Cinemoral pillowcase. Yeah, and this is Hamner Springs, so we went for like a walk up the mountain and stuff like that. Card game, yeah. They were not happy with me. How did I win? I don't know. There you go, chat. This is what you guys are waiting for. You know, when I wasn't joking. If I can sit in a box, I will sit in the fucking box. How many of these boxes broke? I don't want to know. We don't talk about it. We do not talk about it. But yeah, look, this is aeru. She fits in a box. You're not meant to have cardboard boxes on the floor. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer the game. If I fit, I literally missed the tease. I think there are a few other images somewhere, but I could not find them. So you're going to have to deal with these 3. Yep. And then what else? Oh, wait, there's another one. This is a big-ass polystyrene box, chat. Yeah. Yeah, it's a big polystyrene box, chat. Well, yeah, literally, well, thank you for the 30 bits, and thank you for the gifted to anonymous gifter. Hello. Thank you so much. Iris cat confirmed. It's crazy. There's more. There's just more of me in the box. Dude, this polystyrene box was so good. It's so good. I should have taken it home. Actually, there's a big polystyrene box in the lab at the moment. I don't know if I fit in it, though. I don't know if I want to sit in that. Is that an A for aeru? I don't know. It's just, I don't even know what this is. I don't know, they found it. So these are 2 postdocs, or like, you know, postdocs in the lab, or in a different lab. Well, he was in our lab, but he was a bit of a dick, and like, kind of caused a lot of issues for like my boss, because he took all his leave and then he left. Like, he took all his leave, chat, and then he left. And, like, he hadn't done any of the work. So he took leave that he didn't have, and, yeah. Can I fit in there? I don't know. And then this was, like, in pharmacology, they were allowed to draw on the desk. So, obviously, I left my thing. They put you in a styrofoam box because you're too cool. Easy. Exactly. Thank you, Goldbots. This is pharmacology. So, this is in pharmacology. So, the associate professor over there, who was my co-supervisor, Lin Wai, she's great. But one of her techs, Gabs, she would work on these like during like whenever, and this was on the wall in the lab. It's really cool. I wish I could do that. Wear smart aeru and lab coat and goggles, pouring chemicals and vials. I'm not a chemist. I don't do that. I don't wear safety goggles unless I have to wear them. Yeah. It's not quite how it works. That is very cool. Yeah, this is over in pharmacology. The only problem with the pharmacology building down there is that it's so old, right? And in the morning, if you go crazy early in the morning, it's like going, like, because the lights are off and everything, it's like walking down a hallway in a horror film or something. Like, it looks like that. It's actually kind of crazy because, like, the light flickers as well. It's actually so funny. It's such an experience. That building is such an experience. The elevator's not great, eh? You're like, you know... Yeah, very interesting stuff. Right, so this is pharmacology stuff. This was meant to be part of my project during my PhD, so I was meant to use her in vitro skin graft model, 3D skin graft model. We thought, well, my boss thought that it was already like set up and we would just have to, like, you know, it was all good and we could, like, you know, just put the bacteria and be fine and didn't have to optimize anything. Unfortunately, they hadn't actually optimized these because like they changed a few things and it just didn't work the way that we wanted. So I was like, there's no point like wasting time going over there to do all this stuff. So I learned it all, but it's kind of like, there's no point if I have to re-optimize everything. And by the time, like, I didn't have that much time. And I was like, I have so much data, I literally cannot fit this in, right? You need to follow, you don't need to wear gloves in a lab all the time. Gloves are actually can be more of a hazard too, especially around a Bunsen burner. So what are you seeing here? This is preparation for histology. So I learned how to do a bit of histology and like, you know, mounting stuff for histology. These are keratinocytes. This is under a microscope. These are skin cells. And this is this is a histology image of like a layer of skin, basically. And you can see that there's a skin layer. Very cool, right? That's the skin graft layer. Anyway, so this is what they look like in, you know, in their little graph thingy with... Anyway, so what you see here. Well, the important thing you see here is that you can see that the skin graft is broken. So, basically the bacteria killed the skin graft, all the cells. So, ha ha ha. I do. Why is my skin pink? Don't ask silly questions. Go do some research, Wade. Go on. That's not my alley. Not up my alley. So unfortunately, that part of my project we didn't get to do, which is really sad. But I mean, at the same time, I still had like a shit ton of data. So imagine if I had this on top of that, would have been kind of crazy. But yeah. These are some other things that happened during PhD. We're really at the end. Yeah, we have like 2 more slides. Cool. I adopted. So my supervisor was getting rid of a whiteboard, so I managed to get a massive whiteboard. Yep. And I carried it all the way home. Yep. Like this. Yep. And then this is me. So there's a tradition at Otago when you finish or you hand your thesis, you hit the bell with the mallet. So that's why my friend and I are hitting the bell with the mallet, and then we got a photo with the frame. And then at the same time, during my PhD, randomly, I got my hair like dyed like underneath. My sister did it, so Karika did it. I was meant to ping Karika, but it's okay. Do I ping Karika? Congrats for hitting the bell. Thank you, Red Fox. But yeah, so this is what, so you guys asked way back when. Some of you guys were like, have you ever dyed your hair? I have once. Well, Karika did it. And this was the hair, that she did. Yeah. It was meant to be like blue, but because my hair was like kind of wild or weird. So that's what it looked like. But yeah, she had a mirror because, I don't like to sit still. I don't like to sit still. I don't know if she's up. It's okay. She can go back to slides. It's like at the end. She'll be fine. But yeah, so that's what it looked like. It was really cool, and it actually faded out really nicely. Turned out really nice. Yeah, have you ever thought of doing an aeru? I actually have. It is one of the things, and I might do it for the event. So the overload table that I'm I don't know what I'm gonna do about my hair because my hair is black. It doesn't bleach very well. So even after I think it was 2. It got lightened twice, and it's still like the tips didn't want to lighten. It looked like a matchstick when I was blonde. You know? You look like Mama Sea Bunny's youngest daughter and oldest sister. It's crazy. But yeah, I thought about it, but I don't know what I'm gonna do about my hair. Because, you know, it's like blue, but it's like white. And blue is one of the hardest colors to keep in, because it'll turn green. I mean, this one actually turned really nice. It's kind of like a mermaid type color, right? And I feel like it's a lot of maintenance, and I'm lazy. So would I actually do maintenance? Wig? I don't want to wear a wig for both days though, you know, Mr. T. That's a long time. No, thank you. Please do send pics if you do. Some of us can't go. Yeah, no, absolutely. But I could just rock up an aeru merch. Also, hello, Shinya. How are you? Blue's hard to keep. Yeah, silver's also. But yeah, you can see it faded out really nicely. So it did snow a little bit. It sand a little bit, but it's more like sludge. But yeah, so this is my flatmate at behind. But yeah, this is what it kind of faded out. So it didn't actually fade out really badly at all. Yeah. This was aeru in the snow. You can see my flatmate having a great time. There I've been lurking. I appreciate the lurk. But yes. And then there's me, obviously, with my mallets and the thing. And then the other tradition is we get a chocolate fish. We get a chocolate fish! Many cool photos. Aeruing. Yeah, aeru is aeruing. Yes. But yeah, this is outside one of the old buildings. Because there's like a lot of old buildings at Otago. The fish oil, yeah, it's actually full chocolate too. It doesn't have marshmallows or that bullshit. It's actually full chocolate. It's crazy. Yeah. But yeah, that is, chat, I think that is it. That is it, chat. We made it. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. We made it. Fish. I still really like this box, man. I should have taken it with me. Very excited, very, very aeru, yeah. So now you get an insight of aeru actually. Yeah, has anything changed? Cat moment. Yeah, this is my life. I like boxes. Who would have known? You need to start again. No, I'm good. There's too much, man. Actual IO cat? No. Well done. Thank you. Well, I mean, obviously it's not all my data, but there's a lot, dude. There's so much. Like, there is so much. So much. But yeah. No, I hope you guys enjoyed. There's obviously other things that I could have, like, you know, added in. Like, you know, obviously there was hockey going on in the background, like coaching and stuff. But I think you guys have seen some of my coaching stuff already. So I was like, nah, let's not add that in either. So then Kevin Comsci Major tries to understand microbiome. How was it, King Xanos? I mean, I feel like you had a pretty reasonable understanding of stuff. 143 slides is a lot. I'm sure there was a lot more to add if you wanted to. Yeah, I don't really want to do that, man. I was like, oh, wait, I could have added this or that. I'm like, no, you know what? Let's not go there. Thank you for the hydrate, Kroto. Thank you, Tater. Thank you, Temperate. Thank you, Couples. Encore jokes. Not the encore. That would be crazy. But yeah, hopefully you guys learned something. I don't know. I yap about bacteria and stuff a lot. I mean, we could add a goal. You guys have kind of blown... Insane. It really brought back the microbiology classes. Dude, microbiology is so cool. I don't think I showed you my phage images, right? So we could do a little mini presentation about the work I currently work on, like bacteriophages. So you know what's okay? One of the other stories, right? So during my PhD, usually if you're a microbiologist, genetics, whatever, it doesn't even matter. You usually cannot avoid cloning. So cloning is when you're you're knocking genes out and putting genes back in. So like the complement stuff, right? So I avoided it until the very last part of my PhD. And then, you know, the job I was hired for, or like the lab I was adopted into, my main job was actually complementation and doing a bunch of the cloning that I avoided. I was like, God damn it. That's crazy, you know? And then academia is still a pain. Yep, it's true. I rotate none of this, but I really enjoy it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Love learning. Thank you, Cold Balls. Chat is powerful. Our goal blowing skills are quite high. They are. But yeah, basically, the job I was hired for after my PhD was basically just to clone. I basically was to complement a bunch of knockouts into Staph aureus, no less, which is the most... I don't know if there's a bacteria more annoying to use to clone into and knock genes out of than Staph. Like, genuinely, no clue. But yeah, no, I managed to get a lot of stuff going for that lab, so they were really happy, and they were like, oh, shit. Even though I hadn't done, like, a lot of it before, you know. You're the ex? I'm not. I'm really not. I'm not the cloning expert. It's cloning is luck. When you're knocking genes out, you just need one thing to work. And then you have to verify. And sometimes if you have like a point mutation somewhere, you're like, oh man, I have to do this all over again. Like you could be picking colonies for days. And some stuff just won't work. Like some things I just couldn't get to work. I got most of the stuff to work, but there were some things that I just could not get to work. And then, I don't think academia is never going to be like not a pain. Like, I don't think it's ever going to be not a pain. Because, like, you know, it's just how it is. And I feel like if you're not in academia or in general or do postgrad stuff, you don't know. Like, because, like, the unis are really good at hiding stuff as well. They're really good at hiding what goes on behind doors. And, like, you hear about all the stories as you're approaching. You're like, holy shit, how do they get away with this sort of stuff? Like, it's actually insane what they can get away with. It's just like, dude. Like, some people should just not. The thing is, like, my supervisor, although he was, like, mostly fine until, like, you know, the last, like, 3 months, right? He gave me a lot of opportunities. If you were good and you were keen, he would give you a lot of opportunities. And that's something that you want from a supervisor. Like, my current supervisor is really, really good as well. But I think he's learned that I'm just not that ambitious in terms of science. I'm just like, I'm quite happy doing what I'm doing. I'm not bored yet, you know? But I do get bored really easily, which is why he's like, I don't think you'd be a good lab tech. I think you'd just be really bored. I was like, I'm currently your lab tech doing lab tech stuff, so I don't know what you mean. But your paper makes me see how crazy and ridiculous my paper was. Oh, is that a good thing or a bad thing, Soran? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? But yeah, so it's kind of like a wild thing. Because like, in terms of supervisors, my supervisor would still be considered in the top 10% of supervisors in general, overall. Which is wild, considering what I had to deal with in the last 3 months. Although, to be fair, it's aeru. I think anyone else, they would have been guilt-tripped to, like, extend and everything, and I was not putting up with bullshit, so, you know. Classic aeru behavior will not stand for bullshit. We'll just call people out. We'll just break my supervisor, apparently. But I think he's recovered now, apparently, so it's not taboo to mention my name anymore. It's not taboo to mention my name in that lab anymore, I think. But yeah, so I don't know. He had to like, he helped a little bit with, so I was a little bit worried about the other half of my brain cell, because she wasn't, like, she missed the call, and usually like we call like every week and everything, and you know, missing call's fine, but usually she'll say so, and so I was like, okay, hold on, I haven't heard from her, so I made him go. I was like, Sam, I was like, can you go ask someone to check on her, because like she hasn't replied and this is unusual, and I don't think something's right, like something's not right. And so luckily he did, because like she had like gone to like ER and everything, and so I'm really glad that she's fine. Like her flatmate's looking after her, and she was meant to go home. I don't know if she's still at home at the moment. I'm not sure. I should check. Cause like basically her mom was like, you're free to come visit. And I was like, you have gone home at like a really inconvenient time, because like Mama Ida was still away. So I don't know if she's still there, but obviously at the moment it's super expensive to travel anywhere. Because of like fuel, everything, all right? So I'm like, but yeah. So she's kind of off social media. She's really, like, I'm bad, but usually I will reply to people. But she's really bad, so sometimes she'll just disappear. And I'm like, that's fine. I know she's alive, like, you know, otherwise, you know, usually I'll hear about it. But, or like, if we arrange a call, she'll always be there. If something comes up, she'll message me, basically, right? Just standard stuff. But other than that, she's very bad at checking, like, you know, Messenger and stuff like that. So, if you need something, you gotta call her or whatever. And I haven't caught up with recently, but I did. Now I'm in contact with her mom, so now I can be like, hey, is she still alive? Basically, hi Ines, how's it going? Kind of thing. Good for you, bad for me. I don't know if it's bad for you. But yeah, so it's kind of like that, like communication like that. So I'm glad that he actually did take the initiative to do like a welfare check on her. So, you know, because like back when I was still around, he was just a bit of an asshole to her. Because like, you know, she has a lot of like, you know, health issues, and it's not her fault, right? It's not her fault. She can't do anything about it. And she's honestly been through the wars. This my like other half, like, she's been through the fucking wars. And honestly, I wish I could give her some of my immune cells and stuff, because good God, she's been through so much. That girl is really strong. Like, she's really strong. She's very, very cool. But good God, he was being an absolute dickwad. Like, literally was like, it's not my responsibility to go check on my students to see if they're okay or alive. Like, he literally said shit like that, and I was like, holy shit, you shouldn't be like, you know, and like, so it's good that he's like, you know, taking the change. I think it was a little bit like, I don't know, I feel like part of the reason why he treated her that way was probably because she's also friends with me back when he was being like petty as hell. So I'm really glad he did take the initiative there. So, but I'm still like, bro, you know, these months, no worries. You do not need to apologize for that, NS. You know, life happens, and I hope everything has been going well for you. Mine talks about brain chemistry and mood. Brain chemistry and mood, though, but that sounds interesting, right? I feel like you're always, it's like the grass is greener on the other side type stuff, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, the grass is greener on the other type. I think my supervisor's quite chill and just does his thing, so I guess I'm not as bad as yours. I mean, my supervisor was, like, mostly fine, like I said. And I'm sure it would have been okay had I followed his, like, you know, instructions. And, like, I forgot to mention, so, because he was, like, not prioritizing my stuff, Sam was looking at my, like, thesis and stuff, and, like, you know, he helped out. He offered to do it, because he's like, supervisor, he's not gonna do it, so I'm help you, right? So I'll do it. And so, I handed in early. Without telling my supervisor, I was like, I can't wait around. I'm happy with my thesis the way it is, right? And so I handed it in, and I told him, and he lost the plot. Like, he's usually really good at being, like, composed in front of people. He lost the plot. He was like, he called me, like, really arrogant. It's like, how could you blah, blah, blah? And I was like, well, I'm happy with it. You obviously were taking your time, and I was like, I don't have time to wait. I was like, I'm not, no matter what you add to it, I was like happy. I was pretty happy with it. So, yeah. So usually after PhD, you have to do a defense for your PhD as well. And usually you get notes on, you know, questions and like what questions the examiners have and stuff. And usually your supervisor is meant to, like, you know, reach out and be like, hey, so how did your, like, you know, what sort of questions, blah, blah, blah. He did not reach out to me at all. I mean, albeit all the corrections and stuff were really chill, to be honest. Like, they were really chill. There wasn't really much to do at all. And you know when, like, examiners are just assholes for the sake of being assholes? One of them was, like, really picky about stats. And it's like, this is not a math fucking PhD. It's about the science. And because, like, one of the statistics I'd done, I'd based it off a paper that I found. Like, the method of working stuff out. I based it off a paper that was published. It was peer reviewed, everything. And I was like, don't come for me. I was just using a paper that had done this sort of stuff before. Like, I'm like, dude, that's crazy. Like, I was like, go talk to the author of that fucking paper. Don't just pick on my work because you have nothing else to say. Like, you don't have to pick something out. If you have nothing to say, don't say it, you know? It's like, it's just stats. Like, everyone, the thing is, there's no general consensus for stats in science and what stats to use. So everything is different, and everyone likes and has preferences with stats, which leads to these types of things where people get really bitter about what stats you use, and they pick on you because of it. Imagine explaining mood to a bunch of old professors. I would like to know how you did that, you know? But yeah, it's kind of wild. Valid crash out. Hello, Cracker, how are you? But you know what I'm saying? Is there's just no central... It's not even central. There's just no global one way to do stats, right? So as long as, like, you're doing stats in the way that, you know, if I'd done stats the way he wanted, then it would have been fine. He wouldn't have anything to say. But it's like, you know, everyone does stats so differently. But yeah, it was very, very interesting. I was just like, Would you want me to do a PowerPoint presentation as well? Do you want to do a PowerPoint presentation of your paper, Soren? You can do it in the server. We can set aside a night so that you can do it just for us. Post no check. It's kind of the thing they do in thesis defenses. You have to defend your work. They sort of have to throw crap. Yeah, but it's like you throw reasonable crap. Don't throw crap at me about stats that I use the paper to use. Like, you know, like a proper, like, reviewed paper and had citations and everything. Don't throw shit at me when I'm not the one that came up with the statistics for this. Like, you know, I was like, this one, yeah, and this is literally what, you know, it's kind of like wild. Like, find some actually legit stuff to talk about. That's about the science, not the stats. Like, we're here to talk science, not the fucking stats, dude. Let me pick my paper up again. Wait, really, Soren? You're gonna do this? That's crazy. Oh no, now Timph is interested. Soren, you've done this to yourself. You piqued all our interest now. Hello, Glistening, how are you? But you know what I'm saying? It's like, actually pick something, like, valid. Like, the other people had, like, general questions about the science, not about the stats. They're like, I think they just tuned out when he started talking about stats. Can't make bullshit up. They shouldn't be able to either. It was just that he wasn't happy with the stats. And it's like, everyone does stats differently. What do you want? Like, I wasn't winning anyway. It wouldn't have even mattered if I'd done stats a different way. Honestly. And that's what he's like, oh, like, he wasn't like the corrections. Oh, you should correct the stats. And I'm like, well, if I correct the stats, I'm going to have to correct the entire, like, fucking, like, if you want stats done this way, just this way because of you, you know, then I'm going to have to, like, redo, like, the entire chapter, which I wasn't going to do. So I argue that and they're like, it's fine. It's like, it's just so stupid. It's like, if you're going to argue stats, go talk to the people who did the stats on the initial paper that I used, because it's like a synergy thing, right? And synergy thing is really difficult for, like, those types of experiments. Like, they literally had a supplementary data set, like, in terms of they gave you a supplement of how to do the math and how they worked out the math. And I literally followed that word for word. So it's like, I don't know what you want. I'm not a stats expert. Like, I generally understand if it was, like, something to do with my science, but it was literally stats, and I was like, of all the fucking things to pick on. That's crazy. That just shows that you had nothing to pick on, you know? Because, I mean, basically, so in oral defense, they're not meant to, like, rip you out or shred you up, right? It's basically a conversation about your science and making sure that you know your science. You expect me to know, like, the fine details of statistics? Come on now. My degree is in microbiology, not statistics, okay? I mean, yeah, it's basically a nice conversation. Like, everything else was fine. This guy was just had it out for me, I swear. Whether my supervisor told him to do that or not, who knows? Wouldn't put it past my supervisor. It was really funny, though. But I was just like, dude, that's crazy. But yeah, most of them were, like, pretty nice about it. Like, I think all... Were all of them there? They actually did. I think... I want to say all of them did make it. Maybe not the... Did the overseas guy? I don't remember. Because one of the guys... So usually, like, if they're within the country, they usually try to travel. But this guy didn't travel. But I think they actually all made it to my defense. I think all three were there. 2 were on Zoom and 1 was not. I think. Can't remember. Cannot remember. But yes, so that was that. there was that. But yeah, anyway, I don't know. Like I said, 95% of my PhD was a great time. I had a blast. And I had a blast making the slides because it's just like a lot of memories and like reminiscing going through, and I'm like, oh my gosh, right? And I saw a lot of students, I guess, go through as well. And then during the PhD, obviously I demonstrated. I don't have photos from demonstrating and stuff because, you know. Sorry, it's me. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. But yeah, no, I demonstrated a lot of like the med students coming through, and they're scary, man. I'm telling you. Future med students in New Zealand are scary. Wouldn't recommend. Like, I feel like if I saw any of their names in like a doctor practice in the future, I just would run for the hills. Bless you. Thank you, Saran. Thank you. But yeah, I'm glad you guys, I'm glad you guys were tuned in somewhat. Yeah, I don't know why my nose is going, but that's okay. Yeah, it's good timing too, though. Good timing too. But yeah, no, I demonstrated a lot. So I demonstrated the med students because, like, I think that, you know, they're really easy to do. You don't have to mark their books. If you do like a micro demonstrating paper, you actually have to mark their books and mark their answers. I did for, I think it was health. No. Who do 3? It is more like health microbiology in second year, and that's really chill as well. But mostly I did like a lot of the med labs and stuff because it's chill. They don't really care. They just kind of leave whenever. It's kind of wild. They can like show up, sign in, and then just leave if they don't want to do stuff. It's crazy. Yeah, I had them in Chem 2. They were interesting. They're just very like, most of them in general, some of them are okay, and they're probably going to be decent doctors, but some of them are just like, what? Why are you here? And some of them just don't, they just think they know everything, and they're very like entitled, and it's kind of like, dude, you know, it's very like, they're not very good at dealing with people either. You're just like, why are you even here? Like, yeah. And like the thing is, you know, it's bad when people in the cohort say the same thing. He's like, yeah, most of the class is like really awful. And all the med friends I had at uni and all seem like people I trust to be doctors. I'm glad that's the case, Red Fox. But in New Zealand, oh no, man. But I guess in Australia, you can't just go straight to med school, right? You have to do a degree first. Is that right, Red Fox? Or is it still like New Zealand where like you can go straight from first year health science straight into med school? Because like for sure, you know, a lot of the post-grad students are going to be better doctors than like the ones that go straight into med school because they're a little bit more mature, right? They know what they're doing and they actually care, and they're like, they've thought about their career, right? Whereas like people who are just like, you know, doing it because they like, because I think there's still this misconception that doctors are rich. They actually work a lot and hard and a lot of overtime. Like, depending on what sort of doctor you are, there's a lot of overtime, there's a lot of work outside of work hours that they do that people don't realize. There's some programs where you can go straight in, but I think most are post. Yeah, see, in New Zealand, a lot of the intake are not post-grads, which I think we should probably change in my opinion, because like the maturity level just, you know. And then also, to be fair, not all postgrads are great either, because, you know, I also had a flatmate who was like med student, and she's like absolute piece of work. An absolute piece of work. Holy man. Like bad. Like, goddamn. Run for the hills, man. Run for the hills, chat. That's how bad it was. But yeah. Like me. Mr. T's. UOA, they actively sabotaged each other. That's crazy. No, but basically, so my flatmate, so she was post-grad, but she is very, I know it's a generalized thing, but like, you know, only child syndrome definitely exists for some people, like definitely, and she's like the worst of the worst. So here's an example of something. So I knew her through hockey. I flattered with her. So this also happened during like my PhD as well. I had like a little bit of flat drama. It wasn't really to me, it's more like I was pissed off because she was being an absolute asshole to our other flatmate who had done nothing to deserve anything, was getting belittled because she was in dentistry, which is harder to get into than med school anyway. Anyway, basically we'd flatted for a year together as a flat and was fine, and that was because she had not, so one year she didn't get into med school one year, and they were like, oh, you need to do the other like prelim question, like papers. So she was part-time studying, part-time demonstrating, whatever. And so she's not stressed, so it was chill, like the year was chill, we all got along, whatever. Next year she gets into med school. starts making the most awful comments to the dance student who's the other flatmate, being like, oh, like, I wish I could also, like, you know, just, you know, sit around and, like, watch movies. But because, like, my other flatmate is, like, relatively smart. Like, she was, like, dark. She, like, skipped years at school. She's relatively smart. She's really, really young, right? She's a dentist now. But, like, the other one was just like, and because she would, like, the other one, the best student, would study like 24/7, but she was really entitled and, like, just no consideration. So she's a hockey player. She played for a different team to me when I used to play club hockey, and then she wanted to change clubs because she wasn't happy with her club. And I told her at the end of the last year, I was like, you need to contact the coach, because the coach likes to scout players for his team really early and likes to know, like, who's available so he can consider them and, like, where they fit in the team and stuff like that, right? So I told her that, but she didn't do that. She didn't listen. Classic. And so she just signs up the day before thing. That's fine. Whatever. But the thing is, she thought she had a spot in the team. She thought just because she, like, you know, was trialing, she had a spot in the team. So afterwards, she didn't get in, right? And then the coach obviously offered, but hey, like, if you want to talk about it, I'm happy. Like, he's really, really lovely guy and everything, right? Really reasonable and stuff. She was having no bar of it. She didn't want anything to do with it. She came to, she's like, yeah, she's like, I didn't even want to tell you, like, I didn't make a team, blah, blah, blah. But she's like, I'm going to take out the bitch who took my spot in the team. And I was like, bro, you can't go around saying shit like that. That is not your spot in a team. You trialing for a team, that's not your fucking spot. Like, it's that bad. Dentistry is harder. Yeah, it is, Red Fox. I presume it's the same in Australia too. I don't know. But yeah, so that's kind of what they're like. So she's going to be a doctor. That's scary. I would never trust her because she doesn't really listen to people. Like, she would demand you to help her with stuff, but she would never do the same for you, that type of thing. Like, the dent student helped her out with, like, some of the, is it simulations that they have to do? Or, like, pretending to be patient, and she was just an absolute asshole. And, like, you know, like, in flats or, like, when you roommate with someone, right? Quite often, like, the house you're in or the flat you're in has, like, thin walls or whatever, right? It's a small, like, if it's a small flat, you know. And usually, you know, in the weekend, you don't do anything loud before, like, 9 a.m. or, like, until, like, after 9 a.m., 10 a.m., right? Because, you know, like, because, like, she knew that our flatmate, like, likes to sleep in, right? 9, 10 a.m., which is pretty reasonable. Don't be calling your fucking parents at 7 a.m. in the morning. That's what she'd do in the weekend. Every weekend. She'd call her parents at 7 a.m. in the morning, which is crazy. Knowing that your flatmate sleeps till like 9, at least 9, that's like so inconsiderate and wild. Yeah, how is she gonna listen to the patient? Red Fox, I don't know. I don't know. I saw her lab book because she left it lying around like the micro one, and all her answers were wrong, and I was laughing, so, you know. So yeah, it's little stuff. Okay, but this is also the doctor. She's gonna be a doctor, right? Like, proper doctor. But this is also the flatmate that would leave her meat out on the bench and eat it, like, the next day, by the way. Like, mince and stuff. She'd cook it and she'd leave it on the table and she'd eat it the next day. So. Yep. Crazy, right? Yeah. Don't do that, chat. Don't leave meat out on the bench or anything like that and eat it the next day, please. Please, for the love of God, do not do that. Yeah, who would do that? Oh, Mr. Tease, do you do that? Tease your soul! I was like, wait a second, does Mr. Tease do that? Yeah, so she would do that. Like, she literally asked me, so she cooked rice in the rice cooker once. She was like, she left it overnight. She's like, can I still eat the rice? I was like, I would not eat rice that has been left overnight on the bench or anything. If it hasn't been put in the fridge, I wouldn't eat it. Throw it out. Can I do that? I can't. Okay. No one here can prove that. What happened to your tuna story, though? Didn't you eat off tuna? Mr. Tease, I don't think your house... This reminds me of the Amika situation where Amika was, like, eating, like, off mayo or something. Although, apparently it didn't taste bad, so at that point, it's like, you know... Okay, that wasn't my fault, so leave rice. Do not leave... Put the rice in the fridge. Put rice in the fridge after you've cooked it. Don't leave it on the bench and don't eat it after. I wouldn't recommend. I'm in danger. Why are you in danger? Why are you in danger, Soran? Oh, because tuna? No, Mr. T's ate tuna and it was off. Yeah. But yeah, don't leave. After you've cooked meat or anything, please put it in the fridge, chat. Don't leave it out on the bench overnight. That's disgusting. That's feral. Don't do that. You're gonna give yourself lots of problems, probably. I don't know. I don't know. As a microbiologist and knowing about, like, food micro and stuff, there's a lot of things that I'm like, Nuh-uh. No way. Recommended by Idol. JK, don't ban me. No, no, no. You think I have the time to go and do that over something like that? Crazy. It's insane. Insane. You guys are wild. Absolutely wild. Yeah, you have a few hours at most. Yeah, I mean, obviously cool it down before you put it in, but yeah. Crazy. Best leave it to 6 hours max. What do you mean 6 hours max? It's crazy. Y'all crazy. Y'all crazy. I like how you have a time. I just wait till it cools down. I have moldy bread tolerance. What do you mean moldy bread tolerance? That's crazy. Chat, I just checked my emails and they were like, hey, I noticed you aren't posting stream highlights shorts on YouTube. This is a huge missed opportunity to grow your audience. Hey, have you seen my YouTube? Clearly you didn't, because I do have shorts on my YouTube. I guess you're going to the wrong one and it's just looking for work. And I'm like, that's crazy. This Oats is gonna have a good laugh. Oats is gonna have an absolute good laugh. That's so funny. That is hilarious. I cannot. Dude, the amount of emails I get through like this. Like, dude, have you even checked out my stuff? No, I don't want to work with you. A good immune system requires a little kick every now and then. I mean, how do you know that you don't have fungus growing in you right now, Mr. Tease? How do you know you don't have mold growing in you right now? Yours doesn't get a kick against a stop. Oh. Ronan, why are you crying? Why are you crying? Don't cry, Ronan. Why are you crying? Why cry? Fungus is just a friend you haven't met yet. Oh, Mr. Tease. Oh, Mr. Tease. Not the flashbacks. Wait, what? Wait, Ronan, did you... Ronan? Should I be concerned? Did you have fungus growing in you by any chance? I don't know. The first thing that comes to mind is something like, I don't know, lung infection. I am in fact currently sitting here with a 2-month-long throat infection. Mr. Tease, are you okay? Well, we don't know what the parasite is. I mean, your parasite is cool. It keeps you alive, Ronan. I think there's a difference. You know? I think there's a difference. Your parasite keeps you alive, right? You know what I'm saying? Mr. Tease, on the other hand, is just choosing to eat mold. Mr. Tease is choosing to eat mold and wondering why he's still sick. It's crazy. It's different. It's different. Maybe you're feeding. What are you feeding this parasite? I'm curious. Scientifically, I'm curious. Ronan's parasite is grime. I mean, there's plenty of grime. And there's plenty of grime, too. The fungus in Last of Us keeps the clickers alive, too, in a way. I actually haven't seen it. I don't actually watch it. Isn't The Last of Us... It's a series, right? TV show series, right? Or is it like a movie? I can't remember. It's one of the two. Maybe the mold keeps him alive, too. It's fine. It's just a little bit of mold, dude. Please, dude. Mr. Tease, please. It's a series and a game. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. It's fine. It's just a little... Dude, this is like my friends who would pick off the freaking mold off bread and still eat the bread. And I'm just like, oh, guys. You're killing me. You are killing me. Fuck. Kraken, thank you for the tier 1. What the heck? Apologies for all your ears. Oh, God, I haven't heard that one in a while. Oh, my days. Maybe the mold build have bases, IRL. I'm awake. Sorry, Chris. Kraken's probably like, holy shit. My God. I gave Sarah PTSD every time. That is the alert that got Sarah and the police called on Sarah. And so... I do that. I understand that that's not how mold works, and the mycelium is already all through it. But mind over matter. Mr. Tease, are you that hungry? My God, my bad. No, you do not have to apologize for that at all, Cricket. I appreciate the support. So the funny thing is, I have wanted to change that alert. I have asked, and my chat usually like, no, don't. Oh, here we go. Thanks, Crystal. And They're like, no, it's funny, keep it. So it's just stayed. Okay, it doesn't happen every time you sub or resub. It only happens for people who have never subbed before. So if it's your first time ever subbing to my channel, that is the alert you get. If you're resubbing, it's a different alert and it's not that loud, I promise. I gotta go sleep now. Thanks for the lecture. No worries, Coldballs. Thank you for stopping by, hanging out, and helping me explain some stuff that I couldn't explain. I appreciate you. But yeah, take care, Coldballs. Have a good eve and a good day tomorrow. At least I have protection this time. What's the protection, sorry? I don't mind, so it doesn't matter. There's a visual threshold to how much mold is tolerable. Same with butter. Why are you bringing back up the butter, Mr. T's? Hey, yo. Why are you bringing the butter back up, huh? Huh? Time to create a new account to sub again and again. No, Kevin, do not. Soren will actually probably... I'm surprised Soren hasn't had a heart attack from that PTSD. I meant mold. Wait, why do you have mold in the butter? Wait, Mr. T... Wait, what? I don't think I've ever seen mold on butter. What the... What? Where are you storing your butter? How do you have mold in your butter? Do you have mold in your fridge? Oh, here's a hype train from I don't know where. But thank you for the hype train. I have had moldy butter too. What? How? How do you have moldy butter? What? What does this look like? Do you have photos? Does anyone have photos of moldy butter? Because I don't want to Google this. I'm curious. How do you have moldy butter? You people really have to eat your food fast, man. Butter goes in the drawer, not the fridge, silly. Drawer? Like a butter drawer? Are you talking about a butter drawer? You know, Mr. T's, my brain was like, you know how Arya played that game with the butter? I was like, you mean desk drawer? It's so over, chat. I can't. I haven't taken photos, but if it happens again, I'll take some. Thank you, Mr. T's. I appreciate that. Oh, man. I cannot see butter the same way after that game, man. That BL game where they were like, oh yeah, there's no lube, let's, you know, but there's butter in the fridge. Oh, I can't. It looks like moldy cheese, not butter. Oh, it looks like moldy cheese, but butter. Oh, so like blue cheese, but butter. Thank you, Pyro, for the 500 bits. Oh my gosh, this one goes on for ages too. Do it again. House Pro? Like the pantry, my kitchen is weird, don't worry, I have a drawer instead. I mean, you can have like butter and like, you know, there's a butter, oh, what's it called? It's like a specific butter dish, right? A butter plate. But doesn't it melt in summer, Mr. T's? What happens to your butter in summer? Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen moldy butter before. I've seen moldy everything else. My parents have a butter dish. I just have it in the tub it comes in. Your butter comes in a tub and it's not margarine? What? I thought butter just came in blocks. Why is your butter in a tub? Is it pure butter? Oh no, that's gone behind. Why did that happen? What? Oh no, my like toggles are weird. Oh no. Well, unfortunate. I don't know why that toggle did that, but I'll fix it maybe later. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it's behind me. I don't know how that happened. It's okay. We'll just leave it there for now. Good God. Gonna have to fix that. Bro's got that butter flavored ice cream. No, butter here comes in cubes. Ours comes in blocks and like paper. Like, you know, so you can like also use that paper to like butter your, I don't know, muffin containers and stuff. I'm gonna have to go take a photo of my butter, aren't I? Probably. Now it looks like someone is holding the sign behind her back. Better check it doesn't have mold. Oh my God, bro. That's wild. Interesting. You can buy it in blocks as well. Oh, okay. Because usually I feel like butter here, you buy it in... I guess the super soft stuff you can buy in tubs here. Or it's like not quite proper butter. It's me. Alright, it is like 12 o'clock. It is midnight. I do have work tomorrow. And I do have another stream tomorrow. Dude, the nose is gone too. That's crazy. Oh my God. What on earth? Hold on. My settings on VTS are weird. Hold on. It's because I've like done something, isn't it? Okay. Does it work? No, it's gone! Why, dude? What on earth? What on earth happened to my redeems? What? Hold on. For the post-it, it's likely behind you for the post-it on this. Yeah, but that's different. That's here, though. This is already, this is put item in model base. Only pin 2. It's fine. But like, why is the other stuff like not working? Like, where did it go? Where did the nose actually go? It just doesn't exist. Hold on. What on earth? Oh my days. Hold on. What are they? What are the settings for this? Dude, trying to work out what these are, and I don't even think. There was an update to VTS, I believe that might be why. No, it worked before, I thought. What update? When did that happen? Behind your head. I mean, I presume so, but I need to like find it again, and I need to use it, but like, oh, that's so annoying. Thank you for the hype train, and this is how you keep aeru online? No! No, hold on. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make a scene first. Change background, item settings. General, no. Item scenes for hotkeys. Create new scene. Select. Item scene. Okay, give me a second. I'm just gonna set this up and see if that changes stuff. Okay, hold on. That's Grime 2. Hockey name. Hockey action. Hold on. What am I looking for? Toggle item scene. Select. Item scene. She'll be at the bottom. Select. Okay, and then I'm gonna turn off. What am I turning off? I am turning off post-it. That's already off, so it's fine. Hockey action. Record. Should be fine. Wait, really? Okay. Surely it works. Hold on, let me try. Okay, so that's fine, right? So they all appear. Oh, I think I killed it. No, that's fine. Okay, that's cool. Wait, why did... Oh, fuck, the cat ears are still on! No! Fuck. Oh, my God. You know what? It's fine. Whatever. But the cat ears are still fine. That's the thing. The cat ears are fine, right? Okay, hold on. Let me quickly toggle something. Yeah, Grime 2 was fine, too. Ignore the hand in the right weird place. Glasses are fine, too. Does this work? That works. Now it works! Okay, pause. Okay, it works now! What the fuck? What on earth? What on earth? I became a cat. No, it's because... Oh, I'll sort it out tomorrow. Oh, that's really annoying. Hold on. I think I can just... Now there's 2! Oh, fuck. Oh my god, give me a second. That's gonna annoy me. Oh, man. Let's select. What are we getting rid of? Yes. Save. Okay, hold on. And then we should be able to get rid of... Why this? Now I just have random cat ears. Go away. Right? That's fine. Okay, now we're good, chat. Sorry. Oh, we're fine now. Oh my goodness. That was... What on earth? Okay, hold on. Does that work, though? Does my toggle still work for the, tummy thing? Or was it underneath? Okay, we're still good. Oh, but now Ronan's behind! Okay, we're good. Okay, there we go. It's fine. Okay, it's fine. The rose chicken. No, I think we're good now, chat. I think we're good. The cat ears were a recent redeem 4 minutes ago. Oh, that's fine. You guys won't get scammed. But you know, I had to sing. It's fine, it's fine. Cat VTuber, are you just finding bugs? No, I'm not finding bugs. There's no bugs. What do you mean? There's no bugs. Stop stroking. Wait, what? Mr. 2 hours, less than 2 hours, 3K calls, crazy. Yeah, tell me about that. Really well done on getting into this. Thank you, Red Fox. I'm having a stroke today, so no, you're fine. Me too. There's a big bright red nose. Yeah, you guys want to see? No. Okay, we fixed everything. Hopefully it's fine. I'm thinking tomorrow, chat. I'm thinking we do Pantheon 5 tomorrow. We'll see what state I'm in. The takeaway from this is we need to introduce iodochrome oxidation. Her brain would fly off the rail. So many colors can form about 6 definitive colors depending on oxidation state, but heaps more depending on concentration, any ligand coordinates just from a single metal ion. Dude, that sounds like too much chemistry for my brain to handle. Are you trying to kill me? Are you trying to actually genuinely kill me? Are you genuinely trying to kill me? That would actually kill me. Like, it would actually kill me, for real. Yeah, that would actually kill me. I'm not finding any more bugs, chat. I'm telling you, no more bugs. No more bugs. No more bugs. I mean, yeah, I don't know if we do the Pantheon 5 stream tomorrow, because at least I have a PNG for that. I don't have a PNG for Darwin's game yet, or Darwin's game. Darwin's Paradox. Darwin's game is the anime. Whoops. Darwin's Paradox yet, unless I whip one up before stream, which I could do. I could also come up with more goals, but the thing is, you know, the more events you do, chat, the more goals that you run out of ideas because you had to do so many goals, okay? And like technically, I only have I don't have too many more of the other ones to do. Actually, you know what? We can bring that up. Hold on, where is it? Do I even have it? Oh, where is this thing that I'm looking for? Pause, chat. I'm looking for my Iruthon goals that I'm actually almost done with these, by the way. Very close. There's like one more stream, I think, for these. Hold on. Thanks for streaming. This is Blast, heading to bed ahead of chat, but always, no worries. Thank you for stopping by, hanging out. And sorry for keeping you from Grime 2, Mr. Tease. And good luck on the rest of your Grime 2 run. Hopefully I can catch some of it as well. But take care. Hope you have a good eve and a good day tomorrow. Hold on. Let me just go through here. I want to see if I can add a picture. Wait, which picture is it? Fuck. 2.0, I think. Because we finished all of the first sheet of the Iruthon goals from last year. This was from like June to like October, I think. I just want to check. And then we can go through that as well. Because you guys are like, Aeru, have you finished those? No. Not quite. Okay, so. Okay. So it's actually not that bad. Let me move this down so you guys can see. Oh my goodness. Is it here? Okay, so what we can see is that this was from the goals last year for Iruthon, so this was like the one and done-thon. So we did all of these. So I need to make a tail cushion for stream, hand sewing, and make an Aeru plushie. These are going to be the same stream. I have the materials. Like I said, I just haven't made a template for the plushie or anything like that, which I kind of want to do. Otherwise, it's going to be the most cursed plushie you'll ever see. But maybe we just ball with that. I do want to actually make a proper cushion because, you know, the material's really nice. Song cover. So it's got a little X because I just need to re-record a little bit of the song cover. So it's going to be a proper song cover. It's going to have proper mixing. It's not going to be like my previous song covers where I've just like, you know, slapped my vocals, recorded a little bit, layered a little bit, and put it on the backing track on the instrumental because I own a lot of instrumentals. So that's in the works. So I just need to re-record it. And my voice obviously hasn't been the best over the Grime 2 stuff because, you know, I just couldn't put a game down and I wanted to play. My voice is all better now. So are you going to put it on auction? No, it's probably going to be with some really cursed looking thing. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen to it after, Crystal. I have no idea. But yeah, so the song cover is in the works. I just have to re-record a few lines, I think, and then it's going back to the mixer, which you guys mostly know is Lumen, and then I'm gonna send it off to the animator to do like the animation and stuff like that. So that is in the works. That's why it's got a little cross. So it's whip. The commission custom desktop wallpaper, Mama is working on that, but Mama is also working on new outfit, new hairstyle stuff as well. So that's also already in the works. I don't know when that's gonna happen, but I guess keep your eyes peeled, chat. We just finished the PhD talk. So yeah, so like I said, I only have like one more stream for these. For those of you guys who are waiting for my voice pack, it is in the works. I just need to record 2 more things and I keep putting it off, and I need to stop putting it off because I can't remember how I recorded the voice lines in the first place because I recorded them so long ago, but they will be put into the folders when I get around to it. There's 2 more voice lines that I want to give you guys. So there's that for individual incentives, and the rest is just working out if New Zealand is sending stuff to the US, because I still need to send out the stuff to the top 3, I think. Yeah. But yeah, all the stuff is mostly done. Like I said, I'm mostly organized. It's mostly done. But yeah. And then obviously, I think... No, we did all the Spookathon ones. We did all that too as well. Hi, my wacky brain lay hole. How are you, Josan? This has been an awesome way to wind down the evening. I'm glad. I am so glad. I'm glad you guys really enjoyed it. Maybe you picked up some cool stuff. Maybe you didn't. I don't know. But yeah, so this one, I'm going to try and get through this stuff pretty quickly as we go, which takes me away from Grime 2, but that's okay. Actually, maybe I make it a goal. Hey, we have to do a mold run for Grime 2. I'm so funny. Joss, I'm doing good. I slept and woke up at a reasonable time. Yo, let's go. That's huge. But yes. I think I can change the goal on this page, but I will play around with it tomorrow maybe. I don't know. Or maybe I won't change it and it doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work anymore. It don't work no more. It don't work no more. It don't work anymore. Oh, man. Well, it don't work anymore. I don't know why. That's fine. Grime 2 devs in shambles. Grime streams are going to be delayed because chat was too... I want to go back to Grime 2, don't worry. But there's other games that I want to play as well. No more aeru Grime. No, I want to play. I want to play more Grime, man. But I need to get these goals done. Otherwise, they'll never get done. And then people will be like, aeru, you haven't played this game or that game or this game. But I mean, so RE8 is quite short. Wow. Will aeru take a long time on RE8? I don't know. Will I be scared by the ambience and the sounds? Yeah, probably. Will I be scared by the actual scary? No, probably not. But that should be like 2 streams max, maybe 3. I don't think I'll play the DLC personally. Like I said, the RE8 thing was more for you guys rather than me because it's not technically my type of game. But I'll do it for you guys, you know? See, that's what I like to do with my goals. I like to make them for you guys rather than for me, as well, because you guys are doing this, you guys are supporting charity and me, and you know, I know a lot of you guys wanted to see me play RE8, so that's why it was on there. Yeah, hold on. What is my schedule? So yeah, I think we'll do Pantheon 5 tomorrow, depending how I'm feeling. I don't think I'll do RE8 because I feel like RE8 is going to take a little bit of time to properly set up, properly maybe, depending on aeru. Depending on aeru. Hold on. Let me see. What did I put on my schedule? I know Darwin's a Paradox is really short. Apparently 3 to 4 hours, but that's probably like a whole aeru stream, let's be real, because it's platformer and it's puzzles. And I'm gonna overthink everything. I've been told this already, but so that's probably only gonna be a stream. I want to finish off Hark 2, but I feel like any Metroidvania I play after Grime 2 is just gonna be sad because it's just not gonna be the same. The time you call it Darwin's Gate, it is, honestly. Have you heard of Nevergrave? I feel like you would like that. Nevergrave. Is that coming out soon? It's like a game that's about to come out, right? It's like an RPG one. Is that one? Oh, no, this is the Metroidvania Roguevania. So, the thing is... Fate played it, I think, when it came out. I was planning to, but then I never did, and it's just been on my wish list. I'm like, meh. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't super convinced. And also, Fate never went back to it either, so I'm like, Have you played it, Crystal? Because it looks really cute. It does look really cute. All the reviews are very mixed, though. And I'm like, I think it's also because I just don't have, like, I just have so many games. So it's never been on, like, the top. I want to, and my friend is addicted. Ooh. Alright. I'll keep it in mind. I'll definitely keep it in mind. But I have a Metroidvania slotted for the end of, what's the month? April already. I don't know when I'll fit it in. Too many games to play, chat. So the idea, currently, this is like a draft. Is that we do probably Pantheon 5 tomorrow. Okay, special announcement tomorrow. Fuck, I forgot. Well, you guys already know, but there's a special announcement. I have a special announcement to make tomorrow. Okay? That'll happen at the beginning of stream. And as people come in, I can mention it again. Okay, cool. Yes, great. And then we'll probably do Pantheon 5 for a stream. It's gonna suck and I'm gonna hate my life, but it's fine. I haven't played Hollow Knight in a very long time. I'm not gonna have a great time. I hate boss rushes, and Pantheon 5 is just gonna be me suffering, so great, premium. For the entire stream, great. Friday, oh wait, and then I'm gonna be offline the next day to recover a little bit. I think that's probably good. And then Friday New Zealand time, which is Thursday for a lot of you guys. I was thinking of doing the Darwin's Paradox then, which is one stream, most likely, hopefully. And then Saturday was gonna be, well, this is, you guys have seen this, right? Maybe. Or it's in game, so I don't know. And then I was gonna do the art redeems on Saturday to get them all done, and then I can focus on my table artwork for the convention that I'm gonna be tabling with Rumi, so I can focus on art for that. So, and then the following week, I'm gonna be offline on Sunday, and then following week, I was gonna start the week with Resident Evil 8, so 2 streams, and then offline Wednesday. And then I was gonna, like Thursday I had Huck Finale. But I'm like, do I want to play Huck Finale or do I want to go back to Grime 2? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I was like, we also have ads in like a minute. And then on the Friday, I was thinking we could do the community magma art stream. And offline Saturday, and then I have a collaboration with Fade on Sunday. And then after that, it's like Blue Planet Watch Along on Monday. Because it's like an hour, so we can do like my normal stream time, and then we might stream after that, maybe. I'm not sure. I haven't decided. I haven't fully decided. And then we're basically end of April at that point, you know? Oh my god, see you later, Kevin. Thank you for stopping by. And then it's like gonna be like our stream offline, and it's gonna be Ariana and the Elder Codex, which is the Metroidvania that I want to play. And then after that, it's like all up in the water. I do want to do art at least once a week as well. And then there's a game that I want to play end of May. So there is room for Grime 2. There's room for Grime 2. But I also want to finish some games that I started that I haven't finished, and then play some other games. Because the one thing I'm really scared about now is that the next Metroidvania I go to, I feel like it's just gonna be really hard. Because Grime 2 was such a blessing, and yeah. And I feel like it's been blessing after blessing with Metroidvanias this year that I've played, actually. No. I don't have time to learn how to speedrun Grime. I throw too much to speedrun any game. Speedrun when? No, you first, Crystal. You first. You speedrun Ori. I know Aku, I think, is gonna do a speedrun of Grime 2, maybe. If you want to go Metroidvania, 9 Souls. Cracker, you're a little bit late to the party. I have played 9 Souls a long time ago. So before Grime 2 was my favorite game, before Grime 2 came out, 9 Souls was my favorite game ever. Now it's Grime 2. So yeah, I've already played 9 Souls a lot. I've played 9 Souls a lot. Like a lot. I did a challenge run. I've done, I do like me some 9 Souls. Rip. Kraken didn't know, chat. It's okay. Yeah, you can give me another suggestion, but I can't promise I haven't played it. Grime 2 took the top spot. Hell yeah, dude, Ronan, it absolutely does. It does by a lot. I did think it might happen. And honestly, the cracks were beginning to like crack with Solitaria. I know DK didn't really like Solitaria, but that's because I don't know. I don't think he liked the auto correct in that game. And like I know they changed a lot like patch wise during like when he was playing, and I obviously played like before. But I don't know. Solitaria also, I was very addicted to Solitaria before Grime 2. So at the beginning of the year, we had Kotama and the Academy Citadel was really good. I wasn't expecting to be that good, but it was really good. The only downside of Kotama was the, what was it? The fan service was unnecessary, and it was really not needed. It's not that type of game. It was really not needed. I don't want to beat a boss and then get fucking face full of a girl in a submissive pose. Sorry. It's not tasteful. Like, the art just wasn't that tasteful, and you know, there's a limit. I mean, like, even if you had like a man like that submissive pose, I would also say the same thing. I would be like, no. It doesn't matter what gender they were in that submissive pose. It was not necessary for that game. Okay? The game did not need that. The game was so good without that. Oh, it's so sad. It's fine. It's a good game. It was a good game, though. Good morning, Zero. How are you? Fair enough. I'm currently playing through it. I love it. Yo, let's go! What other Metroidvanias have you played, Cracker? But yeah, I do really like 9 Souls as well. So before Grime 2, because like in my bio it says play Grime 2. It used to say play 9 Souls. It used to be a bit of a meme on the channel because people would be like, oh yeah, blah, blah, blah. We play Metroidvanias. And I was like, have you played 9 Souls? It was a meme for a very long time on my channel. And for good reason, because I really like the game. I really like the story of 9 Souls, and I really like the game. It really spoke to me. But Grime also has a very close spot to my heart. It's like my second after that. But now Grime 2 came out, and Grime 2 is just taking top spot. Yep. 9 Souls better in my opinion. Fuck the sperm game, shitty. Edo, how can you say that about the game you worked on? You cannot. You cannot. That's crazy. That is wild. What do you mean? The game is... How dare you say that about your own game? Edo. That's crazy. Yeah, here's Ronan. Ronan's coming for you too. Yeah, next time you go to Ronan's stream, you're gonna get an earful. I'm a sucker for Sekiro-like games. And you know what? I'm glad, you know what? I'm glad we did get Edo on the 9 Souls train, though. I'm gonna get Ro on it, too. Edo, you gotta help me. You gotta help me get Ro on it. And Ro can't keep giving me the excuse. I don't tend to play games where the main character is an animal. What do you mean, sir? Because I know Ro likes Sekiro. And he likes the Souls-like. So he's gonna like 9 Souls. But he's like, nah, but it's gonna like an animal character. Don't give me that, Ro. Don't give me that. Okay, to be fair, every time Edo Fox shows up, I basically curse them out. I literally call them evil. What did they do, Ronan? Ronan, I'm still waiting for your stream. Oh, no. I miss Ronan's streams. We all do. It's okay. Ronan will come back in her own time. Give her time. She'll give you a long stream. Don't worry. Funny enough, 9 Souls is the first MV I played through myself and not just watched through to a mild. Ooh! I mean, crack here. Can we convince you with a side of Grime and Grime 2? Can we convince you with a side of Grime and Grime 2? What did they do? They created the tag. What the fuck? Oh, wait, what was your least favorite boss in Grime, actually, Ronan? I'm sure I've asked you this, but I do not remember. I was so happy when you beat that guy. I don't remember the Tangan fight at all. Least favorite? Impossible. I love them all. So are we saying so far your least favorite boss is the Tangan Warden in Grime 2? Yes. I'm really curious to see if this changes. Fuck that guy. I think when you finish the game, you will hate me a lot more. No. Hey, mate, I mean, you know what? No, I'm not going to give you that strat because Edo will hate me if they still work. Grime is still on sale for another couple hours, just saying. Zero, no spoilers. Ronan is not, and the Ronan is nowhere near. Do not spoil. No spoilers for Ronan, chat. If you spoil Grime 2 for Ronan, I will have your head on a skewer. Maybe I'll partake in some Grime. Yo, let's go. Hell yeah. Fixed all your cheese strats. They weren't cheese strats. I went back and looked at the clip. I wasn't even in the corner. Edo, I wasn't even in the corner. That's crazy. Okay, for one of the bosses later on, I was in like a corner because it wasn't even the corner either. It wasn't the side of the screen, okay? I could have still moved left. But like the other boss that ran into the spikes, I was not in the corner. I was not in the corner at all. I am like I'm a good 15 centimeters from the corner. Sorry about spoilers. I don't mind hearing about the game. I just don't want to see the fights ahead of... Okay. But yeah, I'm really excited to see your playthrough. Let me know your schedule, Ronan, so I can, just not stream those days. Chat, we're going to do a watch-along of Ronan streaming Grime. For Grime 3, we'll bring you to beta test, and then I'll find all the cheese strats and how to fix them. No, because that will ruin the game. I want to play blind. I guess I could do it for you, Edo. I guess. Yeah, sure, Ida. We know you're disappointed you can't cheese anymore. No. We're doing just fine on my second playthrough. I don't know what you're talking about. Can we get a toxic yaoi couple in Grime 3? And I do commentary stream of Ronan's stream. Do not watch me. I am the worst. You are not. People really enjoy, people have said they really like it. All the devs have said that they really like watching you play as well, Ronan. Ro included. I don't know if he told you that, but he did. He has said that on my stream. Yeah, he likes watching players grow. Yeah, You speedrun, Ro. She did. She speedran first game. Say he's a top Canadian grime speedrunner. Exactly. See, everyone knows. Everyone knows, Ronan. That's because it's like watching a puppy fall face first into a pile of leaves. But you know, you improve. That's how you play. Like, I mean, everyone play. Well, okay. I think this is how I feel when, who was it? The person at work who's a gamer who played. So if you don't know Pantheon 5, which I'll play tomorrow, I'm only doing one stream because that's all I agreed to. He got to the final boss of Pantheon 5 for context is Hollow Knight's final boss rush. It is every single fucking boss in the game. Cool. Plus the final boss. Like, different final boss. Anyway, this guy was like, yeah, I got to the final boss on first try. And I was like, you what? People spend like years, months, hours on Pantheon 5 just to even get that close. And you did it in one try? Yeah, that Where is the best grime streamer? I don't know what she... I know! Exactly, Edo, exactly! Yes, the #1 Canadian grime speedrun. That's because... that is a cute... So Ronan cute like a puppy. Ronan is cute. We love Ronan here. I did not bother with Hollow Knight Pantheon the Mal. You should, Zero. Someone should complete it for me so I don't have to. I've done all of them but the last one. The last one sucks. It actually sucks. And the reason I avoid it is because it makes me sad. Like, if you guys gave Grime 2, or Grime even, a boss rush, I would do it in an instant. And a heartbeat. Because all the boss fights are fun and I love them. I love them. I love how everything, like, flows together cohesively. I love how all the controls, they go together so well. Everything works so well, and whoever's reviewing and saying, it's not smooth, it's clunky, bro, have you played any other Metroidvania that works like this well? That's crazy, because you clearly haven't, because good God. Would you say it's better play than Grime, or should I play Grime over it? I mean, I would say play Grime over Hollow Knight, but they're quite different games. They're quite different games. Yeah, they're quite different games. Yeah, what was that thing about the sword hitbox? Yeah, what was that? Tema broke our game. Yeah, I raided into Tema yesterday. She was playing Grime 2. So you like really broke it. So yeah, what happened with that? I don't want to tell you because you can still do it in the game, but I've already passed. We're both past that spot though, right, Idor? Wait, no, we're not. Hold on. No, you know, we are. Like my first playthrough, we are. That's with Pitcher. That's at the Pitcher fight, right? Right? Isn't that the Pitcher guy? Right? I'm not at there during my second playthrough. He thinks I'm gonna abuse it. That's crazy. I wouldn't do that. Yes, we gotta play some more Grime 2 off screen and break the game. Kidding. Yeah, we both beat the Greatsword guy. Yeah, it's the Greatsword Pitcher or something, right? I don't remember his name. Whoops. There's a picture on Twitter about it. I saw it this morning. I was like, wait, what? I was like, wait, what? Basically, she died while casting a mold, and then she respawned in a different layer. Play Grime 4? Oh my god. Hey! But you'll be proud to use the mold. Okay, so what I'm hearing is mold breaks games. Aidu, you gotta try every mold now. Mold breaks game. Aidu must try and use every single mold. I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Oh, man. Tema is very gamer, though. Then she fell off the map. Been doing a mold playthrough for my second. Have you broken the game yet, Zero? Grime 4D. Dude, Tema is so wholesome, though. Oh, my gosh. So, for those of you guys who don't know, when I was playing Nine Souls, actually, Tema raided me when I was baby streamer. Like, really baby. I didn't have a raid introduction. I didn't know what to do. I was so fucking overwhelmed when Tema raided me when I was playing Nine Souls way back when, 2 years ago. So I was really happy that I was able to raid her yesterday with, like, you know, with all of you guys. Because, like, my community obviously has grown since then. A lot since then. And I now know how to introduce myself and be, like, proper streamer. Grinder's watching a massive VTuber break their game in front of a zillion people. Yeah. It's fixed. Don't worry about it. No. Oh. But what I'm hearing is I need to use molds. Is this Ido's way of telling Aidu, use the molds, see what's broken, so we can fix it? I'm kidding. I don't want to give you guys more work. I've already broken your game enough. I didn't break the game, though. See? Haven't done that to your game yet. I've done it with multiple other games, but not Grime 2, so it's fine. It's a-okay. I don't want to break the game. I just want to play the game, you know? I just want to play the game. Dude, what happened to me ending stream? It's been almost an hour. Oh, no. What happened? Chat, what happened? Oh, my voice is going to go again, isn't it? Probably. Oh, well. Yo, well. Oh, well. Oh, wow. We'll work it out. All right. Who are we raiding? It's fine. Game is completely bug-free now, I promise. Okay. Alrighty. You're having fun. I didn't want to leave because I showed up. No way, Zero. No way. No heckin' way. Her current Grime 2 stream is called the Miami Patch is Real Lamau. I love that! Oh my gosh. She's so fun. She's so funny. Okay, hold on. Who else is live? Ooh. What is he playing? What is he playing? What is this? What is this game? It says Labyrinth. What is this? I might see you guys over to Dougie. He's playing Labyrinth. We were talking science, so shall we send you over to Dougie? Wait, how long? Dude, he's been going for 6... Is he gonna be... Nah. This is the problem with Kiwi streamers. They always stream really late too, and I'm like, Kinda wanna send you guys over to Dougie though. I think he's still playing. It's like a puzzle game, it looks like. Looks like a puzzle game. He might go for another hour. I don't know. But yeah, you know what? Let me send you guys over to Dougie. He is a bear VTuber. He's really funny. He's also an artist, and you guys will see a lot of his emotes floating around. He's good friends with Ujiji and Gil and Envy and that. A lot of... I think he also knows Juwu, I'm pretty sure. But he's a Kiwi VTuber. Oh my gosh, we haven't rated him in a while. But he plays a lot of variety. He does like... He was obsessed with Blueprints at one point, Hades 2. But yeah, he's playing Labyrinth right now. It looks like a puzzle type stream. But yeah, let's go say hello. Good night, Ito. Thank you for stopping by and hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying Tim's stream. And hopefully she doesn't break your game again. Can you do that bork sleep schedules? I mean, my sleep schedule is fine. It's not even 1 AM now. But yeah, let's say hello to Dougie. Playing Labyrinth. Looks like a puzzle game. But, you know, we're basically a lab rat, you know? But yeah, thank you guys all for stopping by and nailing all the freaking goals out of the water within the first 2 hours. You guys are crazy. Thank you so much for supporting WWF New Zealand. I will contemplate and think about new goals. Or maybe more. But I don't know if it will break for anything. Obviously, the sound didn't work, but it's okay. We will probably play Pantheon 5 tomorrow, or I go back to Grime 2 and we do Pantheon 5 another day. We'll see how I'm feeling. I'm not sure. But yeah. I have a special announcement tomorrow, so if you guys want to know about what that is about, tune in tomorrow, and it'll be the same time as well. Same time stream, 6 PM New Zealand Standard Time. But yeah, thank you again. Thanks for the stream. It was really interesting. I'm glad you guys enjoyed. Thank you for hearing me out. Thank you for sticking around. I know there was a lot of stuff. a lot of info. But yeah. Yeah, let's go say hello to Dougie. I hope you have a good night, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I will see you guys later today. Till then, take care. And yeah. Thank you, Ronan, for stopping by, hanging out, and sending over the movie raid as well. I appreciate it. Or Fushigi Yugi raid. I appreciate it. But yeah, take care, everyone. Good night.